cash back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip out tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the team's 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gambo that he absolutely expects to return next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats finished non-conference play with an undefeated 13-0 record after beating South Dakota State 99-71 last night. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, all you Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We have a lot to talk about. It is not a Victory Tuesday for Team Carlin. The belt, the Fantasy Football Championship Wrestling Style belt, right there within arm's reach of Jarrett Carlin. Problem was that, shut up, Jarrett! The problem was you were going up against a guy that had Bijan Robinson. And he had himself a night last night.
It was over pretty quickly. I mean, it was such... I had it in my... I had a mediocre team. I was 8-6 on the season. I snuck into the playoffs. I beat Sammy in the first round. I beat a listener, I don't know who, in the second round because Puka Nacua went insane last week. And this week, we went dead even. It was 88.07 to 88.42 going into the final game. He had Blake Corum and Bijan Robinson. Blake Corum got injured very early in that game.
So that worked
did
for you.
pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
But Bijan Robinson went...
He uncorked a 93-yard touchdown
that was
run
the killer.
That ended your season.
He caught a touchdown early, and I was like, oh, man, that is not a good start. I could overcome it because Puka Nacua has tremendous games. But getting like 20 points on one play. I had the belt. I was going to walk in today wearing the belt. I was never going to take it off.
Where is the belt, by the way?
I assume it's in the promotions office.
So you'd have just busted in there this morning
Absolutely.
And rummaged through something until you found it.
Yep.
You can still go do that.
You know what's funny is I won my I was in 4 leagues. 2 I didn't make the playoffs, but I won another league. And my wife was like, you can just buy a belt. I was like, it's not the same. Winning a belt. That's what.
He just wants to live out that wrestling fantasy.
Now, Mitch, in passing yesterday, you said that somebody else at the station was in the finals also of their part of the bracket.
Me.
You.
And I won.
So your show has
Burns and Gambo's league, yeah.
Oh, you're in Burns and Gambo's.
So you won that league.
I did.
So you won the belt.
So you have a belt.
I will eventually.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay. Well, I see
he's been so quiet.
Now listen. You can't buy a belt, but can you negotiate and get it from somebody else?
I'm going to challenge him to a wrestling match and win the belt. How about that?
I don't know if I necessarily accept those terms. That doesn't seem fair to me.
Right.
He's going to be a real Jose Alvarado versus Mark Williams
kind of deal.
I appreciate the underplaying it because you feel my pain of not winning in our league. But good for you.
But
Congratulations.
Am I going to gloat the entire year with it on every sports update during Burns and Gambo? Absolutely.
Now, did you have Trey
but
McBride?
Again, you're going to be dealing with Gambo saying, I don't care. I don't even pay attention to it.
Did you have Trey McBride or Puka Nacua on your team, or neither?
I had Trey.
Okay. Almost every team that got to the finals of their league had one of those two players because they had tremendous years.
I feel bad for you because that belt, the minute you saw it before this stupid competition even began, you were like, if there was ever a fantasy football league to win, this is the one. Out of all the leagues you've ever been in, your eyes, I saw it. When you saw that belt, you were like, it was like the holy grail for you.
And I got to the
you were right there.
I got to the finals in a league where I drafted Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, you did. You drafted all these Cardinals. You were the biggest homer ever.
And James Conner.
Ooh.
My first three of my first four picks were James Conner, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Kyler Murray. And I still made the finals.
That is fantastic.
Congrats to Mitch.
Yeah, congrats to you, Mitch.
Thank
you. And he hadn't even bragged about it.
Congrats, and may I add, screw you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Start the show, loser.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Man, that old saying about one man's treasure is another man's trash, the fact that you've been gloating and eyeing that belt for so long, and Mitch won it and didn't say a word. Didn't say a word to anybody.
He mentioned yesterday in past, when we were talking about it, he said there's somebody else at the station also in there, because each show at the station, I guess each of the three 4-hour shows, had their own draft. I didn't realize Mitch was in the Burns and Gambo one.
Makes sense.
I'm humble. I just don't like to talk about it all that much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, the game we're talking about, by the way, last night, the Falcons stunned the Rams 27-24. Tucson's own Bijan Robinson, who has now become the best running back down low key in the NFL. 229 total yards. What does that say about the Rams? I don't know. Weird football game. Weird outcome.
It's about as Falcon of a Falcons game as I've seen in a long time. Being up 21-0, then up 24-3, blowing said 21-point lead, only to ultimately win. Just go figure. Also, shout out Zane Gonzalez, forks up, providing the game-winning kick.
How about it? That's right, forks up, Zane Gonzalez. Last night, the Phoenix Suns won their 4th consecutive game. They beat the Washington Wizards 115-101. We're going to get through that all throughout the course of the morning. Another solid, sturdy, gamey kind of road win.
Gamey's
for
the word.
Sure. Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm happy that they're able to beat these teams that they're supposed to beat. I would have been rather disappointed if they somehow came out with any form of loss against 8-win Pelicans team or 7-win Wizards.
They're showing that they're tough enough and deep enough to beat these lousy teams no matter what happens, but Devin Booker needs to get consistently on track. It's
Not
been
an efficient
kind of a rough
night for him last night.
stretch.
Brilliant analysis from Jared Carlin there. Brilliant analysis. But it is actually very, very accurate. Everything he said is very, very true. But like I said, it's the team and the structure they're holding up. Another terrific game from Colin Gillespie, who has just become a 3-point machine. So there you go. They've won 4 in a row. We'll be all over that team and that story throughout the course of the day. Also in the NBA last night, legitimate scene after the Nuggets lost to the Heat. Nikola Jokic limped off the court, apparently with a knee injury. He's going to have an MRI. I'm not sure what the severity of it is, but we are talking about the best player in the world.
Just know it was very hard for me to go to sleep last night.
Because you're a Nuggets fan. I forgot about that.
Hoping that my prince is going to be... No, it's... It looked bad in the moment.
Is he
the way
all right?
he reacted was not the
greatest.
They're already down 3 starters as it is. So if a 4th starter happens to go down for an extended period of time, definitely good news for the Suns, given how well that they've played. Maybe they can climb a little bit higher.
How about
as the Nuggets potentially free fall.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I keep forgetting you're a Nuggets fan.
It's okay to forget. At
Boy,
least in
we
this
have
market.
such a weird amalgamation of sports fans and allegiances in this radio station, in this building. From Jesse Morrison and his complete love of what? Washington
right.
teams.
It's nobody likes the local teams. I wonder why. I guess everybody's from somewhere else. How about Gambo?
Well, Gamble's the same way, right?
New York guy.
New York guy.
Roots for St. John's because his name is in the college.
Big news for Jared Carlin in the Sports Kebab. Andy Reid announced he will return for another year in 2026.
Thank God. I'll have material for another year. My New Year's resolution to have to come up with new jokes will not have to come true.
Could you imagine if Andy Reid and Adam Silver retired in the same year? We would have no more Sports Kebab. Oh, by the way, in prepping in the edit bay, I saw that you had logged into the edit bay. Have you produced a song that I don't know about?
No, I had to do the look ahead.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. And finally, Tiger Woods has turned 50 years of age, which means he's now eligible for the Champions Tour. Don't think you're going to see Tiger Woods on the Champions Tour anytime soon.
Do you think he would ever, though? Like ever? Like when he's 60 years old, maybe?
Maybe then. He's just way too proud for that, I think.
But he's also way too brittle and injured for the real tour.
Well, there is that. I don't know.
He's got to find a way to play with Charlie before he's all said and done.
Well, I don't know if he's got that LeBron gene in him, but there's probably some accuracy in that. All right, coming up on the other side, the Phoenix Suns now 1 victory away from reaching the 20 mark. Will they get it in Cleveland on New Year's Eve? We'll talk about our basketball team next. Mitch Ferreldis in for Vince Marotta. I am Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101 the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and we are coming to the end of the year, which means we're coming to the end of the year, the end of the year sale at Chapman BMW, going on all throughout this weekend. It's a big stuff, big time at Chapman BMW. They're actually open this Sunday, which rarely ever happens at Chapman BMW. Go check out the great incentives, talking about 0.9% APR financing for up to 5 years, no payments for 90 days, payments as low as $379 a month on select models. Great time to head on down to Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high quality used cars, whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensure your vehicle receives expert care. And once again, do not forget, you got a friend in the business. So pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Super cool dude, personal friend of mine. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter. Together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did the Phoenix Suns keep their hot streak going in D.C.? We'll discuss the game starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Good morning, all you filthy animals. We are live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios. Big shout out to all our great friends and listeners in Sun Lakes. Good morning, Sun Lakes.
Filthy animals out in Sun Lakes.
Good thing about being a filthy animal in Sun Lake is you could just jump in the lake.
Right, you just jump in the lake and you are filthy no more, right? All right, so the Phoenix Suns get their fourth consecutive win. They are now 6 games over 500, which is pretty significant to me. It was a rough game on the eyes at times, and that's just the Washington Wizards uniforms. That had to be one of the yuckiest combinations, especially their traditional colors are like blue and...
they're blue, black, and gold.
Blue, black, okay.
But the old Washington team is red, white, and blue, which they sometimes wear as alternate uniforms.
Right.
But
that gold just felt very flat in comparison to some better golds.
It kind of did. I have to admit that. So that was hard. The fact that the Wizards are not a terrible basketball team. I mean, they've been a terrible basketball team. They are no longer a terrible basketball team. That is not to say they're good, because they're not bad either, but they're young and they play hard. So you throw that all together and you got what you got last night. It was a game where the Suns were good enough to get by, to get through without Devin Booker really being Devin Booker. Dylan Brooks did Brooks things after a slow start. Colin Gillespie had himself another super good game, and there you go.
Felt like the officiating really ate at them for a good majority of this game, whether they got calls or primarily did not get calls that they would have anticipated. And that, I think, attributed to the Suns' really slow start. It was a really weird first quarter to watch. It just didn't feel like they were in rhythm. They weren't making some of their open shot opportunities. It wasn't until like halfway through the second quarter or so that they really started to find a rhythm, get back into a groove, and really separate themselves from this team that we expected them to separate themselves from.
I'm glad you brought up the officiating.
Wow, I've never heard you say that.
No, I'm glad you brought up the officiating.
Vince just woke up.
Because I'm watching the Suns game last night, and you know my issues with the Suns broadcast. They are so hyper fixated on officiating that in between plays, you rarely ever get any critical analysis. You don't get fun anecdotes about players. You get nonstop whining about the calls the Suns didn't get. Rex Chapman sits down in that chair. It affects him immediately. It's like whoever sits in that chair doing those Suns games, that's what you're getting. Non-stop harping about the officiating and how poor Devin Booker can't get a call. I'm sorry, as a listener, I'm sick of it. Sick of it.
There's a fair amount of griping on some occasions, but the incessant nature of it is starting to grow a little tiresome.
What bothers me is that every call that isn't made against a Suns player becomes a point of conversation, disbelief. Whoa, we're being persecuted again. But every call that goes in the Suns' favor, it's as if that call was meant to be. It's so one-sided. And they're better than that.
But see, the thing is, it's okay for broadcasters and fans to feel that way.
100%.
It's when it starts to seep into the players, and we've seen this happen to Devin Booker and some other players, where they get fixating on the referees.
And don't get back on defense like Devin Booker last night?
Either arguing with the refs or trying to bait calls like that. That's when it really affects it. So hopefully it doesn't seep into that too far, that territory.
Well, and you know me well enough to know that is my primary issue with this basketball team at times, particularly Devin Booker. You spend X amount of time trying to fool the referee, foul hunting, putting yourself on the floor after a shot, trying to go to foul that you didn't earn, and yet you're expecting the referee on the other end to be smart and perfect with all his calls, his or her calls. Do you know what I'm saying? You're actively trying to fool the referee into making a bad call, then you're mad at them when they don't give you what you think is a good call.
And then as a result, you're just taking bad shot after bad shot.
Yeah.
At least like from form perspective.
Yeah.
You're going in there, you're trying to create contact as a result, and then the shots are bad. And that is something that perhaps you could attribute to how poorly they shot in the first quarter, because it didn't look anything like the Suns basketball team that we've seen for most of this year. It'd been a lot of what we've seen in December, which is just a lot of open opportunities missed. And once they were able to settle in, obviously things went fine. Colin Gillespie was firing away from three. Royce O'Neal was starting to find his groove again from three. And that really helped separate the Suns, that 3-point equal, or the separator, if you will.
And that's the positive, is that this team doesn't get discouraged. They stay on point. They stay focused. They stay on message. They really don't have any really bad losses this year. Even last year's team, which on paper had a lot more talent, would have these terrible losses that drove you crazy.
Bad losses.
The Diamondbacks this season, how many times did they lose to the Rockies or something? And you're like, what are they doing?
Well, you know what's funny is the worst loss that they've had this year, we all just kind of throw out because we anticipated them to lose.
That's a good point.
The Thunder, it's their worst loss in franchise history, and we just don't care.
Right, but it's not to a bad team. I mean, they haven't lost to a really bad team. The worst loss they have is the Atlanta Hawks.
It's really funny, though, that your perception of this team, what you just said, they don't really have a bad loss yet this year, and Mitch and I both kind of nodded our heads in agreement, and yet we're also ignoring the worst loss in franchise history.
I meant they don't have a loss
I'm saying you're not wrong.
To an awful team.
I don't look at that Oklahoma City game and view it like that. That was just one of those nights in the NBA where everything was going for them, where they wanted it really bad, where they wanted to swat down the Suns really bad, and they did.
That game also was the night of our holiday party at the station, and I was on my third plate of prime rib at the time, so I don't remember that as a bad night to me.
Yeah, that was the night that Vinny and I literally, both of us, chose not to go to the holiday party out of our sense of duty, because we had to watch the Suns game, and it was a 30-point game by halftime.
Right.
We could have been stuffing our face with prime rib, too.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, I was in solidarity with you because I was watching the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, one thing I will say about the officiating last night in a different realm. The technical foul on Dillon Brooks I thought was very, very soft. And I'm wondering if we are now in a stretch of the NBA schedule where the NBA is really going to try to reel in some of the stuff we've seen in the NBA this year.
Try to curtail some of the
extracurriculars, because we've seen fights break out now. We're at that point in the NBA season where guys are taking it a little more seriously. They've been on the grind a while. Tempers are flaring a little more quickly. I think Dillon Brooks, and I think he's smart enough to know this, I think he's under a microscope right now, and he's not the only one.
I mean, he's over halfway to the suspension for technical fouls on the season, and we haven't even gotten to the January. It was kind of weak. I thought the there was the moment where Devin Booker was clearly frustrated, and so he fouls C.J. McCollum in quote-unquote retaliation.
Yeah.
And the reaction to that, I thought, was just a little overblown. But look, this team, at the end of the day, they find ways to win, and it doesn't look pretty. The prevailing thought that I have going out of this, though, is I don't know if you can get off to a slow start like that against Cleveland on Wednesday and expect the same outcome, because Cleveland at least has the pedigree. They may not be playing well right now, but Cleveland at least has the pedigree to get through the rough and tough times.
Yeah.
And we very much saw that from them last year.
Yeah, no, really, really good point. So I don't know what else we need to hit with this other than Mark Williams will be back in the lineup for the Cleveland game. That'll make a difference, as they said on the broadcast last night. They're calling him Muhammad Ali. They're calling him Mark.
That's
Muhammad,
funny.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali.
I can think of
his fight of Jose Alvarado.
All right, I'll have to think of more of those.
Yeah, that does sound like a bit in at the end of the sports kebab, doesn't it?
Yes. All right. I'll come up with stuff this week, Friday. Stay tuned.
Don't pop any brain cells.
Just don't come up with them on Friday at like 9 in the morning.
You're asking too much.
That is when I write it. I'll have to do that too, because I'm sure all my creativity and energy will be sapped tomorrow with the fill-in host.
All right, on the other side, the Cardinals are in danger of losing more regular season games than any team in franchise history. Why is their head coach smiling? Why is he so confident? We'll discuss Jonathan Gannon on the other side. Mitch Ferraldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We all should have seen this coming. We were playing New Orleans back-to-back nights. Somebody's going to get in a fight with Jose Alvarado. I think we probably would have all picked Dylan Brooks to get in that fight.
Yeah, Mark Williams kind of got caught up in the moment there. Alvarado, it's also funny just him running down the tunnel. But
the height differential really is.
It was crazy.
Like, if they were to actually fight, there's no way. Like Alvarado really believes that he would win.
I mean, that is the height of irrational confidence, if you believe that.
It'd be Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua all over again.
The still photos of his jaw just getting like punched to the side.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and drinks that come with umbrellas, hundreds of rounds of golf like I do, world travel, or are you consumed with anxiety, worried that you are not going to have enough money waiting for you at the end of the road to allow you to do everything you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you might not have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. And that's what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with them, where you can get a second opinion on your current portfolio, where you can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they're not financial advisors. They're fiduciaries, which means they're duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to get rid of that anxiety about retirement, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Upgrading your windows indoors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the team's 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gambo that he absolutely expects to return next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats finished non-conference play with an undefeated 13-0 record after beating South Dakota State last night 99-71. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Luke. When will the Diamondbacks address their needs at first base and closer? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We have one more Sunday of football in the Valley for the Arizona Cardinals. One more game to end the 2025 season. That will go down Sunday about 4:25 in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium. Any hope as a Cardinal fan that you might luck into a victory based on the fact that the Rams are not going to play any of their starters? Sean McVay made
225.
225?
Yeah.
Not
Not
420. That's right. It's 4:25 Eastern. That's what it is.
Well, can we push it to just later in the day, as late as possible?
Yeah, so any hope, though, the Rams are they are going to play their starters. Sean McVay made that clear after losing last night's game to the Falcons, that unlike last year, Matthew Stafford and others will be playing this Sunday for what it's worth.
It's interesting, too, because technically they will know how high of a seed they can get. It's basically they are either going to be the 5th seed or the 6th seed. They will know by Saturday night how high or how low they will end up being.
That's exactly right.
Because if San Francisco wins, they get the 1, and Seattle is then locked into 5, locking the Rams into 6. So even if they end up playing their starters, I wonder how much of the game they'll end up actually playing.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where the Rams have now lost 2 consecutive games. Now, the loss to the Seahawks, that was one of the more epic football games you'll ever witness. So that's not the kind of loss that would make a head coach go, we might not have our vibes right. But now you've lost 2 in a row. You got to put something good out there. But I agree with you. If they go out and get to a 21 lead, zip lead, they're probably seeing the bench really
Jimmy
quick.
G time, baby.
That's probably what it is. All right, so the big story, obviously, in Arizona is the story of Jonathan Gannon and exactly what is his future with the team. When asked yesterday, do you think you're going to be sitting at this chair Monday after the game against the Rams, he said,
Do you expect to be sitting in that chair a week from today?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just love the short responses.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen.
Well, is he going to be sitting in that chair in that office, though?
Listen, that cut was 3 seconds long, and I looked at it and thought, oh, that's a real short answer from Jonathan Gannon. That cut was 3 seconds long with the question.
Yeah, that was mostly Bobby Mack asking.
But the key word that he used on Burns and Gamble was what Jared pointed out earlier, the word absolutely.
Here's this one. This one's 4 seconds long.
Ooh.
With the question.
Mm-hmm.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we've got mostly Bobby Mack, mostly Gambo, and then about 2 words from Gannon.
But those 2 words are yeah and absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Do you buy it?
Well, the absolutely is much stronger than the yeah, clearly. Do I buy it? I don't know what I buy. I really don't. I don't know whether this is Jonathan Gannon putting a brave face or if this is Jonathan Gannon who's already been told by Michael Bidwill, you will get another shot. As for his relationship with the Cardinals owner.
A lot, right now though, I understand the question, Cam. I kind of do the same process as I've done the last 2 years. Like I try to take detailed notes, try to have a pulse of what's going on. But you can't let that. I do have to think about the future a little bit, obviously the seat that I'm in, but my focus is really on LA, you know what I mean? And that there'll be a time to look at all that and have those conversations and make changes, you know what I mean? And, to your point, Bob, no one's happy. I'm not happy. The players aren't happy. That through adversity, you got to change, So I got to change and we got to change some things. But we'll get to that.
Well, at least they're deciding to change things in Week 18 of a season where they've won 3
Yeah,
games.
we're doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Insanity.
Yeah, it's insanity. That's exactly right. Sticking with the process is fine as a messaging tool if you're having success. But when you're having absolutely no success with it,
or even
what are you messaging?
Even if the losses they were having were similar to the ones that they had earlier in the year, where it was coming down to the final possession of the game, you could at least say, all right, well, process-wise, they're going through things. They're at least understanding flow of the game, and they're putting themselves in a position to win each and every one of these games.
Right.
Well, they've been blown out 5 times in their last 8 losses now. The process is clearly not the solution.
But they're going to make changes now. It's never too late, even though they're starting to make changes in a week of football that didn't even exist until about 3 years ago.
How about it?
I said this after they lost to Atlanta. I was filling in with Luke that day. And I had said that if Gannon gets kept, then everybody else has to go. And by everybody else, I mean the rest of this coaching staff. Because I haven't seen any sort of positive silver lining from Drew Petzing and his ability to call an offense. They are the only team to have not scored 28 points on the season on offense. The defense.
The only team?
The only
The
team.
Raiders did it? Oh, my God.
I know. Put that into perspective. The Raiders beat the Patriots in Week 1 for crying out loud. The defense has regressed massively, and with a defense that got a lot of attention this offseason with draft capital and free agent spending for it, I don't understand how you can defend anybody else on this roster, on the coaching staff, if Jonathan Gannon is going to be kept. I can't. I can't do it.
I think your logic right there is pretty good. I think that one of the things that's amazing to me is that for 2 years running without putting together a winning record, Jonathan Gannon seemed to not only be building a culture, but building a trust among this fan base. And his popularity, despite the fact that he did not have a winning season the first couple of years, was pretty high. It is really, it is in a state of free fall now, that popularity or lack thereof. And that's the element that I think if you were prone to give Jonathan Gannon another chance because you don't know if you can find somebody better, you don't want to incur more sunken costs and have to pay more coaches to not be coaching.
Yeah.
If there are other reasons outside of football why you are keeping him here, comfort zone, cost containment, that kind of thing, there's going to be a clapback from the fan base. I'm not sure how much that matters because the head coach hasn't sounded like a guy that's got any worry about his future. And it doesn't make sense to people who have watched this football team for the past 8 weeks.
To your point, it could also just be a brave face, right? And Gannon has been very, whenever he's presented with a tough question, he's never been one to over expound, right? It's usually a 1-word or a 2-word response. So there's a chance that, but it's the same thing. It's what? Do you want him to go up there and say, no, I don't expect to be back next year?
Of course.
I've coached
That's true.
terribly.
Yeah.
Like, what else do you want him to say? We're going to sit here. We're not going to believe him by saying, oh, he thinks he's safe. Absolutely, he's safe. But also, just what else is he supposed to say at this point? He knows this season has been bad. He's at least that self-aware. It's just not been good enough, and it's been a far cry from what we saw a year ago.
Well, like you pointed out, the first 5 losses were all hallmarked and bookmarked by, nice try, guys, you almost won. It was right there for you. The last 8 have just been boat races in the wrong direction.
Or up by 10 against the Falcons and then failing to score in the second half.
Or something like that. Right. Jonathan Gannon was asked, has this been your toughest year coaching?
You know, I've been through years like this, not proud of them, you know what I mean? But they happen. I've been on teams that haven't played well. And you learn and you grow, you know what I mean? I've been on, you know, all different parts in my career, even on winning teams, and you suffer a tough loss. There's a lot of growth that comes from that. There's you got to find growth in anything, good and bad. But I just feel like there's no hiding from adversity, you know. There's really not. So you can't, you know, soften the blow any way, shape, or form. And then that can allow you to be like, well, we don't really got to change much, or I don't really have to do this different, or whatever the case may be. I don't really have to study this as much. It forces you to make changes.
All right, so I'm vibing on what you said earlier. If you are going to bring back Jonathan Gannon, you pretty much have to wipe out everybody else. And then what happens? Well, then the GM, Monty Ossenford, probably goes and hands you a couple of new coordinators because he doesn't trust your ability to pick them yourself. And then now maybe the potential successor for Jonathan Gannon is sitting there right next to him in case 2026 begins 0-3, 1-5.
Look, whatever happens.
I'm not a fan of the strategy.
Whatever happens, let's just not see or learn about 5-year contract extensions. You know?
Right.
So how about this? We're giving you the chance to win Verbo Fiesta Bowl tickets on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. And when you hear said code word, you got to text that word to 620-620. And if you're looking for extra chances, check out the YouTube stream right now or go to arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app. There's a little code word in the bottom right corner of the stream. You can text that word as well for extra chances to win.
There you go. Coming up on the other side, did the NFL schedule makers really give it to the Seattle Seahawks? We'll discuss that and other football-related matters. Some hash marks coming up on the other side. Mitch Verelda, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
college. College.
Text the word college to 620-620 right now.
College.
Text college to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and in every classroom I've ever attended, a 92% grade means you have aced the class, and that is the grade grateful patients give QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, as in 92% of the people who visit QC Kinetics walk away feeling very happy they did. What they do at QC Kinetics is they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself by restoring and repairing that damaged joint tissue wherever it is, that damaged joint tissue that is causing you all of those problems. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice now. Once, they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, and I recently completed a 4-round treatment on a real bad case of tennis elbow. Markedly better. That's what QC Kinetics does. They tap into your body's natural ability to heal itself, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. And it's not science fiction. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. Schedule a free appointment at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils Mini Plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, some big things happening in Week 18. There's some big division titles to be settled. There are a couple of marquee matchups, and fans in Seattle, they're wondering how come they couldn't get a break from the NFL. Let me explain. The Seattle Seahawks are taking on the San Francisco 49ers in Santa Clara. It is for all the marbles, not just the NFC West title. It is for the #1 seed in the NFC, which obviously is a pretty big deal. The Seattle Seahawks and the San Francisco 49ers are going to go down on Saturday night. Now, keep in mind, the Seahawks played on Sunday. They played on the East Coast in Carolina. They had to fly back home, and now they're going to have to play on a short week. By contrast, the Ravens and the Steelers are set to play Sunday night, but the Ravens played the Packers last Saturday night. So the Ravens are getting an extra day of rest before their huge showdown with the Steelers, while the Seahawks are getting penalized, if you will. Why the NFL couldn't invert those two, I have no idea.
It also would have just been a better game to watch on Sunday night. Seahawks and Niners as opposed to watching Ravens and Steelers. I get it. They want the fun storyline of winner goes on to the playoffs, loser goes home for the postseason. Like, I get that, but last year, we got an awesome game with the Lions and the Vikings on Sunday night. That was a battle for the #1 seed. Both of those teams are in the playoffs. I don't know why we couldn't get similar for Seahawks and the Niners.
Who won that game, by the way? That Lions-Vikings game.
Yeah. The Lions.
I couldn't remember.
Sam Darnold.
That's,
Maybe they just didn't want Sam Darnold
that's
again.
right. That was the deconstruction of that was the end of the beginning of the end of Sam Darnold in Minnesota. That's right. So I don't know. Listen, I just know that if we were doing a radio station in Seattle this would be a big deal. You would feel like this is bogus.
I think I can hear Mike Sock right now complaining about it.
Now, on the other hand, though, it could work into their favor because they'll have a longer rest before the playoff game.
That's true.
In theory.
If they win, then they get the extra week off.
Right.
Which is a huge
well, no,
advantage.
but even they'll have the extra day off, maybe, if they play next Sunday. Or they play next Saturday and the team they're playing against plays.
But that would only
Sunday.
come into play if they lose the game. Because if they win the game, as Mitch is saying, they're getting a first-round bye.
The whole thing is just a greed. As the technical.
Welcome to American Sports 2025. The whole thing is a greedy, greedo.
Greed. That's a technical.
You have another qualifier?
I wonder, part of it might be because of where New Year's Eve and New Year's Day fall this year, and there'll be no college football playoffs or anything to interfere, that they're stretching this out over the entire weekend instead of actually making it fair and having all the teams play on Sunday.
Remind me, because the NFL likes to go to Saturday games in late December, but in
when college football ends.
But in Week 18, don't they put everybody on Sunday?
I thought so.
So did I.
But they don't. Obviously, there's 2 games on Saturday this week. Yeah.
So they don't do the Thursday game in the final week, and they don't do a Monday game in the final week. So I think that's where they displace those 2 games, is they put them on Saturday.
All right, that makes sense. All right, so last night in the Rams-Falcons game, there are a couple of significant things that come out of that. Not only now do the Rams are in a tricky situation as to where they're at mentally, and Sean McVay announcing that his starters are going to play Week 18 against the Cardinals. What's come to life is the scenario Mitch Ferrell threw out there yesterday, that this showdown between Carolina and Tampa, if Tampa beats Carolina head-to-head, they still might not win the division.
So if Tampa wins, they go to 8-9. The Panthers get to 8-9. Then the Falcons, if they beat the Saints, would also be 8-9. And because of tiebreaker scenarios between those 3 teams, the Panthers would still win the division.
Isn't that unreal?
At 8-9.
Isn't that unbelievable?
So the Falcons can't win the division.
No. They were eliminated a couple of weeks ago, as it turns out.
And there's nothing. Do other games impact that as well?
It's just
like if
those
teams
2
on.
games.
Okay, so it's not like
2.
teams on their record. If they wound up winning, it impacts their strength of schedule.
Yeah.
And
No. I don't think it happens like that, which is weird because I'm looking at the standings right now, and Tampa Bay has the advantage over Atlanta because they have win percentage in common games. But that could change depending on how Week 18 goes. Also, just in general, the last thing we need is an 8-9 football team hosting a playoff game. Like, please.
It's always a bad look. It's always a bad look for the NFL.
Something else I learned, if Tampa Bay wins and if Atlanta loses, meaning Tampa Bay would then win the division, that would be the second time that Todd Bowles has taken an 8-9 team to the playoffs. How does that happen?
Wow. And if Tampa doesn't get in, is that going to be the end of Todd Bowles in Tampa? That's a good question. Because he's been there a while. There have been a couple of times when it seems like he's flirting with a hot seat.
they were 6-2 at one point in this season.
And they were considered Super Bowl caliber at that point in time.
Their collapse, if it wasn't for the Colts, their collapse would be the most sort of epic in the NFL this year, except they still might wind up making the playoffs anyway.
Just don't ask who that one win that they've had since is against. Just don't look it up.
Oops. But you're right, and this shows you how fleeting this year has been in the NFL. There was a time when I thought Daniel Jones was going to make me look prophetic. I thought he was going to be the runaway comeback player of the year. Thought that there was a time when people thought the Colts were Super Bowl caliber.
Absolutely.
That disappeared.
Had multiple times during this year, they had one of the best records in the NFL until they absolutely didn't.
And they were looking like the best team, too. Like, it's one thing to just have a 7-1 start to your season, but they were playing better than most of the teams they were playing.
The first half of the year, you had the Patriots, you had the Colts, and you had the Broncos leading their divisions. And you thought, one of these teams is going to collapse. Is not going to be the best team in the NFL.
Right.
It turned out to be the Colts that fell apart. First, they started to fall apart with Daniel Jones coming down to earth. And then he got injured, and they never won again.
There was a moment and a minute when Baker Mayfield was right at the top of the MVP discussion. That is no longer the case. In fact, there's some people who think last night's game and last night's loss to the Falcons might have cost Matthew Stafford the MVP.
This feels like one of the weaker years for MVP, doesn't it? Maybe it's because the normal Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes aren't like running away with it. But it's what is it? You think it's between Drake May and Matthew Stafford?
Drake May and Matthew Stafford right now.
I mean, Josh Allen certainly. If we're doing it on the game-by-game basis, Josh Allen cost any chance at a comeback or a second consecutive, I should say, with that missed opportunity against the Eagles on Sunday as well. To Jarrett's point, it is kind of a weak field. I think Trevor Lawrence jumped all the way up to third shortest odds to win, but it's at so far away from Stafford and May that it's not even a contest.
And it's not even one of those years where you're like, a couple years ago, Saquon Barkley really deserved it, or Jonathan Taylor the first half of this year we were saying he deserves it. There's not even like a position player that you can make the argument for in sort of a weaker quarterback year.
When I look at Drake May and what he's done, and I look at the level that Matthew Stafford has been at, Matthew Stafford has been the better quarterback. But you look at the results here, and the Rams now are going to be a 5 or a 6 seed. And this is a team that I don't know what the current odds are. Last night, going into that game last night, the Rams, among odds makers, were the best bet from the NFC to make the Super Bowl. In fact, the 3 teams from the NFC ranked among the first 4. Best odds to make the Super Bowl.
People have been, experts have been saying that they're the best team all year. We've done power rankings all week or every single week, and it's always like the Rams are number 1 or the Rams are number 2. And now they might be on the road in either Philly or Chicago or Carolina, if they're lucky.
And one more quick stat that I was going to do for hardware yesterday, but we ran out of time. The only I don't know if maybe you saw the stat. The only quarterbacks in NFL history with consecutive 13-win seasons. The only quarterbacks in NFL history with consecutive 13-win seasons.
I know one of them.
Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre,
and
who's who of NFL quarterbacks, and Sam Darnold. And with 2 different teams.
I was actually kind of bummed out that the Rams lost last night because I really liked the idea of having 3 13-win teams in the NFC. And now that's not going to be the case. Now it might end up as with only.
But the worst team still might be the best team.
It's okay. We could have 2 13-win teams and a 12-win team in the division. That'll make us feel a little bit better.
A little bit. All right, coming up on the other side, I've got 2 statistics that are going to show you that your Phoenix Suns are for real and are legit. You'll hear those next. Mitch Vareldis in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would go offensive line. I'd see if there's a better option than Jacoby Brissett out there, and if I can't get a better option than him, I come back with him. But I got to win football games. It's a really tough spot to be in if they bring back the GM and the coach, which they very well may do. We haven't heard otherwise. There's going to be a mandate to win next year. You're not going to go out there and go 6-11, 7-10, and keep your jobs with another losing season. If you were a new coach and you had 4 years to build this thing up, you might say draft a quarterback. We'll develop the guy. But if the pressure's on you to win right now, the best guy that can help you is an offensive lineman.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When your private student loans go into default, you don't feel very good about things. You feel stuck. You're embarrassed. You feel like you're out of moves at the end of the road. But just know there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget. Not a fantasy budget, but one that you can afford. And they don't ask a million questions. They do it without lecture, without judgment. They're just here to help you start fresh. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. You've got options, and that option, Y-Refi, built for the people who've already been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from card holder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the Cardinals' 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gambo that he absolutely expects to return next season. You could read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the number 1 Arizona Wildcat basketball team finished non-conference play with an undefeated 13-0 record after beating South Dakota State 99-71 last night. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you could still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Mark Williams' absence affect the Suns against the Wizards? We'll be reacting to the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We're getting to the end of 2025. I'm not sure how we all feel about that. Are we happy to put this year in the rearview mirror? What do we think about that?
Not a good sports year.
No.
Unless you count the ASU.
I was going to say the best
the
moment
beginning.
sports-wise of 2025 was the very first day of the year. And since then, it's been...
Seriously.
Oof. Lordy.
That's so funny.
If not for your Wildcats, Jared.
Well, that's it. The very end of the year with the Arizona Wildcats basketball, the very beginning of the year with the ASU football.
Yeah.
Everything in between, including our pro teams.
Well,
not so great.
Well, listen, this revival of the Phoenix Suns is something.
It is a
to
great
be,
story.
You cannot lose sight of the fact that this basketball team was left for dead by most everybody, and in a stunning development, they are very much alive. You raising your hand?
Raising my hand. Look, I had zero high expectations about anything that this team did during the offseason.
I thought they might win 18 games.
I have 30.
And they're already past that.
I looked it up because I was just curious. So last year, they got to win number 19 on January 12th.
Yep.
And it was December 29th that they got it yesterday. January 16th when they got their 20th win. They were also 20-20 at that point in the season.
Wow.
They have a chance to get their 20th win before the year is done.
Yeah, because I brought up the fact I kind of had put that Cleveland game in the loss column already, and you kind of reminded me that Cleveland isn't – they're not that reliable.
They're not consistent.
They're not consistent.
They did beat the Spurs last night, for what it's worth, on the road in San Antonio, but they've just been all over the place. They played really – like, did you watch any of the Christmas game, perchance?
I did.
On Christmas, they played against the Knicks, for those that didn't get a chance to watch it, and the Cavs were up big for most of the game. And then they just absolutely convulsed in the second half.
Convulsed. It's a good word. All right, so
and the Suns also are six games over 500 right now. The Suns of last year, with all the star power, were 6 games over 500 when they were 9-3 on November 12th, and they were never again 6 games over 500.
Gosh.
Yeah. I really would. Wouldn't you love to really know what Kevin Durant thinks when he sees the Suns play? Now, again, I would never think he's wistful. But
I think he only gets the highlights on Twitter, is what I...
If somebody mentions him on Twitter, then he accidentally gets them.
Right.
But if Houston wasn't doing well, then it might be a real sort of knife in the side. But he might just be... He's had his experience moving on from bad situations.
Now, I can tell you who's been having a knife in their side lately is Bradley Beal.
That's a good point, too.
But... That's
because he's always getting surgeries.
Literally. Okay, so I mentioned that there are 2 statistics that really are encouraging about the Phoenix Suns. Let me lay them on you. Number 1, they have just stacked basketball games with 20 or more offensive rebounds in a game. They hadn't done that since 2018. So this idea of we are going to be a team that fights for extra possessions, all the stuff, all the verbiage that came out of Jordan Ott's mouth and Brian Gregory's mouth in the preseason, you actually see it on the basketball court. That's pretty rare. You know, as sports fans, you get used to a lot of the yap, and the teams don't quite ever materialize to what they're being sold as.
And they are not a big team, the Suns. And they're not even an overly athletic team. So they are doing this with effort.
A literal hustle team.
I'm not sure if Kevin Durant has ever had 20 offensive rebounds in a season.
In a season?
I don't know.
I'd like to look at his career numbers.
I'm not sure, man. I know he doesn't pound the glass on the offensive end that much.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. But I'm not here just exclusively to rip KD.
Not exclusively, but just part of it.
You're right. Not exclusively. 20 offensive rebounds in successive games shows a team that is locked in, right? And valuing these possessions to the point where we are going to create multiple opportunities for our offense. That's stat number 1. Stat number 2, this might be even more impressive because we saw how the Suns struggled with inferior opponents last year and for the better part of 2 years. They are now 12-4 against teams that are under 500, which means this is not a basketball team that plays with its food, Mitch. That new sports cliche. Don't play with your food.
How many offensive rebounds do you think Kevin Durant had all of last season with the Suns?
7.
For the gimmick, I'll say 20.
No, he had 23.
Okay.
So you were almost exactly right by saying that the Suns
and he's
already...
a 7-footer. Yeah, but again, I'm not here to just exclusively take shots at Kevin Durant.
But let's squeeze in a couple more before the second is
Why
done.
not?
Can I throw one other stat at you to emphasize your point about the offensive rebounds and getting 20 in consecutive games? They had 23 more shot attempts than the Wizards last night. So, look, if you're trying to win a possession battle, that's a good way to do it, is to give yourself those offensive rebounds, second possession chances. They had, I think it was 23 second chance points in the first half, and the Wizards had none.
23 zip. Yeah, I know. Those are good stats to have. That's the sign of a basketball team that is locked in.
You need marginal stats to win basketball games, especially if you're constructed this way and you're lacking Jalen Green and Grayson Allen, guys that can give you those extra scores for the time being. So they have to win on the margins, and they're very much doing that these last few games.
I'm also, it's going to be interesting about going back to Cleveland because Jordan Knott was obviously famously part of that Cleveland coaching staff over there. I don't think any of us expected Jordan Knott to seamlessly step into the role of head coach in the NBA. Sliding over to the big chair generally is an adjustment for dudes. Jordan Knott, from my vantage point, has had no issues establishing his voice, establishing his authority. Anytime this team has a moment where they're not hustling or they're not doing what they're supposed to, he calls timeout right away. He doesn't let anything linger. You know, some coaches like to we'll let him play through it. We'll let him suffer a little bit.
He seems very mature beyond his years and his experience, don't you think?
Yes.
Like he came in ready to be a head coach.
He understands game flow really well. To your point about the timeouts, he'll just recognize that no, this isn't how I like to play. This isn't how we're going to play.
Yeah,
stop.
That's
Let's get out of here.
Great
Let's move
point.
on.
Great point. Good job by the Phoenix Suns last night. This game against the Cavaliers tomorrow is must-watch television. All right, today's Arizona Sports Character Count Scholarship nominee is Boulder Creek High School senior Joshua Hiverinen. I hope I got that right. Joshua is a sports star at his high school and a leader on the Arizona Bobcats 18 and under club hockey team, but his true passion is helping others through his love of sports. Recently went on a church mission trip to Moldova where travelers hosted less fortunate kids at a sports camp. He also spends his weekends working with junior high students at local churches. He started a manual labor service to help the community and is vice president of the Donuts and Devos Club at the school, which pairs free donuts with Bible devotion every week. After high school, Joshua plans to play hockey and continue to help others at Liberty University in the fall. So congrats to Joshua Hiverinen, and remember, Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating and Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, is looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. All you have to do is text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll return focus to our football team and the futures of their head coach and their coaching staff. Dan Bickley, Mitch Ferraldis, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for three left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown puts the Suns up 9.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Arizona sports fans, your serve this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, every day.
Upgrading your windows indoors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. When can we expect the next domino to fall in the MLB offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, so if you ever wondered what Jared Carlin looked like, have you ever seen this guy? Make sure you check out our YouTube channel. We've got the beardiest edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings you're ever going to see.
We're one of the hairier editions between your hair on your head and our hair on our face.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? And as we like to do, a big shout out to our listeners and our great friends in Surprise.
I'm startled.
Yeah.
Or I'm surprised.
Or you're surprised, exactly. Okay, so I'm not sure anybody was expecting Jonathan Gannon's confidence level or his optimism level, but as you pointed out, Mitch, when you think about it, what exactly is he supposed to say?
Well, I was thinking about that because we're referring to, they asked him on Burns and Gambo, does he expect to be back next year? He said, absolutely. Is he saying that because what else is he going to say? Or is he saying that because that is actually what he was told? Because he actually had these meetings and was now, like, it's become almost a cliche, the dreaded vote of confidence, especially late in the season. So it could mean anything. But is he saying that because he has to say it, or is he saying that because he truly believes it?
We'll know for sure the week of January 5th.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll know if indeed Jonathan Gannon is conducting that final press conference a week from yesterday. After the Rams game, that final Monday, if he's conducting that press conference, he's back. That's basically...
Well, we learned last year you can have a press conference and then get fired a day later.
Yeah, but
some teams
do you think that's going to happen again? I mean, that was such a bad look.
It's the Raiders. What do you expect?
Well, I guess you're right about that.
Look, I think this organization at least has the wherewithal to make decisions with, candor. Would that be the right word to use?
Yeah.
I just think that they have the proper respect for individuals to, if they are going to move on from him, they're not going to drag this out. They're not going to take another extra couple of weeks to make that decision.
All right, so here's what we need to talk about here. Obviously, when you take a look at the Cardinals, their defensive metrics are terrible. Nick Rallis, after looking like a rising rock star as a defensive coordinator, has not played that part this year. The offense, very, very spotty. There are times when it looks like they're rolling, then it's times when they break down, and as you pointed out, they haven't cracked 28 points yet this year. So clearly, the decision makers, the guys who call plays on both sides of the ball, it clearly you need to change that. And I think this coaching staff is screaming for experience. You will not find a coaching staff in the NFL, I would dare say in NFL history, when this regime took over, the amount of zeros next to their name in terms of years of experience in the job they were hired to do.
The funny thing is, though, they now all have 3 full years of experience. So you can't even use that excuse anymore.
Well,
that's like if you hired one of these coaches and they had 3 years of coordinator experience or 3 years of head coaching experience, you'd say, okay, good job. So it's like year one, I understand what you're saying. Like they came in with no experience. That's either an excuse or a mark against them.
Or maybe this staff's failure to do and make the right decisions when it matters is proof that we were not holding them to a high enough standard the first 2 years. Or we really weren't even noticing because all we required them to do was to try hard and play close.
Game flow, I think, is one of the biggest points for me in terms of how good are you as a coaching staff. Like, are you able to, quote-unquote, read the room? And I did plenty of complaining about opening with first down rush attempts when you're down by double-digit scores. You pointed out in particular their 2-minute drill going into the halftime break. It's stuff like that just drives me nuts. When do you use your timeouts? When are you going to adjust your opening script? I mean, that game against Houston when they were down 10-0 before the offense even touches the ball, why even go with your script at that point? At what point do you decide, all right, this clearly we have to play from behind, so let's adjust how we're going to operate instead of just doing the script that we worked on all week? Sometimes you have to ad lib and you just throw out the plan.
I think you can envision a world where Jonathan Gannon has obviously given a lot of autonomy to his coordinators, and he has made it very, very clear he doesn't question them. Right, so he doesn't overrule them. He's let them operate apparently the way they want to operate. Michael Bidwill is also notoriously heavy hands involved. We know that he required to watch film with Cliff Kingsbury every Tuesday night, or was it? Yeah, it was every Tuesday night, and that was when that news broke. We were like, what? But my point is, Michael Bidwill, I think, has spent a lot of time with Jonathan Gannon and probably can get a real good indication as to really, is this guy really a good leader? Could we place all these supporting pieces around him and still have a very good head coach? As I said yesterday, I don't see it. I don't see the stardust in him. I don't see the range. I don't see, enough that would make me go down that road.
And if it was there last year, it's gone now, for sure.
Yeah.
When they got up to the 6-4 record before they hit the bye week, and then they collapsed as they apparently tend to do at these points in the seasons, that was because you had mentioned it. They had lost 18 of the 23 games after that bye week from a year ago.
6-4 coming out of the bye last year. They ended 2-5, squandered a great shot to get to the playoffs, and 3-13 this year. And that's 5 wins and 18 losses in your last 23 games.
They can't blame this year's terrible second half of the season on Kyler Murray.
Nope.
All right, if you want to, now speaking of Kyler Murray, if you want to really make things sticky and weird, consider what Josh Weinfuss reported this morning. Quote, if Bidwill fires Gannon, who has 2 years left on his contract, then the new coach will want to pick his own quarterback. However, there are some around the Cardinals who believe if Bidwill fired both Gannon and Ossenfort, then there's an outside chance the new regime may decide it can run it back with Murray, end quote. Now, that doesn't make one grain of sense to me.
I would think if you're going to be starting over, you're starting over everything, not just half of it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you're going to keep the regime, then you're going to let them decide who the next quarterback is going to be. Like, that seems like the ultimate outcome here. That's what I think is ultimately going to happen. But you can't then bring in a new regime and decide, no, actually, we're good with Kyler. He's going to be what gets us to where we are.
What I was going to say is that clearly this regime, this head coach and coordinators were not a good fit for Kyler Murray. In a sense that we saw when
it was their one job, Jarrett.
Yeah, but their job was to come in and sort of make him more of a pocket passer, make him more of an under center play action kind of a player, and it just didn't really work. So much so that when Jacoby Brissett, the first few games at least when he came in, we said, well, there's the type of quarterback they need.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any scenario where what you proposed could happen, but if it did, that would be, Bidwell or something saying like, okay, we were wrong. We need to find coaches to tailor around Kyler Murray, not the other way around.
But the problem with that is, if you've watched Kyler Murray, the decline is obvious. Number one, he doesn't throw the deep ball the way he used to. He's not nearly as accurate with the deep ball as he once was. And number two, Clayton Adams, who has gained a lot of notoriety on this radio show and in his absence, he recently told Brian Schottenheimer, this is coming out of Dallas, that Kyler Murray doesn't want to run the football anymore. And I think we've all seen that with our eyes.
It's one of the aspects of his game that has kept him afloat,
relevant,
quite frankly. And his ability to move around is what allows him to be outside the pocket, to be able to see downfield, to even find those receivers in the first place. And if he doesn't have that, then what's the point? I think the difference is of why the whole replace the regime but keep the quarterback sounds so outlandish to me is this is year, 7 for Kyler versus this is year 3 for this regime.
Yes.
You've figured out at this point what Kyler Murray is, and you've figured out how high he can go. You shouldn't have to need any more time to figure out what more he can do.
Wow. Yeah, this is something I did not expect to read about the Cardinals and Kyler Murray. I think that's really far-fetched. I think his time here is done.
Well, there's also
I
like
think
the
both
idea.
sides have agreed to it.
There's also the idea about, if they want to try to trade Kyler Murray, they have to sort of put stuff out there like, well, we could keep him. We don't have to trade him.
That's that. Yeah, that's
you know what I mean?
Interesting.
We're still like him a lot. We could go in the next year with him. Why not? Maybe
Josh Rosen's our guy, Jarrett.
Well, that's the other thing. Is like,
Jerry, you remember that guy?
I remember it. Believe me,
Josh Rosen.
I did an entire song. Me and Luke Lipinski did an entire song about about Cliff Kingsbury and Josh Rosen. That was going to be the perfect fit. That was a love connection.
Look, we've learned a lot of things about coach-player connections, right? Rosen and Kingsbury, Frank Vogel and DeAndre Ayton. Those great relationships that we got to witness, those are my favorite. Anyway.
The absolute best. All right, coming up on the other side, Jared Carlin will take us through the Rush Hour reboot. Let's see if he can keep the car on the road. That's coming up next. Mitch Fereldas, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with the new year coming. Great time as a sports fan to upgrade your viewing experience. Lots of huge football games coming down the pike. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance can take your viewing experience to the very next level, and here's why. They'll give you the expertise you will never get from the big box stores. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're going to give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and they will have inventory you will not find anywhere else in the Valley. You will get all that experience, all that expertise, and you will not pay a premium for that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it, and then you can also watch them give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, make sure when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the Cardinals' 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gambo that he absolutely expects to return next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats finished non-conference play with an undefeated 13-0 record after beating South Dakota State last night 99-71. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday. Get $1,000 off all On-X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Bellata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, where we go through the top stories of the day with Dan Bickley and Mitch Vareldis, who is filling in for Vince Marotta. We will start with the Phoenix Suns, who got a big win last night. Not a big win. They beat the Washington Wizards.
They're all big wins, Jared.
They're all big wins when you're trying to make the playoffs. And they move to 19 and 13 overall. Colin Gillespie had 25 points, a really excellent, really efficient game. And he was interviewed after the game on the broadcast. And I'll play the full cut. It's kind of long, but he was interviewed and interrupted a few times by teammates. And I wanted to just show what the sort of chemistry and camaraderie. I wanted to
Play the sound, Jarrett. Play the sound, Ferret.
I mean, when you're playing with guys like Devin Booker, it makes it a lot easier. So my teammates have been finding me.
Guys.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. Again. Oh my God.
Family show.
I don't care. Yeah. My dog. Yeah, I mean, when you got teammates like that, DB, Book.
Mr. Consistent.
Thanks, brother. All right.
That's the new nickname now?
No, that's Dave's Villain Jr., but he's been consistent for us every night, getting us going every single night, every single day. So we appreciate you for your hard work.
Oh, I appreciate that, brother.
Yes, sir.
See you back there. Now, I got great teammates, guys finding me. And then, obviously, Book has a lot of gravity on the floor. I've always said that, and it's good to be playing with him. I can't wait to get Jalen back, too.
All right, so to set the scene, he was being interviewed on the court after the game. First, Jalen Green interrupted him.
No, first Oso Ighodaro came by.
Right, but
then Jalen Green and Jordan Goodwin came by.
And he said, the bleeped out part there. Then eventually, Dylan Brooks came by and called him Mr. Consistency and also Villain Jr. again. The point I want to make is how much really can just great chemistry, how far can that take this team? At a certain point, will the talent catch up to them?
Great question. When you take a look at last year, when Colin Gillespie showed up on the Mike Budenholzer coach team last year, we all knew and watched how he stuck out like a sore thumb, the effort, the intensity. He was the only one playing with his hair on fire, and you're like, that's exactly what we need. More of that guy. And that's exactly how they've kind of built this team. And Colin Gillespie is a heck of a story. This is a guy, quite literally, when he was in high school, he had no offers anywhere, and his dream was to go to the University of Delaware. Who dreams of being a blue hen?
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco ends up.
And my cousin Melissa.
Ends up dropping 42 points in a Philadelphia Catholic League showdown with Jay Wright in attendance. Jay Wright, head coach of Villanova, goes, I want that kid, signs that kid. Now suddenly he's at a big program and he's winning Big East Player of the Year. Doesn't get drafted, spends his early part of his career on two-way contracts, and look at him now. He's a star in the making, man.
He really is.
College national champion, NBA Finals champion as well, and now maybe the reason that the Suns have been able to stay afloat for as long as they've had.
So was that an unfair question then? Is the talent actually better on the Suns than we thought?
Let's at least pump the brakes a tad and understand that they beat an 8-win Pelicans team twice and a 7-win Wizards team here.
Okay, fair points.
If they can hang tough against the likes of, they got the Knicks twice coming up in January.
They got Oklahoma City at home.
They've got Houston
weekend
on the road. Can they get revenge against Memphis? Like, those are the games where I'm going to be watching the closest. And just as importantly, how different does this team look when Jalen Green is back in the fold regularly as opposed to just one game?
To answer your question, Jared, I think this trying hard mentality of the Phoenix Suns is a direct reflection of their chemistry, which means they've got enough talent where they can make things very interesting to beat the kind of teams and do the kind of things Mitch just mentioned. You do have to have the high-end talent helping separate you. So, remains to be seen.
All right, well, stay tuned to that. We played a lot of Jonathan Gannon sound today talking about his future, but Gannon also talked about the future this season of Marvin Harrison Jr. and gave a couple of quick updates on his health.
With Marv, is it not the heel, it's the foot, or is it still the heel?
It's his foot.
And?
Is there any upside to playing him this week because of it?
If he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
And finally?
Yeah, it's his other foot.
It's his other foot.
Good Lord.
Yeah, so it's trending that looks like that he might not play and this season might be over. Feels like kind of a lost season for Marvin Harrison Jr. this year and what we were hoping would be a breakout season. Where do you stand right now on Marvin Harrison Jr. and his future and his ceiling and everything?
I'm very, very, very worried about Marvin Harrison Jr. I saw a lot of softness in his game as a rookie. And we saw him pump up and add a significant amount of muscle to his upper body coming into the season. And that, in my opinion, as I said multiple times, was a young man reacting to a very violent workplace that he was not ready to inhabit. And there were moments early this year where I thought, okay, he's turning into that guy. That last drop touchdown pass that he's had, it's kind of shaken me right to my core because it screams softness by NFL standards.
He's just lacking the fundamentals on a down-to-down basis, it feels like. The Dallas game, he really got to show off because he was beating a terrible corner.
That's right.
But in all of these other games where he's, for Atlanta, they've got some pretty stout corners led by A.J. Terrell. But that catch hit him right on the chest. Like, you can't tell me that you're watching him on a down-to-down and assuming that this guy is the number one receiver of the team. It feels like it's in name only right now.
Well, and there was the illegal formation penalty that was called on him last week where he lined up right next to Trey McBride, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
And that's on Marvin Harrison Jr. You got to be more aware of that kind of stuff. For a number 4 overall pick, that's the context that you have to keep in mind here. I'm very worried about where this is going.
All right, staying in the NFL, just quick NFL news right now. The Phillip Rivers era is over. Riley Leonard will start this week for the Colts.
Mitch is very upset about this, by the way.
But also in the NFL last night, the Rams were surprised, lost to the Atlanta Falcons. Matthew Stafford, how would you describe how you played yesterday?
Poorly. I obviously didn't play well enough. Nothing they did, to be honest with you. Same kind of stuff that they've been doing all year. Just we didn't execute well enough. I obviously didn't play well enough, and that's what it is.
Okay. Despite what their records are, despite how their standings are right now, start, sit, cut for me. Going forward into the playoffs, your belief, start, sit, cut. The NFC West teams, Rams, Seahawks, 49ers. Who is best?
I'll start the Niners. I'll sit the Rams, and I'll cut the Hawks. The Hawks are a little too reliant on their defense right now. I guess you can argue that the Niners are a little too reliant on their offense right now. The Rams, these last 2 weeks, I've just lost the confidence that I had in them for most of this year.
Yeah, I am. That's interesting here. I'm going to start the 49ers because not only my belief in Kyle Shanahan, but just how great Brock Purdy is starting to look.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit the Seahawks because what Mike McDonald and John Schneider have together in Seattle is awesome. And I'm going to cut the Rams only because I don't know how much longer Matthew Stafford's going to do this.
2 weeks ago, a lot of national people, local people were saying the Rams were the best team in the NFL. Forget the NFC West. Now we have them third in the NFC West.
I know.
Anyway, there you go. You have been rebooted.
You've been rowboated. Good job, Jared Carlin. All right, coming up on the other side, there is a story that is consuming college basketball. You ain't going to believe this, but you're going to hear about it next. Mitch Vareldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is college. College. Text the word college to 620-620 right now. College. Text college to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and artificial turf has become all the rage in Arizona, and if a beautiful green, sparkling lawn without the mess and the water bill sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters, great special going on through the end of the year. You still have time. Through the end of December, you can get 15% off all jobs involving artificial turf. This is their best deal of the year, and the turfs at Turf Monsters are absolutely outstanding. They're the highest quality. They're built to stay cool, vibrant, durable year-round, backed by industry-leading warranties. They're pet-friendly, they're kid-safe, they drain fast, and they never get muddy. Also an eco-friendly option that can save you thousands of gallons of water every year. Now, if you're a golfer, Turf Monsters can blend a variety of turfs to create incredible custom-made putting greens. They can also create dog runs, poolside turf, outdoor spaces, perfect for grilling and game days. And once you install that artificial turf, Turf Monsters can take care of the cleaning that will keep your turf smelling great and looking fresh. Find them online online. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonstersaz.com. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Luke. When will the Diamondbacks address their needs at first base and closer? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Mitch Vareldis in for Vinny. There is a story consuming the sport of college basketball that has got everybody on red alert. We brought this up yesterday late in the show, and the situation began when 21-year-old James Nagy, he's a 7-foot player, was granted 4 years of eligibility and declared immediately eligible at Baylor University. And people were like, wait a minute, this kid has already played overseas, and it's true. He was selected 31st in the 2023 NBA draft, nearly a first-round pick, right? And now he's allowed back in college at Baylor. There are stories that Trenton Flowers, who's already scored points in the NBA as a member of the Bulls on a two-way contract, is looking to be a midseason addition in college basketball. Kentucky and Michigan and others reportedly interested in Trenton Flowers. So people are going, what is going on here? Why are we allowing pros to go back to college basketball? The answer is because the NCAA doesn't know what they're doing, and the NCAA is terrified of getting hit with an antitrust lawsuit. So they're granting ridiculous eligibility decisions.
The answer also is, why are you letting pros go back to college basketball? Because college basketball players are now pros.
Making money off of separate opportunities, or even opportunities that they're not allowed
They're
to
essentially
discuss over
getting
the table.
salaries. They're getting salaries and endorsements.
It's become about as as close to a professional league as what the NBA is right now. They're getting closer and closer to that just with the money coming in.
Players are re-signing contracts to stay with schools.
Gosh, it was so weird. USC was like posting, we've re-signed our quarterback for the upcoming football season. What do you mean re-signed? He's just coming back to school.
Insane.
This is just wild just on the surface level.
Yeah.
The fact that he's 21, I think at least less softens the blow for me in terms of, all right, well, he's not some guy that's like coming back at the age of 23 or 24. You know, some of the football players have really extended their career as a result of the extra eligibility waivers and stuff like that. This doesn't bother me as much outside of the fact that he's already played professionally. Like, he fits the age range of some of these players. So I feel like that should be a reason for softening the blow just a little bit. But it is weird. Like, don't get me wrong. I still think it's weird that this is even happening in the first place. And he's not the only one. I think there was a couple of other at the start of the college season that were granted eligibility for this. It's just, it's a wild, wild situation.
Well, the question becomes, when does it stop? Do people now, are they going to stop recruiting high school athletes? What's going to happen to high school basketball players?
If you can get professionals overseas or from the G League, why would you?
You wouldn't?
Why get a 17 or 16-year-old?
John Calipari held a 7-minute rant yesterday on this very subject. This is kind of what it sounded like.
Does anybody care what this is doing for 17 and 18-year-old American kids? Do you know what this opportunity has done for them and their families? There aren't going to be any high school kids. Who other than dumb people like me are going to recruit high school kids? I get so much satisfaction out of coaching young kids and seeing them grow and make it and their family life changes that I'm going to keep doing it. But why would anybody else, if you can get NBA players, G League players, guys that are 28 years old, guys from Europe, the rules be's the rules. So if you put your name in the draft, I don't care if you're from Russia and you stay in the draft, you can't play college basketball. Well, that's only for American kids. What? If your name is in that draft and you got drafted, you can't play because that's our rule. Yeah, but that's only for American kids. Okay, now, here's the next lawsuit. Because what you're saying is, if he's in Europe, we don't have the same rules. What? If he puts his name in the draft, he can't go to college. He left his name in. Well, that's different because he's European. Okay, you're not doing anything with a high school player then. We don't have any jurisdiction over a high school player, do we?
This is unbelievable. There were people stunned when the NCAA granted another year of eligibility to Tyon Grant Foster, who had been through a number of universities, ended up at Grand Canyon, and then got another year at Gonzaga this year.
And I think go through the court system. He was approved literally the start of the season.
Right at the start of the season. And there were people I know who monitor this stuff and work in that realm who thought there's no way they're going to give him more eligibility. But the NCAA, they're granting eligibility to everyone because they don't want those lawsuits.
Now, can I point out the irony that John Calipari is the one ranting on this? Is there a single coach more responsible for sort of the downfall of college basketball than John Calipari at Kentucky when he recruited year after year just a series of one-and-done players?
Well, they came out of high school at least.
But he was the one that sort of started that trend that he would just have 5 new players every single year. And a lot of people point to the one-and-dones as one of the reasons why college basketball lost a lot of popularity.
Now, we're going to talk to Bobby Hurley about this when he joins our program later today. We're going to talk to Bryce Drew about this eventually because Bryce's brother, Scott, is the one who's at the very center of this. Scott Drew is the head coach at Baylor. He's come out and said, listen, I had this star point guard who bailed on me in April for BYU. I was counting on him. I was counting on this guy. What am I going to do? Just lose? And there are a lot of people who are not happy with Scott Drew. Tom Izzo went off on this yesterday. John Calipari, we played some of that sound. I don't know. Is there any adults in college sports anymore?
Probably not.
Or is it all that greedy? What were you saying earlier, Jarrett?
I can't remember the exact technical term. But it's not going to get better.
Here's what Izzo said, by the way. Quote, "I do not know anything about it. I cannot believe this was sprung on us. And if it was done earlier and I didn't know about it, then shame on me. But my compliance officer didn't know. There are people in this league that didn't know. The NCAA has got to regroup." Just goes to show you how ridiculous people that are in power make decisions. I'm not really excited about the NCAA or who's making these decisions without talking to us. They're just letting it go because they're afraid they're going to get sued, close quote.
Yeah, see, that is continuing to be the theme here. Another basketball coach yesterday, I forget who it was, he said the NCAA doesn't know whether they're on foot or on horseback. That's how clueless they happen to be. That's crazy.
I think just as much as an issue, as Jared has pointed out, is like a lot of these guys, they're not amateurs anymore. Whereas before it's all amateurism because nobody's getting paid and you have to go through the proper channels in order to even go to a collegiate university. Now, because everybody is getting paid, you can just kind of you can throw a contract at somebody. And James Nagy, who was in the trade for Karl Anthony Towns last year, can just go to university for the first time. That's
unbelievable.
It's crazy.
It is.
I have my reasons as to why, I'm at least intrigued by it, especially because Baylor is in the Big 12, so they will be playing Arizona and Arizona State this year.
Right.
But man, it's just wild. And I can't wait to see which next coach is the one that dips their toes into this water.
And who's the next player that, okay, this pro thing isn't really working for me now. Let me go back, make more money in college, try to regenerate my draft status.
But it's adapt or die, though.
Uh-huh.
So John Calipari is one of those old school coaches, and we saw it happen in college football with Nick Saban and others, where they just the evolving landscape wasn't for them anymore.
Uh-huh.
Maybe this is just not the way things are anymore. I mean, John Calipari was sort of an innovator of the newer style of college basketball with the one and dones, but now that's not even the new style of college basketball. So maybe he's just a dinosaur.
Do you remember way back when, I think it was 2018, maybe 2019, before the Suns got good, remember how hopelessly young they were, how there was a college team in the Final Four that was older than the Phoenix Suns? Do you remember that? That was a thing. That might become very commonplace if this continues, where college basketball teams are older than NBA teams.
Right. And a few years ago, it was, the Final Four teams were all 18-year-olds, all freshmen one and dones. Now it's going to be all 28-year-olds.
This is madness, man. All right, coming up on the other side, we're at the halfway point of today's show. You know what's next, the Bickley Blast. Fire! Stick around, we're back right after this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The reason that a lot of us were impressed by what Jacoby Brissett did was he had 1 second to throw on every play. Like you're saying, he'd been standing there in the pocket, and that pocket was collapsing instantly. It's not like their offensive line was the best in football last year, but it was a lot better. That year when Kyler had that monster first half, when he was getting MVP consideration in the first half, it's not like he was behind 5 Hall of Famers on the offensive line, but it was better than this. He had a lot more to work with than the Cardinals had to work with in the second half of the season. And that's where the injuries come into play. I get it. It's also, though, the offensive line wasn't good even when it was healthy this season outside of Paris Johnson.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So here's a real-life story of why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And when I talk about a real-life story, I'm talking about my real-life story. Not that long ago, I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. To my surprise, a live person answered the phone. I later learned a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, no matter what time you called. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. That was incredibly impressive to me, but that's what Parker & Sons does. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days, and they will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. They're also reputable and highly decorated, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're also trustworthy and credible, and all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks. They've all passed drug tests. They are the company you can feel safe letting in your front door. All you have to do, call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Celebrate the season with the most colorful day of the year. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl Parade presented by Lerner & Rowe on January 3rd in Central Phoenix. You'll see Valley Pride on full display with giant balloons, show-stopping floats, non-stop music, and the kind of feel-good energy that happens when the entire city comes together. Start 2026 with joy. Join us on January 3rd and learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org. Viva Fiesta.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close out their road trip tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the team's 8th loss in a row and told Burns & Gambo that he absolutely expects to return to the Cardinals next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats finished non-conference play with an undefeated 13-0 record after beating South Dakota State 99-71 last night. That is what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Kyler Murray hasn't played football for the Cardinals since leading the team to its worst loss in franchise history. His time in Arizona is just about finished, but his impact on the organization still lingers, and that is because I believe Jonathan Gannon might be getting a mulligan for trying so hard to make it work with Murray, and I believe General Manager Monty Ossenfort will ultimately be rewarded for successfully transitioning out of the Kyler Murray era. And for Ossenfort, the first step was signing Jacoby Brissett to a very manageable 2-year contract, bringing in a serviceable, competent placeholder. And if Ossenfort can successfully trade Murray for actual assets in the offseason, he will have wiggled out of Murray's contract that would have rewarded a declining and polarizing quarterback for 3 more years. Now, given Michael Bidwill's history with Murray's agent, given the infamous study clause, the struggles to get Murray under center, the struggles to get him to run the ball like he did early in his career, and this recent episode where he went from practicing for an impending return to the IR overnight, I'm sure this is the best gift the general manager could give the owner other than a playoff berth, because we won't be seeing one of those anytime soon. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, I think, and I understand that, Kellen. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, we're going to trust our process. Well, the process ain't getting you results, so what are you doing? You know what I mean? And I understand that, and I'll be the first to tell you, through adversity, there is beauty from adversity. You got to do a deep dive and change, and that's the first thing I'm going to look at as we get into the off season. Is I take the arrow in the forehead first with no excuses. And there's a lot of layers to what goes on throughout a season, right? But that's not going to soften the blow. Is I'm going to have to change some things that we're doing. There's no doubt about it. And then you got to pick out the right things that make the most impact to translate to wins, So I have to change, and we got to change. That's obvious through the last 3 years here, and specifically this season, we have not gotten the results we wanted, and we got to do a better job.
If I can change.
You quoting the line?
Yeah, we must have been for that.
We can all change. Yeah, so that cut given to the Burns and Gambo show to Kellen Olson, that was not at all sounding like a head coach who's worried or a head coach who's putting on a brave face. Now, again, it might just be projection and posturing, talking about what I'm going to do in the offseason. I'm going to do deep dives here, and we're going to change up things because clearly it's not working. I do think there's an alternate world where getting off of this Kyler Murray era successfully means enough to Michael Bidwill to give this whole regime, well, maybe not the whole regime, but the head coach and the GM another chance. And you've got to be intuitive here about what we've been watching with Kyler Murray. The foot injury that he suffered, that was early October?
The 5th week of the season.
The 5th week of the season. Here we are at the end of a calendar year. We've actually seen him on a practice field working out adjacent to Jacoby Brissett, and then suddenly Jonathan Gannon made an appearance on Burns and Gambo and said, you know what, Jacoby Brissett would be starting the Seattle game regardless. And then the next day, Kyler Murray's on IR.
The timeline is still really bothersome to me, where they wouldn't put him on injured reserve for the first few weeks, right? And then after the Dallas win, they were ready to just declare that Kyler was still not healthy enough for that game. They only had 6 days to prepare, right, before Seattle. And then a couple days later, he's on injured reserve.
Right.
It's like, how healthy was he actually? I don't think they ever made that really clear to us.
Yeah, and there's a lot of questions that are being asked. Did Kyler Murray find out that he was benched and say, okay, you know what? Screw you guys. I'm not feeling good.
I'm going home.
I'm going home. That's right. That's exactly what people think might have gone down here. And they might have come to a meeting of the minds and said, listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to indulge you. You do not need to come back and play football for us this year. We will have a amicable parting of the ways. You will not talk bad about us, and we will not talk bad about you. Right?
That's the simple way to do it. And by all accounts, everything that we've heard that's either been said into an interview or said into a microphone has never been a bad word or an ill word about Kyler Murray in any way, shape, or form.
Not at all.
You could say the same thing about what's going on in Miami, too. Although that one was pretty clear, like straightforward face. We're done.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
Right.
And
I'm
they both
interested
accepted that.
to see what the answer would be if somebody said, now, okay, Jonathan Gannon, you expect to be back? Absolutely. So if you're back next year, is Kyler Murray going to be your quarterback? What would he say?
We'll see.
But again, this is something that last time Monty Ossenfort was on this radio station, he was asked by John Lund, "What are you doing with your quarterbacks?" And they're doing this performative dance when we already know kind of what's going on here. And so it's duplicitous and it's disingenuous, yet I guess it's serving a purpose.
So you said that maybe they would stay with Monty and some of the regime if they do a successful exit from the Kyler Murray era.
I would see a world where Michael Bidwill would go, yes, you get that done. You get this contract off my books. You get this player out of my room. We're good. You will be rewarded for that. Okay. Yes, I believe that's a possibility.
So that's what I was going to ask. What does a successful exit from this era look like?
So here's the question. We know that there's a date coming up in March where
the new league year begins, right?
Exactly. That Kyler Murray is either going to have to be dealt or cut at that point in time. The question becomes, will there be enough of a market? Will there be enough teams that want Kyler Murray that some team will actually trade assets to the Cardinals for him? Or will they all go, they've got no nerve. They're not keeping him. Why give up anything? He's going to be on the free market. And at that point in time, Eric Burkhardt, his agent, if he's still his agent, you would think he'd be negotiating with teams on the down low, and you know exactly where you want to go, and you get word out to the rest of the NFL teams, he ain't signing with you, he ain't signing with you. Or is part of the agreement, if there is one, you'll allow us to trade you to a destination of your liking.
I'm interested to see what the fan base would think if you just released Kyler Murray and got nothing.
They might have to.
Because there are plenty of fans that think that it's time to move on from Kyler Murray. But it's not like he has been absolutely horrible. And it's also not like he's been an absolute cancer in the locker room and making comments and all this stuff. So the fact that you could release him without getting anything in return would be interesting to see how the fan base reacts to that.
Listen, I agree with that. And I'm curious to see how that would play in terms of the futures of what we're talking about. But I do think that going into this year, there was the reckoning that if this doesn't work with Kyler Murray in year 7, we have to go in another direction. Do you know how hard that is to do from scratch? And so I think that Monty Ossenfort, maybe down the road, the one thing that they'll really cheer for him is the signing of Jacoby Brissett, which allows you to be competitive with a quarterback who can do the job, if not great all the time, some of the time. And then while you're doing that, groom the quarterback. But you've got to nail all those pieces at the same time. But at least you've got a pathway out of this.
Either that or be competitive enough, but still lose enough games to get an even more tantalizing quarterback option in the next draft if you don't like any of the options here.
This is all craziness, man.
There's also a wacky scenario, and it was shouts to Lauren, the producer of Burns & Gambo, for bringing up this idea. There's a chance that Kyler Murray, if he plays on a new team next year, one of those QB-needy teams, might be playing the Cardinals next year.
Oh, yeah.
Because they play against the Raiders.
Yes, they do.
They're going to play against the
Vikings.
The worst team in the North. Maybe the Vikings make a change.
Uh-huh.
They're going to play against the worst team in the AFC East, the Jets. Maybe he ends up there. And then there's the really wackadoo scenario where, to your point, what if Matthew Stafford calls it a career?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Look, I've had this conversation with so many people. There are a lot of people who are afraid that Kyler Murray is going to go somewhere else and somebody else is going to design an offense that turns him into Lamar Jackson. My thing with that is Kyler Murray, just his inability to stay in the pocket. You would have to design an offense that has the offensive line running free in space and receiver. It's just impossible to do.
He already played with that coach. He played with Cliff Kingsbury. And at times, he looked like Lamar Jackson.
At times.
At times only, though.
Yeah.
Like 11 times when they won 11 games in a season.
So if you're asking yourself, how does a head coach who might end up with a 15-50 record, career record, which is the 7th worst in NFL history based on winning percentage for anyone who's coached at least 50 games, how does that guy get a year 4?
He's going to have two of the worst seasons on franchise record. 2 in 3 seasons. And he might have the most.
Wow.
All
right, we're going to get an outside perspective on the other side. Omar Ruiz, our friend from the NFL Network, will join us. Mitch Ferraldez, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101, the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, so I've got a whole file of success stories for Life Changer Loan from grateful clients who did not believe something so awesome exists. This might be my favorite story of all, the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payment left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to the Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer Loan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. Obviously, it gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth free of debt, while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, Life Changer Loan, it is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you are not a good fit, but give them a call, because if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Hey, it's Gamble. When can we expect the next domino to fall in the MLB offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Mitch Vereldes in for Vinny. I am Dan Bickley. Big shout out to our listeners and great friends in the city of Anthem. And our great pleasure to welcome in our next guest, our good friend from the NFL Network. He is Omar Ruiz. Hello, Omar. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Happy holidays and early Happy New Year to you guys. Always fun to be on, and can't wait to have this chat.
How about it? All right, so let's cut to the chase in terms of what Cardinal fans are fixating on. This might go down as the worst loss statistically in Cardinals history, and a lot of people are wondering, how does a head coach keep his job under these circumstances? What do you think about the rumors surrounding Jonathan Gannon?
It's wild, considering how much hope, how much optimism this season carried in. And I think the thing that's confounding to me as I reflect back on the season and really just kind of watching the games, seeing the stats week after week after week was one of the hallmarks of the Jonathan Gannon era that, you know, we as media members, as observers kind of hung our hat on with this program is how hard these guys played and how even though they were so outmanned the first year especially, even the second year, they were able to compete. They were able to stay in games. They fought tooth and nail. And now, you know, they're giving up 40-plus points, you know, every other week. And it seems just the wind is from their sails. And so, you know, those are the kind of recipes that you usually see teams move on, you know, from leadership positions. I always thought Gannon was a really good coach. I thought he connected with the team. I thought he was a good strategist and manager, and all he needed was the talent. There was improved talent. The results didn't follow. Yes, there's injuries, but it's hard to make that case when you just look elsewhere in the division at San Francisco and all the big superstars they're missing.
Right.
And not only are they competing still, even without their starting quarterback, but they're winning games. And I think, you know, when you look at Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, great coaches, yes, they're finding ways to win. The Cardinals have not done that, and ultimately that's the name of the game.
That's what I was going to ask, is like looking ahead even into as soon as next year, just how daunting of a task has all of a sudden turning around this program become, given that there's a likelihood of 2 13-win teams in this division and potentially 2 12. Like there's a lot of wins going around at the top of the division for going into next year.
Yeah, it's extremely tough, and I think as long as Stafford is playing the way he's playing, and I think the way Mike McDonald, I think Sam Darnold's having a great year. I think he's a good quarterback, but I think the way that team is built, you know, there's probably a lot of good quarterbacks that could succeed there right now. So I don't think they're going anywhere, and as long as Shanahan and Lynch are running the show in San Francisco, I think they're going to be a powerhouse. So it's kind of like, yeah, you look at where the Cardinals are at in the standings, and I think, you know, you kind of look at that organization multifacetedly, you know, in terms of the letdown this year. You talk about, you know, the instability at quarterback, you know, with Kyler getting hurt and putting Jacoby Brissett, and how they ticked up better with Brissett, you know, leading the offense, but not overwhelmingly so. So, you know, you kind of have that, and then all the injuries, yes. And then you're hoping that, you know, some of these draft picks, these rookies kind of shine, or some of the other players, you know, that are younger are getting developed, and you just don't see that across the board, at least that translating to wins. And so when you kind of take all that into consideration, it does seem daunting going into 2026. But as we've all seen, how quickly things can change. You talk about, you know, Bo Nix and Drake May and some of these other programs around the NFL. They get that good, young, dynamic quarterback, and everything changes in a hurry. So, you know, as seemingly daunting as the turnaround is, things can change quickly in the NFL.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And one of those kids would be Malik Willis, who put a lot of good stuff on tape in that Ravens-Packers game when he subbed out for Jordan Love. I'm curious, if you were the Cardinals, would you look at Malik Willis? Would that be fool's gold? And do you think on the flip side, they're going to find a trade partner for Kyler Murray? Or do you think the rest of the league, knowing what's gone down, is just going to force the Cardinals' hand and make them release him?
I think it's hard to find a trade partner at that salary. I think maybe they could find a trade partner if they eat a lot of the money. I think that's a possibility. I don't think it's fool's gold to look at Malik Willis. I think at this point, everything should be on the table in terms of how to get that position better, and obviously a necessity there. Maybe Cardinals fans don't want to hear this. I'm of the belief that if you're just kind of tear it down in terms of the quarterback position, that just draft one, mold one, develop one. It's easy to like what we saw with Malik Willis. I think it's real. I think Matt LaFleur is a heck of a coach, a good developer of quarterbacks. We've seen him win with Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love and now Malik Willis. But I always think of when I think of Matt Flynn, he had that great game for Green Bay, coincidentally, and then goes to Seattle, gets beaten out by Russell Wilson, and kind of when you see guys that have had a couple years in the league and they flash for a little bit, how sustainable that is. I'm not so sure about that, but again, I think every option should be on the table for the Cardinals and rebuilding the quarterback room if truly once and for all they move on from Kyler Murray.
Omar, you've watched NFL football for several years. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the volatility it feels like we've seen in the league this year, where I think we're going to have up to 6 new playoff teams this season. We've gotten so much flipping and flopping in terms of who's the best team in the NFL this year, and we're going to have a playoffs without the Lions or the Chiefs, who were the 1 seeds a year ago. Just how weird has this season been in comparison to some of the others you've seen?
Yeah, it's truly bizarre, and there's an outside chance that, or maybe not even an outside, a likely chance that Baltimore misses the playoffs. So you have, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, all out of the playoffs this year. You mentioned Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. It has been bizarre, but that's the NFL's goal, right? The parity is by design, and I think what you're seeing is excitement in places like Denver and Jacksonville and even New England, even though it hasn't been that long since they were good. But, the regeneration of excitement for a lot of these teams, a lot of these markets, and that's what the NFL wants. And but it is bizarre in terms of, these big franchise MVP Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks not getting to the playoffs. It kind of reminds me of kind of late career Drew Brees, where, here's this guy with Sean Payton. They were 7-9 every year until they kind of, regrouped and turned it around with the Alvin Kamara era and they started going to the playoffs again. But it is bizarre in this day and age in the NFL when you have one of these dominant quarterbacks and you're outside of the postseason. That's bizarre to me in and of itself.
Last question, Omar. You take a look at the Rams, and prior to last night, Matthew Stafford was a front runner for the MVP, had a phenomenal season. The 49ers, we all know what Kyle Shanahan's capable of, and Brock Purdy looks like he's rounding into a great form. And then the Seahawks, what they've got with Mike McDonald and John Schneider really feels like it's something special. How do you rate these franchises going forward, and how do you frame up the challenges that are going to apply to the Cardinals, given the level of your competition in this division?
Well, I think it has to go with the quarterback, and kind of, that's where it starts, and usually that's how it ends, for NFL teams. And I think you mentioned Matthew Stafford, the MVP caliber. I think Brock Purdy, we saw in 2023, can play like an MVP caliber quarterback and lead a team to the Super Bowl. And Sam Darnold, the first quarterback in history to go 13 plus wins in back-to-back seasons for 2 different teams. So I mean, we could talk about the flukiness of the Minnesota year all we want, but he backed it up by going to Seattle, and we'll see if that translates to postseason success this year. But you talk about the stability at quarterback in the NFC West right now, and that's why they're so good, because they've gotten great quarterback play. And I don't think the 49ers are going to see that drop anytime soon with Purdy. I mean, he's shown the last couple weeks just how good he really is and how he was able to get that huge contract despite so many people still having their doubts and calling him a game manager. I think maybe the last couple of weeks might have erased that. But yeah, you're only as good as the quarterback's going to take you, unless you build one of these historically strong defenses. But it seems like the Cardinals are farther away from that than getting a good quarterback and rebuilding around that.
All right, keep up the great work, Omar. Thank you as usual for your time. Always appreciate it.
All right, fellas. Talk to you next time.
Thanks,
you, Omar.
Omar Ruiz from the NFL Network. Great guy, does a great job on the NFL Network. All right, on the other side, the post-game scene was again something super cool last night for the Phoenix Suns. What does it all mean about their chemistry? We'll explore. Stick around. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Suns keep up tireless effort on the glass to beat the Wizards. Larry Fitzgerald named a finalist for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. And Jonathan Gannon absolutely expects to return as Cardinals coach in 2026. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their 4th game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dillon Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moved to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the Cardinals' 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gambo that he absolutely expects to return next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats finished non-conference play with an undefeated 13-0 record after beating South Dakota State 99-71 last night. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did the Phoenix Suns keep their hot streak going in D.C.? We'll discuss the game starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Bursey, what's going on?
I got to know because I haven't seen Burnsy in like a week and a
Yeah,
half.
how about that? Yeah, that's right. Burnsy's on vacation.
He'll be back next
I'm
week.
supposed to have holiday drinks with him some point this week.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. Clink.
Gin and tonic, perhaps?
Yeah, that's him. You know him pretty well.
Just a bit.
All right, the Phoenix Suns, they now have a 4-game winning streak. They are now 6 games over 500. They've got a game against the Cavaliers tomorrow afternoon. If this team can beat the Cavaliers tomorrow, they will have 20 victories before the calendar year 2026, which is mind-blowing to me. It's really, you can't forget or take for granted what we're watching versus what we thought we were going to be watching. And it's quite stunning. A lot of smart basketball people really didn't see a path for this basketball team. And sure enough, boom, you end up with Dillon Brooks and you end up with Colin Gillespie and you end up with Jordan Knott and Devin Booker. And suddenly you've got something that is very, very much real. So that is pretty cool.
It goes both ways, apparently. I don't know if you remember, there was Kevin O'Connor, who's with Yahoo Sports.
Mm-hmm.
He was on with Burns and Gambo last year, and he was one of the people that was pining for the version of the Suns that had just hired Mike Budenholzer, that had just signed Tyus Jones. They were pining in the 50, like high 50 win margin, and they got to 36. So it goes both ways. Like sometimes we go way too far ahead of the idea of how good a basketball team can be, and sometimes we are way too conservative with how it can be, and this year we were the conservative type.
All right, so what's really been interesting about this is after Suns victories now, watching Amanda Pflugrad interview a Suns player, because that Suns player she is interviewing is very likely to get photobombed and interrupted by very joyous teammates. It happened the other night when Dillon Brooks was the interviewee, and it happened again last night when Colin Gillespie was conducting the post-game interview. First, Oso came by and just kind of was friendly. Then Jalen Green and Jordan Goodwin dropped by. Jalen Green went blue, drawing an "oh my God" from Colin Gillespie, right? And then Dillon Brooks comes over and grabs the microphone. He calls him Mr. Consistent. And there were many thoughts that went through my head, because this is twice now in as many games as I saw this same thing happen with basically the same core group of guys.
The fun
Dillon
guys,
Brooks,
if you will.
Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin. Okay, yes.
The Valley Boys Part 2? Is that what you're feeling?
Yes. Now, you never see Devin Booker yucking it up, because that just isn't who Devin Booker is.
Which is fine, I think.
Well, in the
personally.
original Valley Boys, you know, of
Kelly Oubre, Tyler Johnson, my goodness.
Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, like
Well,
later on, and Campaign. Devin Booker wasn't really a part of that either.
He wasn't part of that either. Yeah,
it's just not in his personality, but it doesn't mean that the rest of the team having that kind of fun, having that kind of chemistry isn't good for Devin Booker.
It's a very smart point you made, Jared. I can't believe I'm telling you that, but that's a very smart point, because it's very, very true that when the Twins were doing all the goofy stuff they were doing, dancing with fans, dancing pregame, Devin Booker never wanted any part of that. He was like, okay, you guys knock yourselves out.
The pregame dancing, like you said, and half-court shots and all the two Cams and Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
Devin Booker wasn't a part of that.
Booker. It's not Devin Booker at all. So, again, though, 2 nights ago, it became clear to me that it's everything we feel about the Phoenix Suns. This is Dillon Brooks' team, and by that, this is not an inflammatory statement. This is not a knock on Devin Booker. It's just he's the guy that's leading this train. He's the guy that other young dudes are following. Devin Booker is who Devin Booker is.
It doesn't mean Devin Booker is not still the best player.
That's right. But this is Dillon Brooks' team. He's setting the vibe, and people are feeding on his energy and all that. And last night was further proof of that. What I thought was so cool. Oh, by the way, let's just play this again because this is what that whole deal sounded like if you wanted to hear it.
I mean, when you're playing with guys like Devin Booker, it makes it a lot easier. So my teammates have been finding me.
Guys.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God.
Family show.
I don't care. Yeah. My dog. Yeah, I mean, when you got teammates like that, DB, Book.
Mr. Consistent.
Thanks, brother. All right.
Is that's the new nickname now?
No, that's Dave's Billin Jr., but he's been consistent for us every night, getting us going every single night, every single day. So we appreciate you for your hard work.
Oh, I appreciate that, brother. Yes, sir. See you back there. Now, I got great teammates, guys finding me. And then, obviously, Book has a lot of gravity on the floor. I've always said that, and it's good to be playing with him. I can't wait to get Jalen back, too.
All right, so here's the point that I wanted to make. This is what I really love about Colin Gillespie because he came up and he was part of the group that kind of photobombed Dillon Brooks when Dillon was the post-game interviewee a few nights ago. And then he was the guy, and then the same crew came up and loved up on him. He specifically mentioned Devin Booker twice, once at the very beginning of that cut and once at the end of the cut. And that's kind of a guy that's obviously clearly aware that you don't want the wrong messages being sent. Like, hey, we're the ones having all the fun, and Devin's not really part of this, and he's kind of the odd man out in this group. You know what I mean? Colin Gillespie obviously was making sure to give Devin Booker his props.
Because I think it's fair to say that even though Devin Booker didn't have the most pleasing stat line to look at last night, the general gravity that Devin Booker can create has allowed a majority of some of the open shots that we got to see yesterday. It's what
no doubt.
It's what allows Colin Gillespie to be able to shoot open from 3. It's what allows Dillon Brooks to be able to go one-on-one against an inferior defender, right? He's allowed this team and these role players, not to diminish their roles on this team, but he's allowed these role players to really flourish and help this team get to where they have gotten to so far this year.
No doubt. One of the things that was really cool about last night's game is just watching Jordan Goodwin, and this player that has returned to Phoenix came here from the Wizards with Bradley Beal, and he was kind of Bradley's guy. So it was kind of like, okay, this is a comfort thing for Bradley Beal, bringing one of his favorite teammates. Jordan Goodwin, and not only did he have a bunch of cleanup baskets last night, knocked down a big 3, scored in double figures in the first half. Who would have thought?
It's amazing. The guy left looking like Goodwin, and he came back looking like Jordan.
Do you have a BuzzFeed you want to read, Mitch, for Elvis?
I mean, I guess so. Not to over promote other shows, but Burns and Gambo are doing something cool on January 9th. Their entire show is going to take place at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. They're going to wrap up the fantasy season in style, really the football season.
Are you going to be presented with your championship belt then?
I don't know. I can't be there that day, so we gotta.
I'll get it for you.
There you go. That's it. Go pick it up.
Oh, you're
for him.
so funny. Come hang out with the guys, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the Waste Management Phoenix Open because, as you know, it's right outside the window. You can look at it right then and there. There you go, Vic.
So, thank you very much, Mitch. Yeah, and for those who don't know, Jarrett Carlin went into last night playing for the fantasy football belt of his dreams.
For our show, we did a fantasy league where it was the 4 of us, not Vince, Dan, Sammy, and myself, and then 8 listeners. I had a very mediocre year, but I snuck into the playoffs, got all the way to the championship game, competing for a championship WWE-style belt, only to have Bijan Robinson have 40 points last night against me.
Your dreams were dashed. All right,
Mikey
coming up on the other
YouTube
side,
chat
our
voting.
weekly visit with Arizona State head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. Stick around. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
college. College.
Text the word college to 620-620 right now.
College.
Text college to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
You've seen him on billboards, Valley buses, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very serious. And if you're ever hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all the trial experience their attorneys have give them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in America. And remember, having the right attorney on your side is essential. It can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Do not settle for less. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at MultiPro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call MultiPro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford Dealers.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Mitch Vareldes filling in for Vinny. Our great pleasure to welcome in our next guest for his weekly visit, Bobby Hurley, head basketball coach at ASU. Good morning, Bobby. How are ya?
Good
Good morning, guys. Hope you had a great holiday.
Likewise. Now, you and your basketball team seem to be having a great non-conference heading into Big 12 play, and then you got tripped up against Oregon State, and you've had a lot of time probably to stew on that, correct some issues.
Yeah.
What went wrong against Oregon State, and what have you had to work on since?
Well, I mean, we have not shot the ball well, and that was going into the UCLA game. We were 17th in the country in three-point shooting and percentages and that kind of thing. And in those last two games, the UCLA game on the road and the Oregon State game at home, I think we were 8 of 45 combined in both of those games from distance. So, you know, our offense certainly didn't help. I felt like we got up 11 and with about 8 or 9 minutes to go in the Oregon State game. And we just had several possessions where we shot too quickly. Think about 3 straight. We took 3 early threes, didn't connect on any of them, and then proceeded to kind of foul Oregon State a lot, put them on the free throw line. So we never were able to utilize the clock and really, you know, put them away. And we let them hang around. And to their credit, they probably played the best game of the season. Now it's tough to lose 2 in a row, especially with all the good work that we had done in the non-conference. But, you know, we got to make up for it now.
I'm curious about offensively speaking. I know Mo Odom is kind of the leader when it comes to the shot taking and just kind of running the offense on that side of things. I'm curious about how you feel about how Masamba Diop has been used in his role in the offense for you, Bobby.
Well, I think he's a developing player, and we would hope as the season progresses, he would have more influence, you know, get more touches. We got to, you know, creatively find ways to get him the basketball. His percentages have been excellent. You know, he's got a good touch, and you know, he's a guy that's got great size. So we got to try and take advantage of that. I think that was kind of the message in terms of our shooting and going 8 for 45 in those 2 games. The quality of our threes have to get better. We got to get more inside out. You know, we need to get some offensive rebound kickouts for threes and try and, you know, take more quality type shots. But certainly getting Masamba more involved is definitely a priority for us.
All right, so rebounding has been an issue here and there throughout the season. What is it primarily? Is it guys not getting a body on the right guys? Is it tenacity? Is it awareness? How do you solve that problem once and for all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. It's just it's been an enigma for us. You know, in our best games when we beat Oklahoma, you know, decisively, we did a great job of rebounding and rim protecting, blocking shots, and it's been really up and down for us. We're going to be relentless as coaching and as a staff in practice to you know, focus on that. You know, there are drills every day that we're doing that, you know, rebounding is very important because you know, the Big 12 is a very physical league, and you know, there's teams with great size and interior play. So we got to really make a big jump, you know, between now heading into the Big 12.
Just 4 conference wins, if I'm not mistaken, from a season ago in the first year in the Big 12. This conference it doesn't seem that much easier when you're looking at it on paper. I think it's 6 teams that are in the AP top 25 right now. How do you view this conference going into conference play starting next week or the end of this week?
Well, I mean, if you look at it that way, it might make you nervous. And you might be real hesitant about it starting. But
yeah,
I kind of look at it the other way in that there's a lot of opportunities. You know, we had a solid non-conference. Our numbers dropped a little bit after losing to Oregon State. But we beat Texas, we beat Oklahoma, we beat Santa Clara. That's, you know, had some quality wins. So we have some good wins on our resume. Our record is still good. You know, we're 0-0 now, and we have to find a way to be really competitive because we've done enough work in the non-conference. And with the difficulty of our league, if we could, you know, win some of those games and be in the top half of the league, we'd have a very good chance to be an NCAA tournament team.
All right, so the story of the day in college basketball, one of your colleagues in the Big 12, Scott Drew, the head coach of Baylor, successfully recruited a 7-footer in James Najee, who's already completed overseas, who already was selected in the NBA draft. And this is starting to become a thing, this free eligibility that's being handed out by the NCAA. What do you make of all of this, Bobby?
Well, I mean, people have used words like the wild, wild west and different things. I mean, it's kind of true. We, as a staff, weren't aware that people were able to do that and programs were. And I think Santa Clara really was the first program to do this a while back and, kind of opened the door for these other schools that have now done it. I mean, Baylor's taken a hit for this, but, I mean, there have been a number of other schools that have gone to not only the G League, but guys that have played professionally. So I don't think it's just a Baylor issue, but you have to do I agree with Scott Drew. You have to do what's in your program's best interest to try and get better and give yourself the best chance to win, as long as it's within the rules that are presently being followed, I guess. I mean, I don't know what the rules even are actually at times. So there's got to be some uniformity to what's happening in the NCAA right now.
But the fact that these are all kind of being treated as mid-season additions, that's the timing of it all is also playing a part. Are you guys as a staff looking into this, or are you very comfortable with your roster as it is?
Well, we really like the guys and the group we have. We had VJ Wallace, who had a severe injury, which opened up a roster spot for us. We're always going to try and get better. We've had, conversations as a staff and administration, and we're talking to some kids currently. So I'm not saying that we're definitely going to do it, but, we're looking at a couple of options.
I want to ask you a quick health update, if I may. I know McCabe, he had to leave the Oregon State game due to an injury, and then Adante Holloman, we have yet to see him so far this year. What's the latest that you could provide for us on those two guys, and how close could they be ready for the start of the conference slate?
Yeah, I think Adante's situation is just ongoing, and he's struggled with getting to a point where he's pain-free with his elbow. He had an elbow issue last year. He re-injured it in the summer in workouts, and, he's never gotten to the point yet where we could get him back. So it's hard for me to give you a definite date on when he might return. As far as Allen, he was in practice yesterday and looked as good as he's looked all season. So he's over the ankle. We were, the time that we had off was certainly helpful in that, but it doesn't appear to be something that's going to have him miss any additional time now.
All right, Bobby, so I know you've got a real good relationship with Kenny Dillingham. I know you've been a big supporter of the football program. He's been a big supporter of your program. How are you dealing with these allegiances of the Sun Devils playing the Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl?
Yeah, that's it's funny you say, because like if I have to sign something, I'm always, whether it's a Duke fan or an Arizona State fan, it works because I just say "Go Devils," Bobby Hurley, and it's awesome, But yeah, I'm all in with Kenny and Arizona State for sure. I enjoyed my time at Duke, but yeah, that's well behind me in the past. Kenny's been awesome. I was nervous a week or two ago when I'm seeing all these reports, but just shows the loyalty that he's shown to this university and all the enthusiasm around the program. It's been special to be a part of from a distance.
As an ASU alum, thanks for the correct answer, Bobby. That means a lot. It really does.
No, that's in my heart. It's 100%.
That's great. All you have to do is say "Go Devils," and you are covered, my man. All right, good luck with Colorado this weekend. Look forward to talking to you next week, Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby.
Excellent. Happy New Year, guys.
Likewise.
You
Bobby
too.
Hurley, head basketball coach at Arizona State for his weekly visit. Always enjoy that. Great guy. All right, on the other side, the 9 o'clock hour is here. Jared Carlin will take us through social studies. Stick around. Mitch Vareldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We all should have seen this coming. We were playing New Orleans back-to-back nights. Somebody's going to get in a fight with Jose Alvarado. I think we probably would have all picked Dylan Brooks to get in that fight.
Yeah, Mark Williams kind of got caught up in the moment there. Alvarado, it's also funny just him running down the tunnel. But
the height differential really is.
It was crazy.
Like, if they were to actually fight, there's no way. Like Alvarado really believes that he would win.
I mean, that is the height of irrational confidence if you believe that.
It'd be Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua all over again.
The still photos of his jaw just getting like punched to the side.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back, so grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication at $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their 4th game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 105-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip out tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the team's 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gambo that he absolutely expects to return next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And speaking of the Cardinals, former Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for this year's NFL Hall of Fame. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock staple every day. Jared Carlin thinks up incredible, intuitive, smart, intellectual questions. No, that's a lie. It's actually just ridiculous stuff. But
he does wear glasses, though.
You
get that going for
yes,
us.
he does. That's what's unique about this segment.
It is. It was interesting.
Glasses come out.
Yesterday, I saw the Avatar movie in IMAX 3D, and you have to wear the 3D glasses, but I didn't have my regular glasses. So it was blurry 3D things. Luckily, it was a big enough screen that it wasn't too bad. But yes. So this is Social Studies. We are all across social media. I post questions on X, Bickley_Muratis. Please follow us there. You can follow us. What's that?
Please,
absolutely.
Please follow them.
You got to be kind on social media. That's the one thing I've learned.
That's the golden rule, baby.
Be polite. But we're all across other social media as well. If you want to see videos, clips, stuff from the show, poll questions, follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And watch us live on YouTube. Just search Arizona Sports. You can watch us all day long live and interact with us in the chat. First question, though, we've talked a lot about the Jonathan Gannon comments about saying that he absolutely expects to be back next year with the Cardinals. So I gave 4 scenarios to Cardinals fans. Which scenario is most likely next season for Jonathan Gannon, Monty Ossenfort, and the team's coordinators, and why? I'm going to give you 4 categories. You could rank them in order of what you think is most likely, or just give me your answer here.
Okay.
The possibilities are they are all gone. Gannon, Monty, and the team's coordinators. They're all gone. Option 2, just Gannon and the coordinators are gone, but Monty returns. Option 3, just the coordinators are gone, meaning Monty and Gannon return, or everybody's back.
If I were to rank them, I still think the one that is the lead option of those 4 would be coach and GM stay, coordinators
gone.
Bye-bye. If not all of them, at least one of the key coordinators will be gone.
Okay.
Second, I would put Monty stays, coaching staff gone. Third, I would put everybody comes back, and fourth, I would put everybody's gone.
So least likely.
He nailed it. He nailed the order immaculately. That's exactly my answer.
So
I'm immaculate, baby.
You're immaculate, man.
So in your mind, both of your minds, it is, you did have it third, but it's more likely that everybody comes back than everybody leaves.
Yes.
We've been given plenty of examples and reasons to believe why that would be the scenario. That is my theory behind this.
The listeners and followers almost agree with you completely. Just the coordinator or coordinators being gone is 41.6%. 23.1% says everybody's gone. 21.7% says Gannon and the coordinators are gone. Only 13.6% think everybody will be back. Eddie V gave 2 situations here. He says, there are 2 scenarios I'm 100% sure of. Either they all stay, nothing changes, and the Cardinals lose most of the time, or they all get fired. A new regime comes in, And the Cardinals still lose most of the time. It's the only way. It's the Cardinals' way.
I mean, in general, do we expect more wins than what we got this year, next year, regardless of what happens? I'm not sure I do.
The thing is that there's so...
That's frightening.
This is, one might say, this is the most important offseason in Cardinals history coming up.
Absolutely.
Well, anytime you're replacing the quarterback, which we think they are going to do, anything could happen next year.
I can't do the Vinny movie trailer voice, but this is
this summer
the biggest offseason in Cardinals history.
Bickley's very good at doing that one particular line from the movie trailer. This summer
why do you think I just let it die there?
Right.
Because it's only going to get worse.
Vince usually picks up from there. All right. Speaking of the quarterback, I'll just read one more here. PCA 2019 says Kyler Murray is going to take the fall for Gannon and Austin Fort this year. But there's almost zero chance of finding a franchise quarterback this offseason. So the plan will be to ride Brissett, Gannon, and Austin for another year and make the full changes in 2026.
Can't believe if the argument is going to be against the quarterback, they're going to blame the one that played 5 games as opposed to the one that played all of the other games.
I know.
Okay, that's fine.
I know.
Okay.
All right, we'll move over to the Phoenix Suns, and we started the show by talking about last night's game and how they may have overcome some interesting officiating that some people were complaining about. We were saying maybe there's too much complaining about the officiating in NBA games.
We're complaining about the complaining.
Exactly. So that led to this poll question for Suns fans. What bothers you more and why? Is it the referees screwing the Suns or players and fans complaining about the referees, quote-unquote, screwing the Suns?
The second category for me, personally.
Too much whining about refs and blaming refs?
There's a league-wide trend of just poor officiating right now. It is not exclusive to the Phoenix Suns. It is not exclusive to the Washington Wizards. It's everybody's problem right now. So I think the complaining about it, while I hope it creates enough conversation for that union to get their bleep together, it's not exclusively a Suns problem.
Yeah. Listen, my thoughts are long and deep, on this. But again, I think I'm the outsider in this. I think my viewpoint of wanting critical analysis and storytelling and anecdotes instead of the constant "we got screwed. Where's the foul call? Devin Booker doesn't get any respect." That kind of stuff. It gets real tired for me very, very quickly.
Well,
because I'm a play through it kind of guy.
Right. Well, you grew up on the mean streets of Chicago.
Exactly.
If no blood, no foul is what you said. Suns fans, what bothers you more and why? 62.3% say the refs screwing the Suns. 37.7% said complaining about the refs. And I'll just read, Daylight Film says, as Bill Parcells used to say, play better than the refs ref and don't let them be a factor.
That's the way to do it.
Every fan base on earth can complain about the refs, but it changes nothing. You either won or lost.
Again, the thing that bothers me the most is the idea that you and your basketball team should get all the calls, but when you do get all the calls, you deserve those. There's just no consistency. What people need to realize is, yes, NBA officials are cheeks for the most part, but it's that way for both teams. Rarely ever do you get a game where you go, man, that was a one-sided mess. We need to investigate this. Now, there are those games, but that's the rarity. Most of the time, you got a bad crew, it's going to be bad for both teams. So I just don't like fan bases making it all about them.
And like in the Pelicans series in particular, there are numbers that say this is just the Pelicans' play style. There's a reason they get to the free throw line and have 40-plus attempts. It's stylistic as well.
All right, finally, last question. We've discussed all show long that I missed out on winning the championship belt for our fantasy league. However, Mitch did win the championship belt in the afternoon show's championship league. Exactly. Why isn't that your Twitter handle, or is that already taken?
Swinging a Mitch is good.
It's pretty good.
I came up with that one in college, and I've held on to it since. Because I'm the baseball nut. I like the baseball pun.
Okay. Well,
Mitch, please just invites more.
Right.
Exactly.
All right. So we're asking our listeners, our followers, what is something in life that you could win a, quote, championship belt in? So what's something that you're just better at than anybody else? Could be anything in life or whatever, sports. Mitch, anything?
Going down a YouTube
fantasy football apparently is yours, but yeah.
Don't ask me about the other 6 teams. But I would say going down a YouTube rabbit hole, I think I could win a championship belt in that.
Do you get lost in that sometimes?
Consistently watching YouTube videos until the day runs out. That's a much more modern take, I would say. Because I don't possess a ton of
I suck at
trade
everything.
skills.
That's not true. Come on. I'll read some of the listeners'
what do we got?
responses here. Andy Bryant says, buffet eating, I challenge you. Let's put the belt on the line to that. None your business says talking. The wife claims I can never shut up. Ricky says, rooting for losing teams because I'm a Cardinals fan.
Aww.
Heber says, ping pong, 18 years of ping pong experience.
Wow.
Jason Kibbsey, Van Halen trivia. We'll see about that if Vince ever wants to do Vinny Joe trivia again.
Ooh.
And Jake Ryan, the real Weisenheimer response here, says, I would win a championship belt in car window breaking. What? That doesn't make sense. Why? Well, because all my car windows break automatically when Jarrett does his musical songs. There you go, everybody. Keep following us, Bickley_Murata, Bickley and Murata across social media.
Thanks, Jarrett.
Thanks, Jarrett. All right, coming up on the other side, we've got some football news to discuss, from the Rams and their draft status to Larry Fitzgerald in the Hall of Fame. Stick around, some hash marks next. Mitch Ferraldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When your private student loans go into default, you don't feel very good about things. You feel stuck. You're embarrassed. You feel like you're out of moves at the end of the road. But just know there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Y-Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget. Not a fantasy budget, but one that you can afford. And they don't ask a million questions. They do it without lecture, without judgment. They're just here to help you start fresh. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. You've got options, and that option, Y-Refi, built for the people who've already been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, before we get into the football news of the morning, big shout out to our friends and listeners in El Mirage. Good morning, El Mirage.
It's like a mirror. You look into it and you see something else.
Yeah, right. It's kind of like deception. It's like when you look down the highway on a super hot day and you see waves and puddles and you're like, what's going on? Oh, it's a mirage. That's what it is.
An El Mirage.
It's
even.
an El Mirage.
Uh-huh.
All right, week 18 in the NFL, you got some big-time matchups. We told you about Seahawks fans and how they're squawking about inequity, the fact that they're having to play on a short week. They played on a Sunday in Carolina, flew back to Seattle. Now they've got to go to Santa Clara to play on Saturday on short rest for a game that's going to decide the number one seed in the NFC West. The marquee game on Sunday night, Pittsburgh versus Baltimore. There are a lot of branches coming from this game because there's a belief that the losing head coach of this game might end up on television next year. Meaning his team is going to say, you've had a great run, but it's time for us to go our separate ways. And then that head coach is going to go do the year regeneration in the broadcast booth.
Which worked out wonders for Bill Belichick. Oh, wait. It worked out wonders for Herm Edwards. Wait, hold on.
Wait.
This is fascinating only because these are two of the longer tenured head coaches left in the NFL. And I think just based on the perception of how I'm consuming these NFL games when I watch these teams in particular, it almost feels like they're trying to adapt with the rest of the league, and either it's not working or they haven't adapted properly enough. I mean, how many seasons can the Steelers just win enough games so that they say, Mike Tomlin never had a losing record as the head coach of the Steelers? Well, they also haven't won a playoff game since the beginning of January in 2017. It's been a long time since they've gotten anything out of that in terms of a 6 Super Bowl winning franchise. And then the Ravens, Harbaugh is able to get them to their second Super Bowl in their franchise history, but there hasn't been much growth and progress since. And the year that we all thought was going to be their year, they get the 1 seed, they get the home field advantage, and they run into the Chiefs. It's a challenge, but I think sooner or later, one of these, this game might ultimately decide the fate of maybe both of them, quite frankly.
Yeah, and listen, and if you were the owner of the Arizona Cardinals, I think you'd be very interested to see if one of those head coaches is going to lose his job in one of those respective cities, because you could do a lot worse for a culture builder than Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh.
Yes, and it's a direction change from the last 3 head coaching or 4 head coaching hires. The last several head coaching hires where it's you're hiring somebody who's doing this job for the first time. I think Bruce, he gets a pass because he was able to do interim coaching with the Colts, and that's what ultimately landed him the job with the Cardinals was that experience. But Steve Wilkes, Cliff Kingsbury, Jonathan Gannon, all first-time NFL head coaches, getting one of these guys at least brings that immediate credibility into the room, to your point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And also in the air with the Baltimore Ravens is there's been this growing storyline that Lamar Jackson wants out, that he wants to go play for the Dolphins. He's from South Florida. It's weird to me because it wasn't that long ago that John Harbaugh was in lockstep with Lamar Jackson, and he unveiled this plan to make this guy the most decorated quarterback in the history of the league, and it just hasn't happened for him. He hasn't been able to perform in the postseason. So I'll be curious to see where that whole thing is going, because it might be a him or me kind of deal with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Or does it end up being both?
Or maybe both.
Does the overhaul in Baltimore, do they just decide that they want to start over coach? Do they decide that there's enough of a issue with Lamar Jackson that they're just willing to move on? How convenient that Miami is looking to change their quarterback position too, and may not be moving on from their head coach. It's fast. You never feel like it's going to end with things that are going well until it ends. And when it does end, it feels very shocking and in the moment. But I don't think either one of these two, whoever it ends up being, if either one of them end up moving on, I think Tomlin and Harbaugh are going to find a new role very, very quickly when moved on from.
All right, so a couple of the important talking points out of last night's game in which the Falcons held off a late rally from the Rams. Number one is the officials. Now, if you want to talk about bad officiating, while I come to the defense of the NBA officials on occasion, the NFL has got a crisis on their hands.
That was a bad missed penalty on that pass interference.
Yes, and these have been recurring deals. If you throw the flag on that pass interference penalty, the Rams are going to get a chance to win the game and certainly a chance to tie it and get to overtime.
Oh, yeah. And then how do you like the Rams' chances of winning that game if they're able to keep forcing overtime given the momentum they've been carrying in the second half?
Exactly.
It's a real bummer that games not necessarily come down to decisions like that, but happen at pivotal times in the game. And then there was the Puka Nacua almost incredible one-handed catch on the sideline, but he didn't have full control as he was going to the ground. So I still don't know what a catch is in the NFL. It's a real bummer that the game has to be boiled down to essentially those one-time calls or no calls.
Yeah, that was a real bummer when Puka Nacua was not given that big catch.
Well, listen,
you lost. Get over it.
Listen, there's a school of thought that says if you're an official and you're looking at instant replay, say in the NFL, say on the circumstance you just talked about, a catch that wasn't secure enough that they call it incomplete, even though it's all a process of making a catch. For instance, you could have a wide receiver, two hands, high point the crown of the ball, and in that split second before you grab it, that ball is spinning. But the hands are right over the crown of the ball.
Right.
Textbook way to catch a football. In slow motion, you can rule that incomplete. Yeah, because the ball's not secure.
He didn't have control. He went down to the ground and the ball hit the turf. How can we possibly call this a catch?
How about the idea that making every NFL official gauge every NFL replay in real time, not slow motion? What do you need to look at it for in slow motion? You are a paid professional. It is your job. Look at it again, but in real time.
Or if it takes more than a minute to decide in slow motion, move on already.
What I'm just saying is there are catches that are on their way to being catches that are ruled incompletions based on these slow motion shots.
Then there's also it was called this way on the field, and there wasn't enough evidence to overturn it. And then they always say, but if it was called a catch on the field, it would have stayed a catch. It feels like that particular rule, what is a catch, has been the most debated, most talked about, most frustrating thing in officiating for years and years and years and years. It does not matter how much of a high definition and slow motion the replays become.
Right. Yeah. All right, a couple quick things before we get to break. Number one, the Larry Fitzgerald payoff. Larry Fitzgerald, one of 15 finalists, and it's very, very important. You and I had this conversation a while ago, Jared. It would be a travesty if he was not a first ballot inductee.
Because it feels like recently, whether it's since he retired or really even the tail end of his career, his greatness has been sort of forgotten about by the national media.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a lot of these, 25 years of the 2000s lists, or greatest of all time lists.
Yeah.
They put other people ahead of him. Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, Calvin Johnson.
Ridiculous.
Antonio Brown sometimes.
Ridiculous.
These guys get ranked all of it ahead of the guy that we a lot of times think is the second best receiver of all time. It feels like his greatness is being forgotten about. So this particular honor, there's no possible reason he shouldn't be an easy first ballot.
Him and Drew Brees should definitely be first-timers, my opinion. First ballot inductees.
The last time I said anything about the matter of if Larry Fitzgerald gets into the Hall of Fame, Patrick Peterson called me silly for even prosing the thought.
For even saying the word if.
Yeah.
He's like, instead of when.
It's when, not if. What a silly question.
And then finally, last night's, I didn't realize this, Mitch reminded me, last year on NFL Draft Day, the Rams had a trade with the Falcons, and they're getting the 2026 first-round pick from Atlanta. That was part of the storyline last night. Had the Falcons lost that game, the Rams would be getting a better draft pick.
Yeah, they're picking 12th now. So take that, Rams.
There you go. Take that, Rams. Finally, the turnaround has begun in Arizona. All right, on the other side, are you ready to play some mustache, not a mustache?
First time ever, Mitch, right?
Wow.
I grew out my beard just for this.
Wow. Stick around. Mustache, not a mustache next. We're back right after this.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for three left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown puts the Suns up 9.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know what damage the scorching hot Arizona sun can do to your home, particularly your windows. If you've been in your home 15 plus years, chances are your windows are in real bad shape. My friends at Advanced Window Products running a great end of the year deal that you can take advantage of this weekend. You can get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that is celebrating their 40th anniversary. They're a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they've got their own factory here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replaced my windows, and they look absolutely outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable. If you ever sell your home, you also have great financing options available. Jump on this if you need new windows. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their 4th game in a row last night, defeating the Wizards 115-101 in Washington. Dylan Brooks had 26 points, while Colin Gillespie had 25 to lead a balanced attack as Phoenix moves to a season-high 6 games over 500. The Suns will close their road trip out tomorrow night with a New Year's Eve matchup against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday following the Arizona Cardinals' 8th loss in a row and told Burns and Gamba that he absolutely expects to return next season. You can read more about Gannon's comments and future right now on ArizonaSports.com. And speaking of the Cardinals, former Cardinal wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the NFL Hall of Fame. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Wow. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
We head to the front page of ArizonaSports.com for the Sanderson Ford Poll Question. And this one hits right close to my heart, guys. The question is, and I'm going to put my glasses on so I can read it exactly into this microphone.
I'm proud of you. Very proud of you.
How far do you think, number one, Arizona, how far do you think the Arizona men's basketball team will make it after a perfect 13-0 non-conference slate? Will they win their first national championship since 1997?
No.
Will they lose in the Final Four or championship game? Will they lose in the Sweet 16 or Elite 8 like they actually do every year? Or will they be out before the Sweet 16? What do you think?
I will at least give them the positive benefit of the doubt, even though we haven't seen them against this conference. They've still had some very good wins in the non-conference. I'll make them a Final Four loser, though. That's where I'll go.
That's still pretty optimistic. I think Jared would probably take that.
They haven't made a Final Four since my freshman year of college.
Wow.
2001.
Sheesh.
So it's been a long time. 33% of the vote says they will lose in the Sweet 16 or Elite 8. That's what I voted for. 28% says they'll win the first national championship since 1997. 24% they will lose in the Final Four or championship. 15% out before Sweet 16. Wildcat, Sun Devil, and indifferent fans, you can vote right now on the front page of Arizona Sports.
Come on, Sun Devils.
.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Step aside and you won't have to feel the awesome wrath of our mustaches.
Oh, yes. 2 of the 3 of us on this show right now have mustaches, but we will not be part of the clues today. For America's fastest growing facial-related quiz sensation, mustache.
Not a mustache.
where I will be presenting Dan Bickley and first-time player, long-time listener, Mitch Veraldis.
Wow. Yes, definitely a long-time listener.
With an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song, they will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points wins. And today's topic, because this is the last mustache, not a mustache, before the calendar turns to 2026. The last one of 2025. So those will all be clues that mention a specific year.
Oh.
Okay.
Any year up for grabs in these.
That is correct.
That's interesting.
Past or future. And
I'm intrigued.
Vince, you've been very quiet
Vince?
today. Vince, no? Okay. Mitch, since you're the guest, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Mitch,
I'll lead off.
All right, Mitch, you will go first, and we will begin with this clue.
Keep my hands on myself. Think I'll dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Kiss my little baby girl is in need. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks. I've been feeling it since 1966.
I was not around in 1966, but I do know that is Portugal the Man.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure who the lead singer is, but I do believe he has a mustache.
That is correct.
Wow, well done, Mitch.
Well done. I don't
please.
know the name. I just assumed that the name of it was Portugal, I guess.
Right. The Man.
Mr. Portugal.
We'll look it up later.
All right. Good start. Dan Bickley.
Yes.
I got my first real six string. Bought it at the 5 and dime. Played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of 69.
That's Bryan Adams, and that is definitely not a mustache.
That is correct. All right. Good start for both of you. 2-2.
A clean round
Mitch?
one.
Mitch. I'm going to keep calling.
Vince?
I already
Jared?
called you Vince and Vince Dan during this segment, so I'm really going to screw this up.
Just
But
keep calling me Vince.
Mitch, please answer
Mitch,
this.
please.
Mitch, please answer this question if you can.
June 14th, 1987. Mets, Phillies were enjoying a beautiful afternoon in the right field stands when a crucial Hernandez error opens the door to a 5-run Phillies ninth, cost the Mets the game.
It's a great episode of Seinfeld. I believe his name's Wayne Knight. Newman. Not a mustache.
That is
Very
correct.
good. Well done.
Well, this is a...
Mitch is coming out.
I came to play,
man.
baby. Let's go.
He came out firing.
I would have accepted just Newman on that one, and you gave me the
Newman.
real actor's name, so we are off to
it's pretty impressive.
a pretty impressive start. All right, Dan Bickley.
Then tell me, future boy, who's president of the United States in 1985?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, the actor? Then who's vice president? Jerry Lewis?
I suppose Jane Wyman is a first lady.
Whoa, wait, Doc.
And Jack Benny is Secretary of the Treasury.
That's famous Doc from Back to the Future, not a mustache.
That is correct. Do you know his real name? I'll give you Doc.
Yeah,
the
it's
character.
Do I need to know it?
No, that's all right. I'll give it
Christopher Lloyd.
That's correct. That's correct. All right, Doc Brown from Back to the Future. We are tied at 4 heading into the next round, and we give you this one, Mitch.
There was YouTube and Blondie, and music still on MTV. Her 2 kids in high school, they tell her that she's uncool, 'cause she's still preoccupied with 1985.
I think that version is the Bowling for Soup version, because I didn't realize that there was a previous version of it, but I believe every member of that band does not have a mustache.
That is correct.
Wow.
Well done. I didn't know there was another version of that, but that
Bowling for Soup, that sounds like your dream.
well, it is. It involves 2 of my favorite
Doing
activities.
it both at the same time.
All right.
I'd be scared to lose the soup. All right.
We should put it on a belt just to tantalize him,
right.
the soup.
All right, Dan.
Yes.
These are all clues having mentioned specific years.
Say 2000, party over, out of time. So tonight I'm gonna party like it's 1999.
That would be Prince, and yes, that would be a little wispy mustache.
That is correct. Okay.
Little teeny tiny.
We're doing very well to start here. Mitch Vereldis, your next clue.
Well, the new year is upon us, Andy, so in my opinion, I think this is the most relevant time to look into the future. Let us all look to the future, all the way to the year 2000.
It sounds like Conan O'Brien without a mustache.
That is correct.
Wow.
It's when they used to
Mitch
look
is
into
good
the
at this
future.
game.
This is in the late 90s when they used to look to the future all the way to the year 2000. It was
that on was that SNL?
No, that was his talk show.
Oh.
All right.
Well, there you
8-6, Mitch.
Okay, here we go.
Captain's log, stardate 7412.6. 1.8 hours from launch. In order to intercept the intruder at the earliest possible time, we must now risk engaging warp drive while still within the solar system.
I have no idea. I'm going to guess Tom Hanks, not a mustache.
No, that was William Shatner from Star Trek.
Oh, okay.
Not a mustache.
Okay, loser.
Okay. You never know. You never know. You never know. He might not know this one right here.
I'm a man of the land, I'm into discipline. Got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my
There's
chin.
a giveaway
But if I
in the
finish
clue.
all of my chores and you finish thine, then tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699. We've been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise.
I know the game's mustache, not a mustache, but he literally says he has a beard on his chin. So, of course, Weird Al Yankovic has a mustache. Or does he?
That is Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, no.
But this is the Amish Paradise video where he has a beard on his chin. But if you've ever seen an Amish man, they do not have mustaches, and he does not have a mustache.
I've been had
on that song in that video, which means we are tied.
I left the window open.
We're not.
Oh, we're not
we're
tied.
Not tied.
We were tied if you get 2 out of 2 on this one, Dan.
All right. Billy Corrigan, not a mustache, smashing pumpkins.
No hair at all for that man.
No hair at all.
Smooth as a baby's bottom, and you are as cool as the other side of the pillow because you just tied it, which means when we come back, Sammy will have the tie. Oh,
Sam,
no. Sammy's not here. Oh, no.
We'll just call it a tie.
Let's
How about
call
that?
it a tie.
Let's call it a
Congratulations.
tie.
Well done, both of you, on today's edition of...
Where's Frankie Valley? Campbell would be very upset at you.
I
was waiting for the 1963 to come out.
I had it. I didn't know if you were... I didn't know if you were hip to that.
All right, good job. Mitch is good at this.
Not a mustache.
He was good.
Hopefully I get let back in after blowing it in the final round. Hey, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. When you hear that word, text it to 620 620. And if you're looking for more chances, check out the live stream. There's one in the bottom right corner. Text it for more opportunities to win. Let's go to break.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
college. College.
Text the word college to 620 620 right now.
College.
Text college to 620 620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
The world is a vampire sent to drain secret destroyers. Hold you up to the flames.
All right, since Jared Carlin used Billy Corrigan as a clue in Mustache, Not a Mustache, and correctly noted that he has not a hair on his body, we're going into the Smashing
He looks like a
Pumpkins.
pumpkin.
He kind of does.
Just not one worth smashing, I would say.
That's a good point as well. I always thought that was a very, very cool name for a band.
Smashing Pumpkins, yeah. And this is a cool song. Very different sounding than their other songs, which are very mellow. This really rocks right here. Do you know what Billy Corgan does now? The Smashing Pumpkins have been broken up for quite some years.
I don't know.
He owns a wrestling promotion.
Huh.
He does. He's the owner and head of NWA, which used to be a very big...
Used to be a very good rap group.
Right, exactly.
With Ice Cube and...
We can't tell you what the acronym means right now, but
Eazy-E
you can figure it
Dr.
out.
National Wrestling Alliance, maybe? Anyway, but that's what he does now. He's a wrestling promoter, a pro wrestling promoter. Billy Corgan. Isn't that odd?
That's very odd. He's got to be doing that out of love. He's
Oh,
probably
yeah,
doesn't
it's
need
pure
the money.
Yeah, it doesn't make any money either. It's like the 4th or 5th biggest promotion, but yeah, very odd.
And
anyway,
this song is named what? Bullet with Butterfly Wings?
that's exactly right.
There you go. That is today's song of
Mustache
the day.
or not? No, I'm kidding.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, so about 3/4 of the way through the show, Mitch Farrell just let out a huge sigh of relief. Huge. And if you're a Nuggets fan, he isn't the only one. We talked earlier today about Nikola Jokic leaving a loss to the Heat yesterday, limping off the court. People worried, uh-oh, did this guy just suffer a bad knee injury? It's not as bad as it could have been.
4 weeks, he will be reevaluated for what was termed a left knee hyperextension that he suffered towards the end of the first half against the Heat last night. Major bullet dodged for Denver's sake. If we're looking at this from a Suns perspective, if they start to sort of free fall downward, being down 4 of their starters from the beginning of the year, and the Suns capitalize on some of the games that they have ahead of them, they might be right behind Denver in the standings before you know it, and maybe creeping into that top 6 area that you now have hopes for this team.
Well, along those lines, the Phoenix Suns have the longest win streak in the Western Conference. In fact, they're tied with the Clippers, who are showing late signs of life.
The who?
Exactly. The
Must
Clippers,
be all those trees coming to life.
How about it? The Clippers have won 4 in a row to get back to 10-21. Suns have also won 4 games in a row. Those are the longest win streaks in the Western Conference. So, yeah, you're right. The 4 weeks without Nikola Jokic, that's going to leave a mark.
I'm trying to see, because they just started this really long road trip on the East Coast. So let's look at the next 4 or so weeks. So Denver's in Toronto, in Cleveland, Brooklyn, Philly, Boston, Atlanta, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Dallas. They're getting a relatively easy part of their schedule right now. So it might be just a double dip of good news for them.
Well,
that this month of January is a little bit softer.
Yeah.
But man. Also, just how would it have been for the league's sake if they would have lost Nikola Jokic for the year and potentially next year, too?
That's a great point. Now, this is going to end his MVP campaign.
Yeah,
because
he'll miss too many games.
Because he's going to miss too many games now. So that's one of the weird things about this, because Nikola Jokic probably having his best year ever this year.
He was on track to be the only player in history, I believe it was, to lead in rebounds and assists per game.
Wow.
Which you don't think about. You're like, wait a minute. He's leading in both rebounds and assists right now? But yeah, not being knocked out for 4 weeks, that'll surely be enough games that he'll have missed.
Yeah, so that means the MVP race is probably wide open now. And so Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you might have a 2-time repeat champion there.
Can I throw in my, assuming that he stays healthy enough too, or has not missed enough games already? Victor Wembanyama.
Ooh.
If the Spurs finish in the top 2 in the West,
that's a good
like
call.
They're trending to do, they've beaten the Thunder 3 out of 3 times this year. If Wemby is the leader behind that charge, I think this will be the first one for him.
How about Dylan Brooks' MVP? Now, we all laugh at the absurdity of it, but again, keep in mind what people had this team doing.
Okay, so on the surface level, yes, it does seem kind of funny, but if we're looking into the value word, to this team, I don't think there's been anybody more valuable than Dylan Brooks.
I don't. You would have to look awfully hard to find somebody.
Well, I'm interested also in Colin Gillespie. Could he win 6th Man of the Year? Could he win Most Improved Player?
Is Jordan up for Coach of the Year?
See,
if they
now,
keep trending.
That, to me, should be a no-brainer. I hear people talk about giving it to the coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder, especially if they get to 70 wins. And to me, that is asinine. You're the head coach of the deepest team in the sport. Why would that merit Coach of the Year?
They like to give it to the story, right? Like we didn't see this coming.
The team that won the championship last year, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like the fun story there. Should be an interesting...
Could be the Celtics.
Maybe.
Without Jason Tatum, they're doing really
Joe
good.
Mazzulla.
Speaking of other dark horse MVP candidates, Jaylen Brown has played exceptionally well for a team that was not expected to perform well without Tatum. Maybe he'll get his flowers this year.
Yeah, that's very possible as well. Great job the last 2 days, Mitch. I will see you on Friday.
See you next year, Mitch.
We'll see you next year, Mitch. Jared Carlin, what do you think about our guest host tomorrow? Luke Lipinski in the building tomorrow. Boy, you're going to have yourself a time tomorrow. All right, on behalf of Omar Ruiz, who joined us on behalf of Bobby Hurley, we'll see you again tomorrow, folks.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The reason that a lot of us were impressed by what Jacoby Brissett did was he had 1 second to throw on every play. Like you're saying, he'd been standing there in the pocket, and that pocket was collapsing instantly. It's not like their offensive line was the best in football last year, but it was a lot better. You know, that year when Kyler had that monster first half, when he was getting MVP consideration in the first half, it's not like he was behind 5 Hall of Famers on the offensive line, but it was better than this. He had a lot more to work with than the Cardinals had to work with in the second half of the season. And that's where the injuries come into play. I get it. It's also, though, the offensive line wasn't good even when it was healthy this season outside of like Paris Johnson.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Why do you do what you do?
We were talking earlier, and I was talking with the boys and talking about what's our purpose, what's our mission. Your move is our mission, but what's really our purpose in life? What are we driven to do? And our family is a family of faith, and what's God's purpose for us on this earth?
Amen.
And we have this business, and it's going well. What can we give back? What can we do? What can we do for vets? What can we do for homeless? What can we do for people that are struggling in their life? How can we help them? And I think we can use some of our skills and our network of people to make a difference. That's really what it's all about.
What separates you from other companies that are out there?
I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top, and when the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25 points, and Devin Booker added 22 points. For more on the Suns win, head on over to arizonasports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge blister. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf. What's going on, Jody?
What's up? It feels like a little bit of a Friday feel with tomorrow being kind of a holiday.
Kind of.
New Year's Eve,
It is.
right?
It is for some, yeah.
It feels like just the holiday thing is every day feels a little bit like a Friday or a Sunday or a Monday.
It feels like we have a bunch of like 2 or 3 day weeks. I mean, I'm saying tomorrow's a holiday, but when I'm waking up at 3 in the morning to do a show with Jarrett and Dan Bickley. But Jarrett,
Oh, that's right. You are
it's not gonna
working
feel like a
tomorrow,
holiday at
aren't
3 in the
you?
morning.
Yeah. I'm actually working tomorrow too.
So
yeah.
we're really not good at this holiday thing then if we're
No,
both working.
but I mean, I still feel like the other thing that when I walked in here today, there was Christmas music playing in the lobby, and I love that. And it kind of was like, and then I got a little sad that it's all going to be over soon because New Year's doesn't hit the same. Once Christmas is over, it's kind of like a bummer.
It is.
And then New Year's it's still a holiday and it's fun and there's parties and that's great. But
It's kind of weird hearing the Christmas music on December 30th. And it's not us. It's just the lobby of the building that's playing it. I'm
I
all
think it's
for
good till like January 2nd, right? Is that the rule? I don't know.
I'm fine with the lights. And if anybody wants to give me an additional presents, totally cool with that. But it is weird hearing like, please be home for Christmas, and it's December 30th. And I'm like, well, even if I wanted to be.
You want to hear something funny / weird?
Obviously.
Your face right now.
Going through a full range of emotions over here.
It's not that crazy. Trust me. Now you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Growing up in South
high.
Florida, humid. I don't know why this was. We also used to put up we used to get a fresh tree and we used to put it up kind of, when my parents grew up in the Philadelphia area, I guess they used to put it up like close to Christmas.
Okay.
That was a tradition. I feel like a few generations back that was common, like put it up Christmas Eve even.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, so it would go up. So we would put it up like on the 10th or the 12th, and we would keep it up until the Super Bowl. And I thought that was totally normal. And
How
now
did it
I
stay
realize
alive until February?
it just, I don't know. We watered it. It was humid there in Florida. Like it's just a tree.
Is that not
It's-
normal?
Okay, thank you, Jamal.
I
Are
put
you
my Christmas tree up on Christmas Eve this year.
But did you
okay?
keep it up
Good.
till
I
the
like
Super
that.
Bowl?
Yeah, usually not for any reason, just because I forget to take it down. But
Jamal's like, oh yeah, there's a tree.
Here in Arizona, it's like a major fire hazard. If you like,
I feel like if you have it up for 4 days, it like immediately is just like fried.
But I mean, here, and I think having kids and just now the tradition is now I think everybody just puts everything up so early. I know people that put stuff up before Thanksgiving just because they want to enjoy it. They want it to be Christmas. So they just put it up, they keep it up, but then they take it down, like January 4th or something, which is fine. But I just had to share that. I hope you're all right with that.
Did you light it up still? Like, were you still turning the lights on like January 28th, or was the tree just there?
I can't really remember. I think it was still on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pro decorations. I'm pro tree. I just and I'm pro music, except it feels weird hearing it 5 days after Christmas, and they're singing about like how things you need to do for Christmas, or like the 12 days of
That's
Christmas.
true.
You're like, this is day
or
17.
like any of the Let It Snow or White Christmas, and it's like still 75 out. So. Anyway, I just had to put a wrap on that.
Well, that's now it is officially New Year's season. You know what? Jordan Simone's going to join us in a little bit. That's always
entertaining.
Patrick Peterson's going to join us in about an hour or so. Max Starks will join us for an hour in the second half of the show. We're going to do some New Year's resolutions for all the for four of the teams in town. We're going to do that. But we're going to start with the Suns, Jody. And pretty nice win last night. Yes, it's Washington. Yes, it's not like that they're going to win the title this year, but it is 4 straight wins for Phoenix. They are 6 games above 500. That's something last year's team really never did. I think they were 9-3, and then that was it. They were never 6 games above 500 again. So it's weird when you look at last year's team and you're like, that's entirely different group of people playing a different sport. But then you realize, like, no, like 4, 5, 6 of those guys are still here on this team. It's just totally different.
It's so much fun to watch. Like, just watching that game last night, seeing that, yes, Devin Booker is still really effective, and especially when he's driving to the hoop, he is either making the shot or he's kicking it out. And other guys, they're sharing the ball. They're knocking down threes. It felt like everybody made it. And 17 threes, okay? And it wasn't just Colin Gillespie. It was Royce O'Neal had a few late. I mean, Jordan Goodwin coming off the bench making plays. It's fun to watch guys playing together, sharing the ball. I know it was the Wizards, but they're on a long road trip right now. They got one more on this trip against Cleveland tomorrow. But they just look really well coached. They look in sync. Dylan Brooks had another good game. If you look at the backcourt, Brooks and Booker combined for 47, and then you had, or I should say, Devin Booker and Colin Gillespie combined for 47 points, and then you add in Brooks 26 to lead the way. So Brooks, I know we're going to talk about him a little bit later, but Dylan Brooks. I know you're a little concerned about the technical fouls, but
now I'm more concerned that I figured out how many he has this year, because that number seems to
it's higher. I thought it was 9, but you're telling me it's actually
11,
more.
But I'm more concerned that I walked out into the newsroom and asked Jamal if he knew exactly how many he has this year and what his career high is, and Jamal got them both right. Like on the first try. And
wow.
Did you know it, or were you just throwing it?
No.
I could see you knowing the 11 for this year, but the fact his career high is 18 really threw me off.
Yeah, the 11 was a little bit easier because, we're kind of counting that until his suspension comes.
Because he's heading towards his career high very quickly.
Yeah, the 18, no, I was kind of a I guess I just know my crash outs.
It had me looking. Everyone loves a good crash out. It had me looking up the record in the NBA for technicals in a season. Rasheed Wallace, 41.
41? 41. That's literally every other game you get a tech.
I'm all for it, honestly.
Yeah, I think the year 2000. The year 2000. Yeah.
I just, I like Dylan Brooks' attitude, and if he gets some text here and there, like maybe misses one game, it's not going to, absolutely destroy the Suns. And again, I just like the attitude.
His career high being only, quote, only 18 that was surprising to me, that it was that low. I guess is low the right terminology?
I guess.
That it's that attainable, that he could pass his career high before the All-Star break if he continues at this pace. That was kind of surprising.
I think Rick and I are willing to take the bad with the good, or the good, however you want to look at it. We like what he's bringing. I think you do too. Where do you think this game was won, though? Because I mentioned just the scoring and the sharing, but there was one area that I think was really good again. What about for you?
The offensive rebounding.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, then there you go. I mean, if that's both of our first thought, that is.
They had 20.
Yeah,
20 offensive rebounds and
feel like they knew they could get offensive rebounds last year.
And now they're being known. I was listening to the Washington announcers, and this is a really good, their coach was preaching like this is a really good offensive rebounding team. It's hard to practice that. They're coming in and and they got 26 second chance points off of that. So now when teams are seeing this group come in, it's kind of crazy. But last year, even though you had one of the best players of all time on the roster, I feel like teams almost fear this team more.
Yeah, we may get into this later on in the show, or maybe this is just a conversation for, once we get more into the Cardinals offseason. But I was telling you this before. It's different sports, but I just wonder if there's anything that the Cardinals can learn from how quickly the Suns turned it around, because let's not pretend that everybody was super confident about the Phoenix Suns 6 months ago, 5 months ago, even 4 months ago. And now they are a fun team that outworks a lot of teams, that wins games too. It's not a moral victory every night. They're 19-13 right now. And 5-6 months ago, I remember doing shows just being like, I don't know what the Suns are like. What's their direction?
Yeah, the bar was low.
And that's where I feel about the Cardinals right now. I don't even know what the Cardinals' path looks like to being successful anytime soon. But, you look at how quickly the Suns have done it, and you're like, again, different sports. There's a lot of different moving parts, but it is a reminder that you can do it pretty quickly. It doesn't have to take years and years and years. So, I don't know.
I think it starts with the people you have in there. And I know even though Jonathan Gannon has preached the culture has been good and the right guys are in there, I have to wonder if some of the people not on the roster next year might be addition by subtraction.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to get into that right now, because you brought up Jonathan Gannon. He was asked about his future yesterday a couple times, and he sounds pretty confident that he's going to be the Cardinals head coach in 2026. So are you that confident? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101 the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth, huzzah! And fill-in host Luke Lipinski. Tune in at 6 a.m. for the shenanigans on Big Win Morning.
Oh, that's going to be big. You and Jarrett reunited tomorrow.
You know who I feel bad for is Dan Bickley.
Well, yeah.
Because Jarrett and I have done shows together before, and if we did like a 2, 3, 4 hour show, I would say, if we've done 4 hour shows before together, and I would say about an hour and a half in, management would come running down the hall and be like, talk about something. Like, you guys are just babbling about nothing and distracting each other like 2 4-year-olds in here.
I can't wait. I'm putting it on the calendar. Babbling about nothing, Luke and Jared tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.
You know, I wasn't consulted here on whether or not my host could go host the morning show. Like, it just wasn't run by me. I was just told. So I don't know how I feel about this.
Well,
Rick was passed over on this, apparently. He's
be
dissed.
happy. It could be a lot worse, Rick. Jarrett could be joining us on this show. I mean, then you'd have to deal with
that'd be
it.
funny.
Yeah,
Jarrett was really louder than normal. Now, I've been in here, I'm not in here every day, but I'm here,
You got to experience it firsthand.
I'm here 12 or 14 times a year, maybe. And that was one of the louder experiences all morning.
Before you say that, I want a quick shout out to Guadalupe. Thanks to everybody in Guadalupe. Thank you all for listening, and thanks to everybody else as well. Now, I want to get back into what you just
Jared's
said.
big in Guadalupe,
He's
too. They
huge.
love him there.
Big fan base there. It's true. If you are in the newsroom, and we all just kind of accept this because it's the norm, but it's not the norm for you, you hear a third of the Bickley and Murata show because Jarrett just yells and has the soundproof door open. So,
which I think is fine. It's just funny because when I come out of here, of course, again, I'm just a visitor here, so I try to not ruffle any feathers. So I think yesterday at one point I came out and I was yelling as I went. We were in break and I kind of said something and I felt bad. I was like, "Oh, are they doing traffic out there? Are they doing a news hit out there?" And but apparently it's okay.
Now you
so
realize
I love
it doesn't matter at all.
He sings the jingles from the commercials. It's wild.
You can hear stuff off the air too.
I'm good with it. Yeah. I love the exuberance.
I honestly, I don't work in news, and I know they're doing a bunch of serious news stuff, and you look over and they're just like news, like they're super serious. But it's got to be a nice break for them to hear Jarrett doing whatever he's doing and Wolf blasting Metallica and Guns N' Roses out of the prep room every morning.
That's why you guys are, number one. That's why you do what you do, right? This is just what people tune in for.
I have to. Have I told you the Jarrett story once when I did a show with him and he got tangled up in his headphones?
No.
Do you guys know this story?
Why can I can totally picture that.
So he was sitting where you are. This is no joke. And he rolled we've got these rolly chairs, right? He rolled them over the cord of his headphones. We're on the air. So at that point, he's kind of pinned, right? But instead of just taking his headphones off, he keeps trying to fix it, and he's rolling the chair more and more to the point where his head was stuck to the ground while we were on the air.
And then panic sets in. That's the thing. You can't panic.
Panic set in when he was at a 90-degree angle off the ground.
You got to just be calm.
Yes. All right, let's get to this. And a question on a lot of people's minds is the future of Jonathan Gannon and this coaching staff. And JG, he talked to the media yesterday. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, as he is each and every Monday throughout the NFL season. And he talked about his confidence level that he's going to be back. Here, I'm going to play first the stuff just from the media availability yesterday.
Do you expect to be sitting in that chair a week from today?
Yeah.
Here's another follow-up.
What makes you say that?
I have confidence in myself, Bob.
He was then asked how often he talks to Michael Bidwill.
A lot, right now though, I understand the question, Cam. I kind of do the same process as I've done the last 2 years. Like I try to take detailed notes, try to have a pulse of what's going on. But you can't let that. I do have to think about the future a little bit, obviously the seat that I'm in, but my focus is really on LA, you know what I mean? And that there'll be a time to look at all that and have those conversations and make changes, you know what I mean? And, to your point, Bob, no one's happy. I'm not happy. The players aren't happy. That through adversity, you got to change, So I got to change, and we got to change some things. So, but we'll get to that.
He was also asked about his job status discussions.
I'm not going to get into all that, Josh, but I feel good.
Okay, so I'll play the Burns and Gambo stuff here in a second, but let's just react to that first, Jody. What's your
he's very very confident. Which
sounds pretty confident.
So as we get toward the end of the season here, now the point blank questions are coming. Are you going to be in this seat next week? And he feels like yes. He's very confident. And that one answer referred to basically like, have you been? You mentioned job status, but something to the effect almost like of have you been? You sound like a guy that's been told something. Have you been told something? And he basically said, I'm not going to get into that. I feel good. So. A lot of times when coaches, when you get the sense that they're truly not sure, it'll be like, I hope I get the chance to make the changes. I hope I've done, that some building blocks have been in place. And I mean, he does sound like someone that has had an assurance or something like that. Now, clearly we don't know that, and maybe that hasn't happened. Maybe he just is that confident in himself. But, if he hasn't had any assurances, the thing about it is the NFL, I mean, you can lose your job at any time. I mean, that's just the reality of it. But I think the fact that he, it seems like he's focused on LA, but he's already planning to, make changes and, I'm sure there's a lot of things. So much has gone wrong this season that if he and Monty Austinfort, when they get together, I'm sure there's a lot of talk about, hey, it's this week, but it's like, what do we wish we had, or what do we wish we could do, or what can we do better? So it is an interesting situation because judging by JG yesterday, and his demeanor and what he put out there, I think he was basically saying, I expect to be here next year and in a week.
That's like I went into yesterday probably thinking it was like maybe 40, 60 he'd be back, right? And then you hear that and it's how can you not, especially that last cut that you referred to, how do you not walk away from that? I know he didn't say he's had discussions or assurances that he's going to be back, but how do you not walk away hearing that and thinking, yeah, it sounds like he's going to be back, like 80-20 he's going to be back. I said this to you before the show though. He is somebody who conveys in his press conferences a certain level of confidence to the point where, and I'm not like trying to laugh at this season, but they're 3-13. If you didn't watch the games and you just heard his comments after games, you would think that they're like 8-8 and every game's been a 2-point loss and they're right there. So it still wouldn't shock me if he was let go at the end of the season. Maybe he's just trying to convey that confidence and stick to it. And they are still in the season. So I'm sure he is focused on LA right now. I've said this time and time again. I don't think JG is necessarily the problem. I don't think just firing him solves anything. If there's some amazing coach out there that you can get, then yeah, you got to find a way to upgrade. But with all that said, what have you seen over the last 3 months that makes you feel like, we got to bring him back? I'm not saying you have to fire him, but how could you confidently be like, we got to bring him back after what you've seen this season?
Well, and that's where the deep dive on evaluating him goes, and it goes to earlier in the season. I think the one thing that tactically you have to look at is the finishes of these these games, some of the before halves, and that's every coach. Every coach has to make some tough decisions, and they're it's magnified before the half, before the end of the game. I think some of those things are evaluated for sure. But the other thing, and Paul Calvisi brought this up yesterday, there's a lot of good coaches out there, guys that are having good seasons this year, guys that have had good seasons in the past that have had rough seasons. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where it comes into play, kind of like, how do you stay the course? Is that going to be the better outcome in the long run if you feel like you have the right person? At the end of the day, Michael Bidwell has to feel like he has the right people. And if he still feels like Jonathan Gannon and Monty Austinfort are the right people and they just need clarity at quarterback, an O-line that can be more productive, and then the injuries are a big deal. Again, I kind of referenced this yesterday with Troy Lovello. They could have easily, everyone was clamoring for Troy to be fired after that 21 season. And if that happens, they probably don't go to the World Series in 23. They don't. I mean, they just don't. He was the guy that was going to bring these young guys along. He was the right guy. And then even this year, there are always going to be people in this era of social media. That is a very loud voice, but is it the right voice? And it's most times not.
The only thing, and I'm glad you brought up Lovello, because in 2021, that's when we first started the show, and I did not want the Diamondbacks to move on from him. And I don't think Wolf did either, but I was pretty adamant I didn't want them to move on from him. But part of the reason was he had already had some success, and maybe
he was the manager of the year in 2017, which was his first year here.
So you could point to something, you could say, yeah, okay, the Diamondbacks have a ton of injuries. It was weird. It was coming out of the COVID year. Like, everything was kind of a mess. And, anytime you say anything in defense of somebody that a bunch of people want fired, it's like, oh, you're just making an excuse. But it's like, it's a lot easier. It was a lot easier then to be like, you're talking about a guy who's manager of the year. Like, this guy, it's been a weird year. You got to give him another. Whereas with Gannon, I mean, he hasn't been doing this as a head coach very long, but was he 15 and 50?
15 and 35.
15 and 35.
Yeah.
Well, that's better than 15 and 50.
Yeah, I think there was a little misnomer earlier, but it's 50 games.
Yeah.
It's 15 and 35.
It's the 7th worst winning percentage ever for a coach that has been a head coach for 50 games. Now, you're totally right. That doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad coach. I just don't know what it looks like next year if you run it back with him and you don't make huge changes elsewhere. I just don't know how you run back like, well, if everybody's just healthy, we're going to compete in this division. That feels like just kind of a Hail Mary down the field.
Yeah,
the one, it works.
If you make drastic changes, whether in the staff or with the head coach, at least you know that there will be change for sure. You know for sure that things are going to be different.
Or you're going to have to change the roster a lot.
I think that's also a given.
All right, when we come back, which players should we be watching when ASU takes on Duke tomorrow in the Sun Bowl? We're going to ask former ASU safety Jordan Simone. He'll join us next. We haven't talked to him since Kenny officially returned.
It's a lot to get to with Jordan.
So this is going to be interesting. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
People talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
only.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25 points, and Devin Booker added 22 points. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Jody Jackson's in for Wolf today, and we're going to talk some ASU football because, well, you know, ASU's got a game tomorrow, a bowl game, and then the portal opens up in just a couple days as well. And we talked to Jordan Simone all season long. It's one of my favorite conversations of the week each week, but we haven't talked to him since Kenny Dillingham officially stayed at ASU in Michigan. I don't know what
it's been busy, but thankfully good news.
Yes, all good news. He joins us right now in the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jordan?
Hi, guys. Merry Christmas. Getting ready for a nice new year. I hope you guys are enjoying the holidays. Great to be with you as always.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this game because it's, the last one, and we won't see the Sun Devils for a while after this one, so we're excited.
Jordan, let's start here, man. Just because we haven't talked to you since all of the stuff went down with Michigan that never really ended up going down with Michigan, I guess. But Kenny Dillingham staying here, a bunch of Michigan fans on social media proudly proclaiming him their next coach, and then immediately saying they never wanted him anyway. Setting Michigan aside, how big is this for ASU? And I don't just mean for next year. I mean, like, historically, to continue on the path they're on.
I mean, Michael Crow put on his Santa Claus outfit and his fake beard and wrapped up Kenny Dillingham and gave it to all ASU fans for Christmas. I mean, it was a Christmas miracle. My opinion on the whole deal is that I don't think Kenny was ever going to leave. I think he had to play to his leverage, right? He had big time leverage this offseason. I mean, the guy probably got every single offer, any big offer that was out there. They probably reached out to the agent just to say, like, hey, what's the interest here? So I think he did the smart thing, which is, hey, let's use this to our advantage with the administration and whether it's get more money for NIL. I don't think he was necessarily worried about making more money for himself. I mean, he's already making an insane amount of money, and he's, they can do whatever they want here in this town with that amount of money. But of course, he gets the increase, and then the rumors that I've heard is that that the administration is going to give them a significant amount of money in NIL to help them compete on a national level, right? To compete for championships. I mean, you look at what Texas Tech has done in a short year with that amount of money, and I think Kenny's going, hey, this is what it takes now. Obviously you need to be able to coach these players that you bring in with that amount of money, but I think it was really smart what he did, and I think some people got nervous, myself included, with some of his answers post practice, going like, hey, I love it here, I don't want to leave here, but we'll see what happens, and they were able to ultimately get it done. So I'm glad that they got it done, and if they did not keep Kenny, it would have been a huge problem. I mean, it would have probably set us back further than the way that Herm and Ray did right before Kenny got hired. So I could have seen it, just getting real bad. But we don't even have to talk about that because it didn't happen, and we got our guy.
Yeah, it played out well. I think you're right. It wasn't about him making the money. It was the staff increase. And if I'm right, Luke, maybe correct me on the numbers, but it went from whatever it was small, like a 2 million or 1 point something million to something like 11 million for the staff.
Yeah, I don't know if it was only 1 or 2, but it went up to 11. Yeah,
I might be getting those numbers wrong. So, but no, good news. So I'll turn to the game tomorrow, Jordan. As far as then the first thing that comes to my mind, and I know we're all thinking about the portal and who's going to be the next quarterback and all of this stuff. But as you zoom in on tomorrow, I think about Jeff Sims because can he redeem himself after what happened against U of A? He did a lot of good things this season, including the game where he rushed for over 200 yards. But will you be kind of zeroing in on that as well, like I will be on, can Jeff Sims kind of end on a good note?
I mean, you hope so, right? For that kid. And Duke's a good football team. Obviously, they win their. It's college football playoff makes no sense. I mean, they win the ACC championship, but are not in the college football playoff yet. Miami, who didn't play in their championship game, is not in, or is in the college football playoff. So nothing really makes sense right now. But Duke is a good football team. Obviously, it's going to be a challenge for ASU with Jeff Sims, who is a turnover machine. We hope that he goes out on the right note, but good Lord, sometimes when I watch him play, I want to throw up. But then, he could run for 4 touchdowns or he could throw 4 picks. So it just depends which version you're going to get of him. And yes, we hope he goes out on a high note. My confidence level is not high, if I can just be real with you guys. I hope that they, figure out how to just help him control the football and not get crazy with it. But I mean, the guy's thrown over 50 interceptions since 2020 or fumbled the ball. So I would be shocked if he didn't turn it over. Let's just keep it to a minimum and try to win this game and send out the seniors and the guys that are, playing their last football game on a high note. But Duke's a good football team here, guys, and this is not going to be an easy game by any means.
I guess the quick follow-up would be, though, then, is there any scenario where you think we see Dyer enter the game? I mean,
I don't know why we haven't seen him weeks ago. You
got to see what you have in him, right?
Yeah,
Cam
well,
Dyer.
I'm it can't get worse than what we've got. I mean, you've got a guy that in Jeff Sims against U of A in the Valley Super Bowl here. I mean, that's the most important game every single year, no matter what. And he's turning the ball over like he's getting NIL money from U of A. I mean, it was so horrendous. And as a former player, this game it means so much more to us. So to see, it's like, obviously he's a great kid and he's got great character and he stayed at ASU, yada, yada, yada. We all love that. But at the end of the day, you got to beat U of A and you can't hand him the ball. I mean, you cannot, as a competitor, it was so tough to watch. And again, he's obviously a great Sun Devil, but you just like that game, I think really pissed a lot of us off that are, going like, hey, this isn't a freaking throwaway game here. This is a team that we need to beat. And if this guy is going to show this type of effort, why not give somebody else a chance, right? Let's go see if Dyer can go make a few plays and maybe build some confidence going into next year and elevate that quarterback room. So, yeah, I would love to see somebody else play quarterback, anybody else, if he's going to play the way he did. But also, then you get the Iowa State guy who could run for 200 yards. So who knows? I hope that, our defense has been the thing that's kept us in these games. So let's just see how prepared they are.
We're talking to Jordan Simone. Jordan, I wanted to get your thoughts on the state of bowl games right now. I mean, the Sun Bowl has been around forever. There's a lot of tradition there. Like you said, Duke's a good team. ASU's a good team too. But obviously a lot of the players that made these teams good, especially on ASU's side, are kind of already out because they're going to the NFL draft or whatever. And it's probably not even as extreme in tomorrow's game as it is in a lot of these games. What do you think of the state of the bowl games that aren't actually in the playoff?
Man, I think it's just you're seeing a slow death. I was talking to my dad the other day, right around Christmas. I'm like, remember how much fun bowl games used to be? That used to be able to, watch all game, all season. All the players are playing. Maybe there's a first rounder or a top draft pick that's sitting out. Okay, we get that, but you're usually getting teams at full strength with their coaching staffs, and now you've got like coaching staffs are changed or gone. You've got players that have already, opted out. They're in the portal. So it's impossible to pick a game. I mean, I've been on an all-time cooler from a betting perspective. You just have no idea who's going to win. So you just take the underdog and pray and see what happens. But, I mean, it's the death of bowl games is upon us. I mean, it's impossible to get anybody to want to play in these now when it's like I'm for Duke, like they go for Duke. Think about if you're a Duke fan, your team wins the conference and then you're going to play in the Sun Bowl. It's like, like what else do we have to do? Obviously they have a ton of losses, right? But like if you win your conference, you should be in the college football playoff, yet they're not. They're playing Jeff Sims led ASU in the Sun Bowl. So it's a weird deal. They've got to figure it out. I think you go to expanded playoff. I think you just got to keep expanding it and, to put the best 16 teams in. JMU and Tulane do not deserve to be in the college football playoff. I mean, I think everybody watched that Oregon JMU game and went, what the hell am I watching right now? This is ridiculous. How does this team, good for them. They've I think Boise State probably set that up for failure. If it wasn't Boise State, then how do you get behind it? So something's got to change. The transfer portal deal is a mess. College football is a mess, but damn, it's so fun to watch. I mean, you look at the games coming up in the college football playoff, and you're like, holy cow! I cannot wait to watch that slate of games: Oregon, Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Georgia. It's going to be just so fun to watch. So for all of the mess that it is, it's still, you can't, it's like a car crash. You just can't take your eyes off it.
Yeah. Jordan, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much. We'll catch up again soon.
Happy New Year, guys. Thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, Jordan.
Go Devils. We can still get it done.
That's Jordan Simone joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we're going to do our Valley Sports New Year's resolutions. We're going to bring Command and Control in on this as well. We're going to do two of them next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
champ. Champ.
Text the word champ to 620-620 right now.
Champ.
Text champ to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Thinking about fixing your smile? Go with ProSmile, Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, and the only place with oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and lab techs all under one roof. No outsourcing, no delays. This holiday season, get $1,000 off through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply. In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. When can we expect the next domino to fall in the MLB offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, well, look, New Year's Eve is tomorrow, so we figured this is probably the right time to do some New Year's resolutions, but not for us, because, I mean, Jody.
No, we're not doing that.
It's so much more fun to make resolutions for other people And I encourage everybody to try this just in your everyday life, too. Just tell other people how they can be better next year.
I got a few great ideas for you, Luke, but don't tell me to stop eating chocolate.
No. I would never do such a thing. But so we're going to start. We'll bring in command and control. We're going to get to the Suns and the D-backs, or Suns and ASU later on in the show. We're going to start with the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks right now. Okay, so Jamal and Rick are going to get in on this as well. Here, I'll start off for the Cardinals. Okay.
Who do you got?
And
what do you got?
I'm going to be realistic as best I can. Like, if you were making an actual New Year's resolution for yourself, you wouldn't be like, in 2026, I'm going to learn how to fly. Like, you're not going to do that, right? So I'm not going to say, hey, make the playoffs next year. I will say,
get Joe Burrow. Is that where you're going with this?
I'm going to go a little more vague. Identify and find your quarterback of the future. You have to do that this year. There's already this like thought process out there of, well, maybe just kick it down a year and because the 2027 draft class is going to be amazing. You don't know that. Get your quarterback now. If it wants to be Joe Burrow, that's fantastic. I don't think there's any chance. If you think that there's always going to be a reclamation project every year, which I don't believe, and you just assume Mac Jones or whoever, Malik Willis, is going to suddenly be good here because they're good in Kyle Shanahan's offense or Matt LaFleur's offense, whatever. Just, you have to identify that quarterback. If it's one of those guys or somebody in the draft, there is no waiting for 2027.
No, I totally agree. That's now here, I'm going to kind of piggyback off of that. For me, and if you have a Burrow or if you have a Josh Allen, like, you don't necessarily need the running game to be on point, right? But most likely, it's not going to be a guy like that. It's going to be somebody developing. It's going to be like a Mac Jones, or it could be Malik Willis. I don't know, or a draft pick. Or maybe you start with Jacoby Brissett again and kind of see where you go. But most guys need a run game. And so I'm going to go with reclaim that by fortifying the offensive line. I mean, yes, there's still a lot of questions on this run game looked best when James Conner was out there, and he's coming off a very tough injury. So I do know this. I don't know who's going to be running it back there and how effective they'll be, but I do know you need to fortify that offensive line, get guys that can get back to running the stuff that, I don't know if Drew Petzing will be the guy calling the plays, but the kind of things that they were doing with success, because that's going to help any quarterback. And let's not kid ourselves. That was the plan for Kyler Murray, right?
Somewhere Wolf is cheering right now.
Am I channeling Wolf right now? Yeah, what does he call them? The butt guts?
Yep.
I'm sure I don't.
I like big butts and I cannot
There you go.
lie.
We keep doing this, he's going to show up.
Resolution is butt guts. Guys,
Jamal.
Over to you.
Say butt guts 3 times and he's going to show up.
He's just going to appear like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
Right?
I did the I Dream of Jeannie. If you're on YouTube, you can see this.
And if you're not, hurry to your phone right now.
Can I say happiness? I just want to watch. I just want to be happy watching this team again.
No, that's like me saying I'm going to learn how to fly.
That's very vague.
No, I just want to see a plan. Whatever they decide to do in the offseason, whether they fire JG, whether they keep him, fire Monty, keep him. I just want to see a plan. Okay, we're going to lose this many games next year, but we have a plan. We have a plan to get back to success. As long as there's some sort of, okay, everything happens for a reason. We're firing such and such to become, to hire so and so.
Yeah.
Like, as long as there's a plan to get back to success, I think that'd be my New Year's resolution.
That's fair, Rick.
All right, mine is very similar to Jody's. I just said that I want them to plan on playing better on the offensive line. However they get there is, they
That's
can
their
figure
job.
that out.
Yeah.
But whether it's in the draft, whether it's in free agency, just figure out how to play better on the offensive line, because I think that fixes a lot of their problems.
The only frustrating thing about this is a lot of what we just came up with was stuff that was already supposed to be resolved going into this season. But
Well, the O-line we were confused all year on why it didn't look as good. Paris Johnson Jr. is a very good player. He's been hurt the last few weeks, but he was there early. Yelda Froholt was there. Evan Brown was there. Jonah Williams, I think, was the guy that you kind of hoped was going to fortify that on the right side, and he didn't. I think, Jesse, though, for you and I, it does matter who's running. Bijan Robinson last night made me, I really was coveting a great back after watching him run, and he's not the only one.
Watching him single-handedly beat the Rams.
I mean, he's special. I mean, it's funny. I covered high school football, but I didn't really watch him live very much. I think just one time. He's from Tucson, obviously. So, but he's it's real easy to say, go get you a back like that, but he's pretty special. In fact, I saw the stat where he has more scrimmage yards, like 5,600 scrimmage yards, most by anyone before turning 24, which kind of tells you that. So I'm not dismissing. I think the one caveat for me is I'm not dismissing that it does matter who's back there. And you do need somebody that has some electric ability or physical. If you're not electric with your speed and quickness, then you got to be physical. And if you can find both, great. Or a lot of times the Cardinals, most teams go with kind of one of each, right? So I don't know what the answer is on getting the whole thing to work together, but I know it does start with the O-line.
I'm going to go really quick here because we have a minute and a half to do the Diamondbacks.
Oh, darn.
So I'm going to say simply fix your bullpen. Whether that means figure out a way to keep guys healthy, whether that means going out and getting players now because it is the offseason, fix the bullpen.
I'll go along that line, bullpen and pitching in general, which I think, and the good news is they've hired they have done a deep dive. I can't wait to talk to everybody in spring training, director of pitching, a lot of things that they are doing to really try to figure that out. So I think the pitching, because the offense has been very consistent. So I'm there with the bullpen and the starters all rising.
The nice thing about that is, it's Mike Hazen's resolution too. Like he's
That's
not gonna,
right.
he's not going to stand for another pitching performance like last year. Jamal,
I'm going to go really vague. I'm going to say health. Health, bullpen, pitching.
So far, you've gone with happiness.
Elbow
and
health.
Yeah, happiness and
You
health.
could even go elbow health, really.
Specifically, yes.
Just
no more Tommy
elbows.
John. Just please.
Yeah. They have earned a Tommy John free year after 2025. Rick?
Yeah, mine's the exact same as Jamal. Just figure out how to stay healthier. I don't know whatever can make that happen, whether it's new training techniques or whatever, just please stay healthier because
this is
that
the beauty
team
of making resolutions for other people. You don't have to figure out how. You just tell them what to do.
Yeah.
So it's on them to figure it out.
D-backs, just stay healthier because you'll be a wild card team if you do.
I would think, if they could have stayed healthy last year. Wow, we got through the
And
D-backs
help
really
for those
quick.
guys that are coming back to have a smooth recovery.
Yeah,
because they have so many, notably Corbin Burns, AJ Puck, Justin Martinez. I could go on and on.
But if just those three come back healthy within the first, 2 months of the season, is that too much to ask?
And Lourdes Gurriel Jr., if we want to go, because he's coming back earlier than expected, we think.
That is good news there. All right, so we'll get into the Suns and D-backs at the resolutions later on, but I think that says something that first of all, credit to all of us for finding one thing for the Cardinals to work on. But the fact that we all basically said the same thing for the Diamondbacks kind of tells you where the Diamondbacks are. And I'm not joking. If Torey Lovello or Mike Hazen were on right now playing this game with us, I think they would say the exact same thing.
I think you're right.
All right, we come back over to basketball. Colin Gillespie, he's a lock for most improved player, right? Or not, apparently. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Diamondbacks do not want this to drag on much longer. Either they're going to trade Ketel Marte or they're going to shut it down. They're going to be like Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, Hell's Kitchen. Shut it down! Shut it down! And there won't be any more service. They don't want this to drag on forever. They do want to get to the point where if they can't get a good enough offer, they're not going to drag this into spring training. They want to be able to just say, okay, we're done. Because they have to move on. They've got to get a first baseman. They've got to get a reliever. They've got other areas they have to address. They might trade one of their two outfielders. Like, there's things that they have to do that's truly being held up by a potential Marte trade.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their 4th straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25, and Devin Booker added 22 points. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for our last show of the year. We look back on the year that was. Dan Bickley will be in with Luke Lipinski, Jared's favorite. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, there will be shenanigans. I have no doubt.
That's the second look ahead talking about you joining the morning show that's used shenanigans. So, I mean, this is how lucky I am that I get to work with you and your shenanigans.
Try to keep the shenanigans to a minimum on this show. That's actually not true at all. But I appreciate Dan Bickley's enthusiasm. I don't know if that's going to be there about 45 minutes in tomorrow when he's like these two infants. We are live from the Casino
Isn't
Arizona.
it time for you to go to bed?
In Talkie Stick Resort Suits. That's true. Yeah, in 4 minutes, I need to go to bed for the show tomorrow. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today. And Jody, I'm going to start here just to sort of pay off the tease. Anybody that heard that going to break is like, wait, what are you talking about? Colin Gillespie is having a great year. Yes, he is. And we're gonna go into that in just a second. But where I'm saying he's apparently not a lock for most improved player is I'm looking at the Vegas odds, and his name is 10th on this list right now. I think technically he's tied for 8th. They have him tied with Dylan Brooks, actually, for most improved player.
Well, I mean, Dylan's improved too, but I just feel like Colin's been a great story. And part of it starts with him averaging like 14 minutes a game last year, and now he's averaging like 28 minutes. So that's doubled. He's getting a chance, and he's making the most of it.
I mean, some of these guys, look, I'll read off the names that are on this list ahead of Colin Gillespie. And I'm not saying these guys don't deserve to be on this list. I just feel like he fits in a different category. So maybe it is more just based on how you define most improved player. Because like a lot of these guys are former first-round picks. A lot of these guys have already made a name for themselves in the NBA. Like Michael Porter Jr. is on this list. Wolf wrote a song about him like 4 years ago.
I mean, he's not. I mean, and it's not like newcomer.
That's
but true. Most improved, just it should be the trajectory of like
Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr. averaged 18.2 points per game last season. So it's not like I don't know.
Not feeling it.
He's on the list. Denny Avdia is the favorite. Jalen Johnson of Atlanta's up there. Keontae George, Ryan Rollins of Milwaukee. I mentioned Michael Porter Jr., Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who's having a great year for Atlanta. He's been a big, but I just like Anthony Black for Orlando. There's another first-round pick, and he's having a much improved year. But he was the 6th pick overall in 2023. It's just Colin Gillespie was like a year ago at this time, you didn't even know if he'd be playing in the NBA.
Exactly. That's why, I mean, I really think he's being overlooked. Clearly he's being overlooked because you don't, it's almost like because he doesn't have a name, he's not a name guy that everyone's aware of and has, but I mean, he just made his debut a couple of years ago. He's still a very young player. Yeah, he made his debut in 2023.
You had it in your email. What did you? Mr. Consistent. That's what they.
Yeah, because I loved how they, they talked about this in the morning show too. It was another great post-game interview. Amanda Pflugrad was there interviewing Colin Gillespie, and everybody came over. Dylan Brooks kind of took it over, and that's
he does.
I mean, it's great, though, when especially you get a really humble guy. It's kind of like, I call it like the Paul Goldschmidt interview rule. It's like, yeah, Goldie, there was one series in L.A. where he was my post-game guest 3 days in a row. He was just the clear player of the game. And it got to the point, because he doesn't like talking about himself, that the best thing is for someone else to come and join. And I think we did that on the third one. Or for him to talk about other people, then he's going to be more, which Colin brought up Devin Booker, Colin brought up other guys, but Dylan Brooks kind of came in and talked about all the good things he's doing. And yeah, Mr. Consistent is very true. And that's, again, for a player last year, I'm just looking at, he only had 9 starts last year. I mean, last year's a bad example, right? Everything's different.
Games in his career before this year.
That's right. Everything's different now, but you can't deny, if you just put up the numbers, if you take I guess we'd have to do some math, which I know you and I are not up for that.
I'm out.
But if you did the percentage of production output in really every category, like obviously shooting threes, if it's a pretty big jump. So if you put that up against all those other guys, I'd be curious to see what that actually is. But even the eyeball test for me, tells me
the
that
eyeball test is maybe the biggest thing.
It is the
working in his
biggest,
favor,
yeah.
because if you go with the stats, some of these guys are scoring more points this season. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. is averaging 25 points a game, but again, he was averaging over 18 last year. It's more the like. Look, let me put it this way: if you were asked who the face of the Phoenix Suns is, you would say Devin Booker. If you were asked who the face of the 2025-26 Phoenix Suns is, like specific this season, the first 30-plus games, 32 games, you'd probably say Dylan Brooks, wouldn't you? And
he's everywhere. I was just watching
Colin Gillespie would be right there, though.
Yeah, they are, because it's a team where everyone's sharing the ball, everyone's impacting the game. That's what's made it so fun. And yes, Devin Booker, to Colin Gillespie's point last night, is he called it like the gravity of Booker being out there, because he's such a threat that when he drives to the hoop, then he can kick it out, or other guys are getting free. But he's also effective too.
But if you're trying to tell the story of this season, you can't tell it without Dylan Brooks and Colin Gillespie.
Absolutely correct. I would agree. And then the other guy that I think is a big part too is the guy that wasn't out on the court yesterday, which was Mark Williams. But that's the other cool thing about it, though. Without Williams there, they still had the 20 offensive rebounds. Oso Ighodaro had 10 rebounds. Nick Richards did a lot of good things out there. I mean, you need Mark Williams, but he wasn't available yesterday due to the bogus suspension.
I've never seen Jody so angry about anything.
I was pretty angry about that yesterday.
You came in and you were like, I'm only going to drink one drink today of coffee. I'm not going to have anything else. Here's Devin Booker talking about Colin Gillespie after the game yesterday.
He's getting comfortable all over the court, not just behind the arc. All his movement shooting. He's 6'1", but he can play like a shooting guard too. He can get off the ball. He's knocking down catch and shoot off the dribble, however you want it.
I guess looking at the Vegas odds are kind of an eye-opener that he's not going to win Most Improved Player, because I don't know what more he can do than this. And for him to be 50-1 and be down there below all those players I just named, and there were other ones on the list ahead of him too. But in terms of a player that has improved and it's had a major impact on his team, I think you could probably, what I say, there was basically 7 guys. I think you could probably pull about 5 of these guys off the list.
Well, I'll say this. He can, last night he had, 25 points? Mm-hmm. He had another, 5 for 8 from 3. I mean, look, it's a team that has different guys every night contributing, but the scoring output could go up considerably. Right now, where is he got on points per game? 13.9. That, if it goes up dramatically, maybe the odds of him winning go up dramatically too.
I think it's just he does whatever they need each night, which
sounds like everybody on the team.
Yeah, that's
which
true.
is
Which is
why it's working. Yeah.
So he's probably not going to win an individual award, but the Suns are probably going to be in at least the play-in, if not the playoffs, because of it. All right,
we sure hope so.
Yeah, well, and we come back. Patrick Peterson's going to join us, and we are going to get his thoughts on the direction of the Arizona Cardinals after this season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports.
Pat P.
Local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for 3 left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown puts the Suns up 9.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Arizona Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20-10-5 touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him. Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
All right, quick shout out to Apache Junction. Thanks to everybody listening in Apache Junction. Everywhere else right now, it's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf. Jody, I was just looked up on the TV, and Bruce Arians was up there, and we're about to talk to Patrick Peterson. It's like we're bringing back the good old days here now.
Yeah, and you and I were talking in the break, Luke, because I haven't gotten to talk to Pat P here in a while. But in 2011, I was doing sidelines on the Fox games, and the 4 punt returns for touchdowns. It was just it's one of the absurd. I've been covering footballs for almost 30 years, and that was one of the more crazy things. And it is an NFL record tied with Devin Hester and Rick Upchurch. I had to look that up, 1976. But so thanks for the memories, Pat P. That was incredible.
Patrick, what's going on, man?
Oh man. Oh, Jody, man, it's been a while. Great to speak with you.
I know, it's great to talk to you. Also, my South Florida, Broward County native fellow.
Well, Pat, this we've been talking to you every week this season, and it feels like at some point in there, all the questions became big picture stuff. So I guess that's where we are now. Let me start here. Getting this close to the end of the season. I mean, you never want the season to end, but this has been brutal for the Cardinals. I don't know that a lot of guys have experienced a run like this, but if you're a player on that team, you're just trying to get to the end now. Like, what are you looking for this offseason? What's next now for this team?
You know, from the top, you know, looking from a team holistically, you know, they're going to have to get better interior on both sides of the ball, you know, offensive line and defensive line, because at the end of the day, when you look at it, you know, you have to be able to protect your quarterback and you have to be able to get to the opposing team's quarterback. And the Cardinals have not been able to do that on a consistent basis. And the teams that are in the hunt in the playoffs, 9 times out of 10, they have a very, very strong foundation in the interior part of their football team, meaning their offense and defensive linemen. So I feel like that is something that they need to attack in the offseason for sure. And on the defensive side of the ball and on the back end, we need more ball production. You know, we have to take the ball away from teams. We have to get guys, put guys in better position to be able to do that, because, you know, having 10 interceptions, that's decent, but you have to be able, if you want to be one of those teams in the playoffs and put your teams in good position, you have to be one of those teams that's able to take the ball away as well. So those probably the two big picture things that, you know, I saw for the most part going through this season. You know, so it's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done, because there is a lot more holes that need to be filled. But I feel like if you start there, you can start putting the pieces together and start building a much more solid football team.
You know, Patrick, one of the tough things watching the game the other day was just the tackling. And I know for you as a defender, that's got to be hard to watch. I mean, I know they're banged up on defense, and especially in the secondary, but I mean, what were your thoughts as you were kind of watching the Bengals game and some of the poor tackling that we saw?
Yeah, you know, when it's that time of the year, you know, me and Luke and had the opportunity to talk with, you know, Wolf when he's on weekly. But, you know, when you're in this part of the season, it's all about pride. You know, it's all about putting good film and putting yourself out there in the proper manner that you want to be represented in, because 9 times out of 10, you know, it's a possibility that you're going to be playing for another team, you know, if you're not one of those franchise guys or, you know, top, you know, 10 guys that's on the roster. So you always want to be able to put, you know, good film out there. And looking at the tape last week, it was definitely a lot of poor tackling. It wasn't, you know, guys that's usually in the lineup, but that's the opportunity for, you know, the guys who do get their number called to go out there and put out their best performance, and they wasn't able to do that. So it just comes down to pride. It comes down to character and how you want to be viewed, you know, moving forward. Because at this stage of the season, you know, you're fighting to put on good tape for another job.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, I think a lot of people would agree you laid out a pretty good plan for this offseason of what they have to do in terms of building up the trenches on both sides of the football. In your experience, how quickly can that be done? Because you have two schools of thought where people are like, oh, just snap your fingers and everything will be great. And then you have the other school of thought where people are like, that'll take years. We can never fix this. And it's got to be somewhere in the middle. But, like, how quickly can a team turn it around in the NFL?
You know, it all depends on, you know, how aggressive, you know, teams want to be in the free agent market, how aggressive they want to be in the draft as far as trading up and getting guys who they really, really want versus sitting on their hands. So it's a lot that goes into, you know, building, you know, turning a team around in a snap of a finger, because it can happen. You know, we've seen it with the Jaguars. We've seen it with, you know, with the Bears this year, you know. And if you look at both of those teams, where they started was that obviously they came into with some good, solid quarterback play, but they started building their team from the interior out. You know, you have to be able to protect your prized possession, and that's the quarterback. And you have to be able to stop the run and be able to get after the opposing team's quarterback. That's how you're able to tally up wins and be able to put yourself in good position. So, you know, it's a lot that has to go into, you know, building a team and hoping for a turnaround, you know, overnight. But it can happen, you know. So you just have to be able to, you know, look yourself in the mirror if you want to be aggressive. If you're going to put all your eggs in the basket to really, you know, commit yourself and to the turnaround, because that's at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. You know, are you willing to risk whatever it is to make sure that your team is what you want it to be viewed as at the end of the day.
You know, we heard from Jonathan Gannon yesterday, and he seemed very confident that he would be back next year and making whatever changes need to be made. And I guess I just wanted your perspective from a player standpoint. I mean, you know, Pat, we saw you play for some really good teams and then had some bad years with the same coach, right? Sometimes great coaches can have a bad year. From the player perspective, though, is the way that a guy is handling himself right now, is that a big key to sticking with your coach and continuing to respect his process? Like, is that something players are, you know, looking at right now?
No doubt about it. You're definitely looking at, you know, how your coach is, you know, conducting himself, you know, on a day in and day out basis, because at the end of the day, we're looking at him, you know, for guidance. We're looking at him for, you know, leadership. So how his manner is around the building, the team 9 times out of 10 should follow. And I do believe that he will be back next year. It's just going to come down to they have to get the guys in there that's going to make this turnaround happen right away. There's no more trying to see if this guy can do it. Now, we have to be aggressive in this free agency market. I don't know what the free agent market is going to look like, but we have to go out and get the top players in order to be able to make this change right now at key positions. You don't have to get a top, you know, every top player that's, you know, go for all broke in the free agent market, but you have to get some key players, you know, valuable pieces that's going to help turn this thing around, because that's what good teams do. You know, they find a way to either get players in the draft, or they find players to add on to what they have, which is in the free agency market, and that's what the Cardinals are going to have to do a good job of moving forward if they want to, you know, be one of those 10, 11, 12-win teams moving forward.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, before we let you go, I just want to get your perspective as a defensive player on a couple receivers for the Cardinals. Michael Wilson makes this huge jump in year 3. It's kind of been a lost year for Marv with the injuries, and it's just been up and down, and the quarterback changes. In your mind, what has to happen to get Marv on the right track next year?
I think they're going to have to find a way to see what Marv is comfortable with, what he likes to do, and really try to exploit that as much as possible. You know, I know he's been, you know, going through, you know, obviously the injuries and quarterback changes and things like that. But the offensive coordinator is going to have to find many ways, you know, to get Marvin Harrison Jr. into football, because we all know that he's very, very dynamic, and he's a guy that needs touches. You know, he's not one of those guys can go, you know, 2-3 quarters without touching the ball. He's like one of those rhythm type receivers. So they have to find a better way of getting him involved early and often. And Wilson, like you said, he made a great jump. Michael Wilson made a great jump in year 2. It's going to be the same thing with him as well. You know, I felt like he emerged, you know, in the middle to late of this year when him and Jacoby started to find a connection. But it's going to come down to quarterback. You know, if he can, you know, get that continuity down with the quarterback, and also not being injured as well, because he's kind of been dealing with that injury bug as well. And we all know that that's unfortunate in the game that we play, that happens. But, you know, I feel like at the end of the day, both of those guys are extremely, you know, talented. But it's going to be the offensive coordinator job to make sure that he put those guys in the best position possible to be successful.
Patrick, it's always great talking to you, man. Have a great New Year.
Same here. Same to you guys. Happy New Year
Thanks,
as well.
Patrick. Happy New Year.
That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. The Marv stuff, I mean, it's good stuff there from Patrick Peterson.
Yeah,
and we're going to react to that in a little bit.
We were hoping that they were finding that stuff that he was going to be comfortable with this year, but next year still ahead.
All right, we come back. When exactly are the Arizona Diamondbacks going to address closer and first base and any other needs they may have this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would go offensive line. I'd see if there's a better option than Jacoby Brissett out there, and if I can't get a better option than him, I come back with him. But I got to win football games. It's a really tough spot to be in if they bring back the GM and the coach, which they very well may do. We haven't heard otherwise. There's going to be a mandate to win next year. You're not going to go out there and go 6-11, 7-10, and keep your jobs with another losing season. If you were a new coach and you had 4 years to build this thing up, you might say draft a quarterback. We'll develop the guy. But if the pressure's on you to win right now, the best guy that could help you is an offensive lineman.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no dual protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 1/5/26.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25 points, and Devin Booker added 22 points. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. When can we expect the next domino to fall in the MLB offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, it's a good question because the next domino might very well involve the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf today. And Jody, I think we all expected movement from the Diamondbacks this offseason, whatever that looks like, whether that moves you're trading Ketel Marte, that means you're trading Ketel Marte, or you're adding Alex Bregman or somebody else or whatever. Either way, you're adding bullpen help. They really haven't done much yet. And honestly, a lot of baseball hasn't. There's been some moves, but it hasn't been crazy yet this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest week of moves, was the winter meetings. You saw Schwarber going back to the Phillies. We saw Alonso going to, I'm at blanket, Orioles? Yeah, Alonso to the Orioles. And then, of course, Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers.
At least some team got a closer. L.A. picked up their 7th closer of the year.
Here's the thing about closers. Edwin Diaz appears to be, and time will tell, but, when you look at bullpens fluctuate, right? It's very hard for a guy to be effective all season. But Edwin Diaz is a guy that is usually effective all season. The injury he had was actually a celebration. Remember a few years ago, the WBC. So he's been healthy. He's been effective. He's been very good. Is he worth the 3 years, $69 million? I guess, like I said, we're going to find out. He has the track record. You look at last year, they signed Tanner Scott. He was not. He was in that category of, look, closers are just volatile.
Yeah.
So do you spend big money on a closer because they are volatile typically? So that's where I'm, clearly the D-backs with a little bit more of, we've heard that there's more of a budget that they're looking at sticking to this year. We don't know if that's going to end up being, I think it makes a lot of sense when you have a lot of highly paid guys coming back on the roster mid-year due to the injury. So I get it. Like, I'm not surprised that they're not just out signing guys and throwing. What did Pete Fairbanks end up going to the Marlins for? Something like
12 and
upwards
of, is that right?
Yeah,
I think it was 13.
Okay.
I don't think he's worth. I don't.
Pete Fairbanks.
Yeah,
I was shocked the Marlins did it. Honestly, they're not usually a team that goes out and spends big. Look, Edwin Diaz, if you told me I could get him, sure, because he is about as sure of a thing as you can get a closer. 253 career saves.
Yeah, he really is. He is. So we'll see.
But I think your point is spot on. Like, we've seen the Diamondbacks trade for guys. We've seen other teams trade for, like, when Hader got traded a couple years ago, and it's like he was about as sure a thing as you could get, and they ended up on his new team and just couldn't get anybody out all of a sudden for a couple months. Like, that's just closing in baseball. If you're the Dodgers and you go out and throw $70 million, $69 million on Edwin Diaz and it doesn't work out, you'll just throw $50 million at somebody else around the trade deadline. But if you are any other team, you got to be kind of smart about how you spend your money. So if I'm the Dodgers, I'm spending it because I'm printing the money, basically.
Here's the thing. Last year was such an anomaly. With the injuries they were forced to. I just go back to what we all watched, which was they set a new record with 15 different guys ending up getting saves. I think it ended up being more than that. That was at the end of August when they set the record. I could name them all, but,
Can you? This is amazing.
I don't know if our listeners want that.
No, you don't have to. I just didn't know if you made it sound like you had their names memorized in alphabetical order. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, no, definitely not in alphabetical order. But look, and some of those guys, they were fine in a relief role, fine in whatever situation, but everybody knows to close on a consistent basis, which obviously no one was doing it on a consistent basis, but they just had to patch it together. Very hard to do. very hard to stay in contention when you're patching that together every night.
Yeah.
And that's what they were doing, because at one point, even when we thought, I remember at one point right around the All-Star break, thinking, okay, things are steadying, and then Ryan Thompson and Jalen Beeks both went on the IL. And we didn't even really know they were dealing with any, and it was like, wow, all right, now what? So it's just, the hits kept coming and coming. I think just the nature of it is there, whoever they end up going with, the good news is you get to reset, you get to set up your bullpen with guys that and there are trusted arms in there. I personally I think Kevin Ginkel was not really fully healthy all year and had to battle. So, you're going to get a better version of, you're going to get a healthy, refreshed, reset version of a lot of the guys that were very effective in 23 and 24. And then whoever they decide to add, I don't really know who that, and I'm looking forward to it. Is it going to be something interesting? Like, is it going to be a guy who started and maybe is in a new role, or is it going to be a guy, and they do have some promising guys in the minors. I just think they were thrust into duty a little prematurely.
Well, yeah, it was 18 guys picked up saves last year. But
was it 18? Yeah, so 3 different names popped up in September alone.
Yeah, but only Shelby Miller hit double digits with 10. I mean, that's just not what the next closest guy was Justin Martinez, who was great with 5, and he didn't get to pitch much. But you bring up like Kevin Ginkel and Ryan Thompson, guys that you have depended on in the past, and they've been pretty lights out for you when you've depended on them in the past. And it's like there is a similarity to the Cardinals offensive line this year, where it was like, okay, these guys, we can count on them. They've been good in the past, and then they weren't, and then they got hurt. And with the Diamondbacks last year, the bullpen, there were guys that you have counted on in the past that for whatever reason were not nearly as effective last year, and then everybody got hurt. The difference is the Diamondbacks found a way to nearly make the playoffs anyway. Like they kept fighting, and they had 18 different guys pick up a save, and they just kept grinding things out even when they were sellers at the deadline, whereas the Cardinals have just completely disappeared. And I know it's not just the O-line for the Cardinals, but I mean, if you think about it, those are like the 2 worst positions in these sports to have a bunch of injuries hit, or to have guys that you've counted on in the past and delivered in the past not deliver. The bullpen in baseball will destroy you. If you can't count on winning games when you're up after the 7th or 8th inning, that's going to destroy you. And if you can't block in football, you may as well just leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's foundational for sure. But, I mean, I do think if, we've seen some teams that I feel like the offense of a baseball team, you can sometimes patch that together a little bit easier but it's hard too if you lose your big bats. I mean, the beauty of last year and what kept the team consistently in games was early on, the lineup that had Suarez and Naylor and Carroll and Perdomo were performing. And then late, the fact that Carroll, Perdomo, Blaze Alexander was a pleasant surprise. I think that really was the other thing that you don't necessarily count on, but it was working, just the guys that came in and were performing with the bat and running the bases and doing a lot of those things to keep the team afloat. So, but yeah, there are holes, and I'm sure they're looking to fill them. And I think a lot is still dependent on, what is going to happen in the infield.
That's it, right? I mean, because
Marte, Bregman, and whatever happens with that dynamic.
Hazen's track record, we're not going to go through the offseason. They don't make the moves to address the bullpen or first base or anything. Like, they're not going to do that, because every time that they've had obvious needs like this in the past, they have addressed them one way or the other. And sometimes they work out great and sometimes they don't, but they're going to address them. It just feels like everything right now is on hold until you figure out what you're doing with Ketel Marte. And I'm sure they have a date behind the scenes of like, hey, if this doesn't get done by whenever, then we're just
it's been a little quiet because the holidays are usually there's something that happens. But I know what's interesting is for players, Monday's probably the day where a lot of guys are going to show up at Salt River, and because you do the New Year thing and it happens to be a Friday, but I don't know that, or maybe they will show up on Friday. But
Corbin Carroll, I assume, just lives there and he's already working out.
Yes.
All right, we come back over to college football, ASU and Duke in the Sun Bowl tomorrow. How much do you read into how that game plays out? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson, and for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
champ. Champ.
Text the word champ to 620-620 right now.
Champ.
Text champ to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose Pro Smile. Why? Because Pro Smile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, Pro Smile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. Pro Smile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth, huzzah! And fill-in host Luke Lipinski. Tune in at 6 a.m. for the shenanigans on Big Play Marauder Mornings.
All right, ASU and Duke in the Sun Bowl tomorrow from El Paso. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today. You know, Jody, these bowl games have gotten so odd now because you have to go through the roster and be like, wait, is this guy playing? Wait, is
Yeah,
he playing? Wait,
yeah. I remember about 10 years ago when that kind of started, and it was, or I guess it was even more than that. Wasn't McCaffrey one of the first guys that said, I'm going to opt out? And it was so strange. And
did Jadeveon Clowney? I feel like he did it too. Or I don't know. There was like one or two guys that were like.
And we frowned upon it, and we said, well, you're not loyal to your team, and what are you doing? And now everybody does it.
Now everybody leaves every day.
Not everybody, but
that's true.
A lot of guys that are doing it because they're going to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to get hurt. Obviously, they want to move on. Portal's done some damage there. With ASU, it's more about the draft. It's more about because they don't have a ton of guys that are leaving for the portal. So I don't know. It'd be interesting. I think the big thing is you and I talked. I can't remember if it was off air or on air,
it's
but
all a blur.
Yes, the defense has been really consistent. They've been able to hang their hat on that, but the secondary, they're not going to have some guys out there. So, and Duke has a pretty good passing game. So that's like a lot could happen in this game, but I kind of look at that as maybe number one is don't let them absolutely tear you up through the air, you know. And then there's a lot of questions about Jeff Sims and the offense. And I know one thing about Kenny Dillingham. We talked with Jordan Simone because I kind of asked about, does Cam Dyer get in this game? And I mean, I learned a lot about Kenny.
Sound like somebody. Kenny made it sound a couple weeks ago like we might see him.
I absolutely think they will because Kenny. I just look back at the first year, the 3-9 year. I mean, he went to anyone and everyone that could help him at quarterback.
Yeah.
It was Conyers at one time, Scadaboo. I mean, he's creative. I mean, and when you're struggling, look, and this is not a team this is two different teams, right? But it is a depleted team due to the people you've lost. So I'm not comparing that team to this one, but Jeff Sims has some strengths. I think he's going to just play. I think it's going to be a really interesting game plan because I think he'll play to the strengths of the guys that he has and hope for the best.
I'm trying to calibrate what expectations should even be for this game. I mean, first of all, Duke, you mentioned Darian Mensah, really good quarterback, and he's playing. Obviously, he's coming back for Duke, so that's going to be a huge advantage for them. Obviously, it's an advantage for them in most of the games they play. It was a huge advantage for them in the ACC championship. I'm just trying to figure out how much stock to put into this game before we know the outcome. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like, well, they won, so that game meant everything. Oh, they lost,
I think it's just going to be, I think as a Sun Devil fan, you have to go into this game just like, hey, let's just see what happens. I don't think, it's so different than last year. It's so much different than last year because the stakes were literally as high as they could be in those games, in the playoff game. I mean, and
but you still don't get you don't get a ton of college football games from your team each year.
Right. So you're savoring, I think you're sitting down with a snack, right? And maybe a beverage, and you're just gonna, I know for me tomorrow's gonna be interesting. So I'm doing a Grand Canyon women's hoops game. They're coming off their first Mountain West win. So they're at home tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing that in the morning. Then I'm gonna come home, watch ASU. Then I'm gonna watch Miami, Ohio State.
Yeah, your stress level's just gonna go up as the day goes on.
And the Miami-Ohio State thing is a little bit traumatic because all of our lives changed with that call in overtime.
What was that, 2003?
It was 2003.
Okay.
And I took back then, I was covering the game for Fox Sports Arizona, and I had this rolling bag at the time. Now I have a backpack, which now people are telling me, you need a rolling bag. Well, I rolled this bag. You were ahead of your time. Actually rolled this bag onto the field, getting ready to interview Kellen Winslow Jr., which we're not even going to go there.
That's a whole different conversation.
That's a whole different. That's something else. And got waved off because the late flag came in. And I mean, I can't even tell you what that did to the program. Anyway, yeah. And then we know how it ended. They won 31-24 in the second overtime.
So you're going to be totally fine tomorrow, is what I'm hearing. Everybody text Jody around. What time's that game start? Like 6? She'll be totally fine.
I think it's 5 or something.
Yeah, that'll be good. We'll be in the second quarter.
And then the Ohio State people that I know are like the nicest people, friends. We have friends, neighbors. One of my son's best friends. He's going to be over there, and everyone's like trying to everyone's acting like I'm some kind of caged animal.
You're watching the game with Ohio State fans?
I mean, one of them. At least. I don't know if his family's coming. Thank you. Rick's got the U up. Thank you. We have to believe, baby. Let's go.
You're not going to get that from Jamal. Jamal wants Ohio State.
We have to believe, we have to believe we can pull this off. Miami, okay? So.
I don't know how we got here.
Sorry, I derailed the whole thing.
What I was
Back to ASU. I'll be enjoying the game when I'm done working.
Well, so there is still this element, and I did believe this all season. I mean, if you can do something where if ASU wins tomorrow, that's 20 wins over this season and last season. I mean, that's a big deal when that's not something you ever do. I think it's happened once or twice since 1973 for ASU. So I do think it's a big deal if they can pull that off. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this is ASU's team playing. And I'm sure Duke has guys that are significant that aren't playing, but they have Mensa playing. But there's a lot of players from ASU that you saw this season that aren't going to be playing because they're going to the NFL draft, or a couple of them are transferring. And then the other part is how much of what we do see can we kind of view as a preview into next year?
A little bit. I think it's going to be a Marcus Arroyo, Brian Ward, Kenny Dillingham. Can it be a masterclass on how we're going to coach these guys up? Many of these guys who have not been in these roles before. Let me ask you this, though. We talked about Duke, and as simple as they have a good quarterback, they average 282 passing yards a game. How about with the Sun Devils? Jeff Sims, okay, Cam Dyer, those are some options. I feel like we've heard a lot about Jake Fetty. He can't actually play in the game.
Should we call Jordan Simone back and see if he wants to start Jeff Sims?
Jeff Sims, I hope Jeff wasn't listening to that.
Well, Jeff Sims is going to start, but I would like
But do you
to
use
see
him as a
Cameron
running?
Dyer.
Let me ask you this: do you flat out use him as a running back and he's going to hold on to the ball? Okay, but Raleek Brown declared for the draft. Kyson Brown and Kanye Udo are injured. You're down to some freshmen. You're down to Demarius Robinson. You're down to Jason Brown. Do you dial up the Jeff Sims from Iowa State and have him run the ball?
I have no doubt that Kenny Dillingham's going to have some stuff for Duke in this game. It might be like Jeff Sims is. It's the Iowa State second half Jeff Sims where he just runs a ton, and maybe Cam Dyer comes in and throws a few plays.
Yeah, why not?
But I guess my bigger thing is I'm beyond the outcome of the game. I'm just trying to figure out like how much am I going to see players that we haven't seen a ton of yet, and you're going to see some. I mean, some of these guys are back and they're playing.
Yeah, I mean the D line. You've still got a lot of the D linemen in there. So that's...
And it sounds like Ghost might play, even though he's going to the NFL draft. So you're going to have players. I'm not trying to paint this picture that they're not, but you're going to see some depth guys playing. And since it's right before the portal, am I seeing depth guys that are depth guys this year? They're going to be starters next year, or are they going to be depth guys again next year because you're bringing in bigger names?
Well, I think they're going to be bringing in some big names in the portal. I mean, ASU, it's not the year they had last year, but they can still really attract talent. Here's a little number, though. 92 yards needed for Jeff Sims to reach 2,000 career rushing yards. So that's a big deal. There's only been 43 others that have done it since there's a lot of qualifiers on this. But let's just go with 2,000 career rushing yards would be nice.
Yeah.
Can he get 92 yards rushing?
I would think that would probably be a goal for this game. Before we go to the break, since you got me now looking at the playoff games, Miami's the biggest underdog in this round.
Well, we were the favorite in the other game by 11.5 points in 2003. We were favored to win that game. Oh, look at this. Jamal and Rick are... Jamal's giving the O, and Rick is countering with the U.
The U, yeah. It's getting intense. It's getting intense.
Jody, can I share something with you? Just
Jamal and Rick are arguing behind the glass again.
I'm going to share something with you.
I thought we were friends, Jamal.
Were. Emphasis on word.
You absolutely are, Jody. You're amazing. But I'm a Buckeye.
Here's the deal.
Yes? What do you got?
I grew up a Virginia Tech fan.
Oh, Blacksburg. Oof.
I cannot stand Miami. Yeah. Actually, they're my least favorite team.
Your crowd threw bottles on us. Yeah. Your crowd threw glass at us on the sideline.
Yeah,
it's great.
Wow, Rick.
It was probably Rick
real classy.
The worst. But yeah, my least favorite team in the ACC is Miami. However, Ohio State.
Oh, Ohio State.
I gotta go Miami over Ohio State here, even though I strongly dislike Carson Beck.
I need that energy. Keep that. I don't love Carson Beck either. He's a Georgia Bulldog in my. It's crazy.
I don't know if anybody loves Carson Beck, to be honest.
Mark Fletcher. Let's go. Malachi Toney. These guys are.
I like Malachi Toney.
Electric.
I don't think whichever Cavender dated Carson Beck likes him.
I think a lot of people don't like Carson Beck.
Go to break, Luke.
I tried, and then I was like, no, let's see where this goes, and it went where it went. When we come back, we're going to take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana Mornings. Watching Jordan Goodwin and this player that has returned to Phoenix came here from the Wizards with Bradley Beal, and he was kind of Bradley's guy. So it was kind of like, oh, okay, this is a comfort thing for Bradley Beal, bringing one of his favorite teammates. Jordan Goodwin, and not only did he have a bunch of cleanup baskets last night, knocked down a big three, scored in double figures in the first half. Who would have thought?
It's amazing. The guy left looking like Goodwin, and he came back looking like Jordan.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app. Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25 points, and Devin Booker added 22 points. For more on the Suns win, head on over to arizonasports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. Time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch.
I forgot my lunch.
I forgot what day it was.
It's the worst when you do wolfing down your lunch and you forget to I forgot to bring. I had a little lunch that I could have brought.
Did you leave it on the counter?
No, it's in the fridge. I never remember to bring food.
I actually brought food today, so if you want food, there's
I'm okay.
stuff in the fridge.
I'm just gonna write. I warmed up my coffee.
There you go.
Anyway, carry on.
Pre-purchased coffee. All right, Rick.
The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. What impressed you all the most about another Suns win?
Well, specifically to that game, the offensive rebounding. Jody, you and I talked about this earlier. Another 20 offensive rebounds. That is part of Wolf's intensity index, and it should be. If you're getting offensive rebounds, you are generally either a lot bigger than the other team or out hustling the other team, and the Suns didn't even have Mark Williams in that game. But the bigger picture thing to me is 4 wins in a row. I know this seems like a small thing, but you've played 3 games since that long stretch of tough opponents against teams you should win, and they have promptly won all 3 of the games. Whether Mark Williams was getting ejected from one or suspended from one, you don't have Jalen Green, you haven't had Grayson Allen, you're missing players, but you keep winning these games and just stacking numbers in that W column. 19-13 now.
Yeah, offensive rebounding for me, but also just the scoring being distributed pretty evenly by a few key guys. Dylan Brooks, 26. Devin Booker and Colin Gillespie combined for 47 points. And just sharing the ball, 17 threes, knocking down shots. I mean, it was just a lot of fun to watch.
Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he sounded pretty confident he will be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
Do you guys think he knows something that we don't?
Not based on that cut right there alone, but the cut with the gathered media where they asked him if he's had conversations about it, and he said he wasn't going to go into that. Doesn't prove anything. I mean, like I said to you earlier, Jody, you hear that, you hear everything he said yesterday, and it does sound like what Rick just sort of suggested, that he already knows he's back. But also, we've heard JG a lot this season speak positively or try to sort of manifest things being a lot better than they are. So he might just be trying to maintain confidence, and he might not be here next Tuesday.
He's staying calm. He's staying confident. And if you think about it, there's really no downside to doing that, even if you're unsure. But he does sound pretty sure. And I just think at the end of the day, if you think he's if you thought he was the right guy when you hired him, if those things all still exist, maybe it is. I know it's like unpopular among, again, the loud yet sometimes unreasonable social media crowd. This thing spiraled downward, and you can't deny that.
Yeah.
But
And it never got
if
better.
you still like the things that he brought to the job when he was hired and you think he can execute those with a different set of key players, I mean, that's what I'm kind of hearing from him. That's what I'm hearing the confidence come from, like, hey, I think that ownership still believes in me. So that's what I'm hearing. Whether it turns out to be true, I don't know.
I think if you're going to bring him back, then it better be for the right reasons, not just, well, we can't get a better coach. Like, if you're going to bring him back, though, then you have to change other stuff. There's
Something's
no
gotta
way
change, for sure.
to run this back and expect your fans to be on board at all.
Patrick
honestly.
Peterson mentioned just make sure, you got to sign not every top free agent, but you have to spend quite a bit of money on some
You're
top
gonna
free
have to,
agents.
Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Obviously, he is on the Mount Rushmore of Valley sports. Who are the other 3 athletes who should join Fitz on the Valley Sports Mount Rushmore?
Okay, so this is tough, especially to do off the top of my head.
I don't want to leave anyone big out.
No, and there's no way to do it without leaving anyone big out. So I'm going to do it this way because Pat Tillman would automatically be on it.
Yeah, that's a good call,
but
of course.
I think for the purposes of this, I'm just going to go Cardinals, Suns, D-backs, and Coyotes when they were here.
Yeah.
So even that makes it tough, but it would have to be, I'm just going to try and do one from each team. I would go Fitz, would obviously go Shane Doan, Coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
I would go Devin Booker with the Suns above anybody else. Baseball's tough, man.
I mean, you've got Randy Johnson.
Yeah, it's
just
gotta be
Gonzo.
him.
Yeah, it's
Gonzo.
Randy Johnson or Gonzo.
Yeah. No, but that's tough. What did Randy Johnson win, like 4 Cy Youngs
In a row, yeah. I feel like
And
he's
then, but then Gonzo had the iconic moment. So.
But Gonzo, they both are still here. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. Because Randy Johnson had like a monster career in Seattle, and then even after he left here, whereas Gonzo is a Diamondback. I mean, I know he played other places, but yeah, it's those 3 plus either Randy Johnson or Luis Gonzalez. We should just have them both on the show, and they can debate who belongs
Yeah,
on there.
and I can't take. Obviously, it starts with the whole Fitz conversation, but. And I know he was, I guess it doesn't count because he was in other places. He wasn't here that long, but like Kurt Warner is like a big, they don't get to the Super Bowl without Kurt Warner. I mean, the other one for the Suns that because you said Booker, that's obvious, but like Steve Nash meant so much to this team. And I, got to cover that team and it was so much fun. And he was such a big part of what they did. Yeah, I don't know. Gonzo and RJ, that's a tough one.
We need more mountains, is what we're
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of mountains in Phoenix.
And then Shane Doan. How do you,
For me, it's Fitz, it's RJ, it's Devin Booker. I think Devin Booker is the greatest son. And then I'm wearing my Mercury shirt, so I got to go Diana Taurasi. Those are my
That's a great call.
There are a lot of, seriously, you could make a list of 15 that are all very justifiable for the Arizona Sports Mount Rushmore. I think we'd have more championships.
All right, last one for you guys. Arizona men's basketball completed non-conference play last night, taking down South Dakota 99-71. With the victory, the number 1 Wildcats finished their non-conference slate 13-0. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, how far do you think number 1 Arizona men's basketball will make it after a perfect non-conference slate? Out before the Sweet 16, hopefully. Lose in the Sweet 16 or Elite 8. Lose in the Final Four or championship, or win the first national title since 1997.
All right. I'm going to try and do this rationally and not let the ASU side of me just vote out before the Sweet 16. I think they're a good team, and Tommy Lloyd's a good coach. But they also haven't been to the Final Four in 23 years or something.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's not like they. Wow, it's been a while yourself. It's not like they're routinely in the Final Four. It's been over.
And they've
2
had
decades.
really good teams
Yeah.
that didn't make it. But
Now-
this one's really good. It's just the Big 12 is really good. And the Big Baylor just signed a guy who's was drafted in the NBA. So
now you could
You
add
can just
NBA
pick
players.
anybody.
If U of A went out and got Giannis, since there's no rules in college anymore, I would put him in the Final Four.
Can they pay him?
But I'm gonna go ahead and say lose in the Sweet 16 or Elite 8, which I think is fair.
I'm gonna say
Good job by me. I think
Elite
that's fair.
Elite 8. I mean, they may go farther, but I guess that's
Well, that's how this works. You don't have to be 100% right. You've already answered the question. Wolf wouldn't have even answered. Wolf would have been like, "Can I just see the first couple rounds of the tournament?"
Yeah, that's exactly what he would have said.
I mean, that would be great, though. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They've looked so dominant, but again, I'm looking forward to see them in conference play.
Yeah, they look really good. I would probably go losing Final Four of the championship, but I will go with losing Sweet 16 Elite 8 because that's what you all said. And it's closer to out before Sweet 16, which is, what I hope happens.
You answered based on because it's what we said.
Yeah, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah. What losing in the Sweet 16 Elite 8 leads 33%. Win first national title since 1997 is in second, 28%. Lose in the Final Four championship 26% and out before Sweet 16. So 14% are ASU fans.
They have not made it past the Elite Eight, which look, it's not easy to do, and I can already hear a few of my friends that are U of A fans being like, well, when's the last time ASU made it past the Elite Eight? Well, they haven't. That's not the point. If you are considering yourself a blue blood, you need to make it past the Elite Eight more than once every 23 years.
Is that how long it's been?
It's actually been 24.
Okay. Well,
which is wild.
There you have it.
It
Is
does
this the
feel
year?
like it feels like but also you could blame a lot of that on Sean Miller. So
Sweaty Sean Miller.
Yeah, I could see Tommy Lloyd taking it to the Final Four.
I could too.
All right, that was Wolf from Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620, 620. If you're looking for extra chances, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page right now. You can see Jody flashing the U. ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, is this just what Dylan Brooks is now? A guy who gives you 25 points every night. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The villain.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101 the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 1/5/26.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters. At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff. But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Suns keep up tireless effort on the glass to beat the Wizards. Larry Fitzgerald named a finalist for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. And Jonathan Gannon absolutely expects to return as Cardinals coach in 2026. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, quick shout out to Carefree, as Wolf would say. What up, Carefree? Then he would say, what up, YouTube? Then he would do some crazy Wolf thing to YouTube.
I did my hair today because I realized I'm on YouTube.
For YouTube. Can we just make that the intro for Jody every time that she's on the show? Just play the I did my hair today because I'm on YouTube.
Then the headset never, the other thing about doing any show with a headset is that it just doesn't matter what your hair looks like. So
no, and the best part is like anytime they take professional photos or whatever, it's right after you've done the show. So like your hair just has this big like just mat where the headphones were on in the middle.
You're navigating it though. You have you're coiffed. And
you have the headphones are barely on. I should start wearing them like a DJ. That would really go over well. Dylan Brooks. Okay, so we talked about this earlier, but this is part of the conversation now. First of all, there's 2 ways to look at this. Dylan Brooks is scoring a ton of points, and that's probably why he is on that list I was reading earlier for most improved player, like the odds-on favorites to win it. He's not the odds-on favorite to win it, but he's ahead of Colin Gillespie on the list. And it's because, in no small part, the fact that he's averaging 21.5 points per game, when for his career, he's averaging just over 14 points a game. So there's that. But he also has 11 technical fouls, Jody.
You are so disturbed by this, but Rick and I are like, we're down with it. Like, it's fine. As long as he doesn't end up with like 41, like Rashid.
We're okay with it.
That's going to be tough to get 41. I can't believe that's the record.
I'm just looking at his Instagram, Villain. I love it. And everything, like the villain, he really leans into the villain stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
But I guess my point is...
The scoring is up, yeah.
Is this just what he's going to be at this point? We're almost halfway into the season.
I think so. I think it seems like a trend, right? We've talked about Gillespie. You know, a lot of guys are having improved seasons. Of course, he's a new entity. And of the new guys, he's the one that's made, I think, the most impact because Jalen Green, we just haven't seen him healthy. We do like what Mark Williams is doing, but the identity plus the play for me, the points are, I mean, they're needed. It's funny because they're much needed, but yet it is almost a bonus because I think what he brings is an identity that this team was missing. Well, and I'm good with whatever he can add, but he is.
As far as being an impact player, I mean, he's affected the guys around him more than maybe anybody. I mean, again, you kind of have to set Book aside because you either just always say it's Devin Booker because he's Devin Booker, or you almost underrate it because he's just so consistently an impact player.
And you know what you're getting from him. I mean, sure, he has an off night here or there, but I mean, you know that, what is he averaging, 25 points per game? think he's top 20. Mm-hmm. I think I last saw he was like 17th in the
scoring.
League. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Down a little for him.
Yeah, I mean he's going to give you average 25 points per game, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, and he's Devin Booker. I mean, he's one of the best players in the league, and he has been for a really long time. And I just think that constant has been very healthy for this team too. Though he's the right guy to be the constant.
Yeah,
because he's adaptable. But yeah, Dillon Brooks, I guess the question is, do you think he can keep up the scoring?
Yeah, I mean, I think he can now because we're almost halfway into the season, and he's been doing it. And if you look at his last few games, he's putting up 24, 26. But, I mean, it's not like he started strong and is kind of tailing off. I mean, he's actually even had some games in there where he's been really efficient scoring as well. What he shot last night was 40%. That's fine. But, I mean, the game against the Lakers, 67%, 10 of 15 shooting and 25 points. I mean, he's had some games like that you don't necessarily expect from him. Not because you don't think he can do it, but this isn't a guy in year 2 making the jump. He's been in the league for a while, and he hasn't been asked to score like this, so I'm sure that's part of it. And maybe those numbers take a hit whenever Jalen Green comes back. But I just think at this point in the season, and the reason I bring up the technical fouls is, I mean, I'm fully in on Dillon Brooks. We had this conversation a week or so ago, like I'll take the bad with the good, kind of like you were saying earlier. I think, though, the two things that are becoming apparent are he's going to be able to score for you when you need it, and he just does not get the benefit of the doubt with these calls. Like that technical foul last night didn't need to be a technical foul.
No,
first of all, he was right in the first place that he got fouled.
He's the villain.
Yeah. So that's
the
downside to that is he just.
Well, you just hope it doesn't cost you, in key moments, and that might be more when we get to March, April. And hopefully playoff scenarios.
Yeah, I'm just happy if we have key moments. We didn't have a lot of key moments in 2025.
That's right. It's kind of like, we'll talk about football later. We'll get to that. I have a football analogy with that last night involving DJ Humphries. We won't even talk about that. But by the way, Jalen Green, so what are we thinking? He's going to be reevaluated and he could come back like mid-January, we hope?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. And then Grayson Allen might be back tomorrow.
Grayson Allen could be back pretty much
anytime.
Whenever. Yeah. But sometimes those are the longer injuries for the Suns. If a guy's like day-to-day, then he misses like a month. Whereas if a guy's going to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks, like Jalen Green, and I'm not saying Jalen Green because this has been an injury that's been dragging on for a while, but a lot of times it would be like last year, it was like, oh, Kevin Durant's going to be reevaluated in a week, and he was back in 8 days, basically. I don't know. Jalen Green, this injury obviously has lingered and got re-aggravated, and I just think you be as careful as you can.
Yeah, you need to let him sit out as long as possible to get that thing
especially
truly
if you can keep
healthy.
Winning while he's out, too. I mean, that makes it a lot easier to just say, hey, Jalen, maybe we just see you in the second half of the season, which, again, the second half of the season's not that far away. We're 32 games in already, but you're able to make decisions like that because of what Dillon Brooks is doing for you. He talked about this is Suns postgame, talking about being one of the highlights of the Suns 2025. I guess the year in review at this point.
We're going to have our New Year's Eve special, the best moments of 2025. For you now, maybe looking back, best moment for you being traded to the Suns. It certainly has been a great moment for Suns fans and everybody surrounding this team.
It's been amazing. I hope on those, New Year's, there's no Kevin Durant on there. But, overall, I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad they made the trade. And, I'm showcasing my skills, and, I'm working well with Book, the team, giving guys energy, not taking, and, we making stuff happen.
All right, so I heard the answer last night, but I hadn't heard the question. And then as we were listening to the question there, I was like, oh, this is where he just not randomly, yes, but threw Katie in there.
He's there to stir it up.
He's a villain,
physically and
even
verbally.
In the post game, he's stirring things up. All right, so when we come back, if Jonathan Gannon is going to stay the Cardinals head coach, what exactly is going to have to happen for that to work? We're going to talk to two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks. He is walking into this studio. Wait, that's right. He's going to be in here. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their 4th straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25, and Devin Booker added 22. For more on the Suns win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth, huzzah! And fill-in host Luke Lipinski. Tune in at 6 a.m. for the shenanigans on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, Max Starks is going to join us here in just a moment. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf. I'm gonna throw this out there because the Super Bowl odds just got emailed to me, okay? And I could see Max coming around the corner.
They got
so
emailed to you.
Here, Max is like closing in right now. Do you guys real
That's
quick?
a large human that has entered the newsroom.
Who do you think is favored to win the Super Bowl right now?
The Patriots.
No.
Nope. Chargers. I don't know.
No.
49ers.
Seattle, the Seahawks are favored to win the Super Bowl right now. Sam Darnold is favored to win the Super Bowl right now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Max Starks is here in studio. Maximum Max.
What a great intro. He's got his own windscreen. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
That is fancy.
He had his own
I
Steelers
forgot to even
headphones.
put
I don't
mine
think
on.
he brought them.
No, I did not. You know what's funny? That bag I used to carry all the time when I come and fill in.
Yeah.
I can't find it anywhere.
Oh, well,
yeah.
that would explain
it's
why you don't
somewhere.
have it.
It's somewhere lost in my closet somewhere.
What's going on, Max? How we doing?
It's New Year's Eve. So I've been home for all of 16 hours. So yeah, so there's that.
Do you know where you are right
This is
now?
cool that you stopped, came in person.
I know where I'm at, and I know where I'm going because I got to be at the airport tonight.
I was gonna say we are either on your way to or back from the airport. That's how you got here.
It's right in the middle. It's right in the midpoint. I still have to go home and repack my stuff that I just unpacked, so I can then go back because I have the Cotton Bowl tomorrow.
Yes.
So headed to Dallas.
I'm looking forward to it.
For a big tilt right there.
We have 20 plus years of revenge to try to exact in this thing tomorrow. But,
and it's on the path to the national championship, not the national championship game. That phantom, you're still thinking about that phantom pass interference call they gave him New Dow?
Terry Porter, late call. I still lament McGahee getting hurt, or we wouldn't even had to fool with
overtime, yeah.
We wouldn't even have to fool with throwing it in the end zone. But anyway, you have fun with that. Go Canes, go Canes.
Probably better that you're going than the Jody's going.
Well, I do have a quick follow-up on this, though. We had a debate off the air earlier this morning, at 9 a.m. Ohio State, have they been, everyone on paper is okay, they're going to roll Miami. I get it. I get I've seen them, obviously, but they haven't been tested maybe as much as some other teams. So is it going to be?
No, I think it's going to be a lot closer because I think Miami's a little bit more battle tested. And when all things are equal with speed, I think Miami has an edge there. So it's going to be really important for Ohio State to be on top of it. I mean, they have a great defense. But that defense has not faced its South Florida speed yet, I mean,
that's why I was looking for a little bit of hope there. Yeah, Malachi Toney, he's obviously young, but he's really good. So fast.
I mean, he's a good athlete, and I think with Carson has matured as much as I did not want to ever admit that after last year because of just how things happened at Georgia. No, he's actually looked inspired. He's looked the part of the quarterback. Now, granted, he's probably one of the oldest quarterbacks that's probably playing in the playoffs right now. But I think that saying that, he's been around the block. He understands what it is in these moments. So I'm actually feeling like this is going to be a really tight game.
All right, a little hope there for me before we get into Cardinals.
Well, no, let's just stick with college here. We'll get to Cardinals next segment. I'm looking at some of these other games, Max, and I feel like 6 of these 8 teams could still win legitimately could win the national championship, and I'm only ruling out Ole Miss. I like Ole Miss this year. I mean,
they're not beating Georgia.
But they're not.
Let's just call it.
And I just feel like Alabama. They could take out Indiana. I don't think they're winning the whole thing. But I think Georgia, Indiana, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ohio State. I don't know if Miami could win the whole thing. Sorry, Jody.
No, I that's fair. We were almost not in. So I mean, it's hard to say. Yeah, crown them. So.
But I think they could certainly win against Ohio State. I don't know.
And then they come out here. Would you go see them at the Fiesta Bowl? If they came out?
Oh heck yeah!
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
I mean, of course, I have to see all this stuff on Facebook. My friends are all in Dallas, partying it up.
Yeah,
and all that.
yeah,
But,
exactly.
Waiting for next week's game.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the big one. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
a spoiled 80s and 90s growing up as a kid in the 80s, watching all that, and then going to school there in the 90s. I'm a little bit spoiled. I'll wait till the natty.
We're giving away tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, but you're not allowed to win them. So, sorry.
Oh, thanks a lot, Luke.
Yeah,
And
but
everybody
don't
except
worry.
Jody is eligible.
But guess what, Jody? You know somebody that works for the Fiesta Bowl committee.
That's right. That's
There
right.
we go.
I'm
They
sure
could
I can
probably get you
weasel
some
my
tickets.
way in.
Yeah.
You guys are on YouTube. All right. Is there a team that stands out to you, Max, of these? For some reason, I just feel like Georgia's going to win the whole thing, but
Georgia's good. I mean, Texas Tech's a dark horse for me.
Texas Tech is nasty.
Their
Oregon
defense
playing, this feels too early for those.
Yeah, I was like, these two are playing early, and Texas Tech, that defense is championship caliber. I'm gonna be putting eyes on it live. The way that they dismantled BYU in the Big 12 championship game, that second half was not fair. It was almost like one of those things where it's like Rocky with Apollo Creed watching Ivan Drago, and he did not, and like the coach like hesitated to throw the flag in. You know, it was just like, we have to finish all 4 quarters of this.
Hey, you know who that defense did not dismantle?
Who?
Arizona State.
Yeah, ASU.
Yeah, that was kind of a special moment.
That was, but I think with cookies on the line, this is definitely one where they caught their stride. Now, granted, I mean, now Oregon's defense is a lot better, I think, than a lot of people give credit to. So that's where I think the biggest differential is going to be is how well their offense does not give the ball away to Oregon's defense. That's going to be the key, because I know Texas Tech will take the ball away from Oregon, but it's one of those giveaways as well.
Where are you on the whole Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza debate at the top? And how much, like, the reason I ask that is, what if Dante Moore goes out there and carves up Texas Tech's defense? Which, even when ASU beat him, they didn't carve up that defense. I mean, does that make him the number 1 pick in the draft? How much is still on the line here in the next couple of weeks as far as the draft?
No, I think a lot. How you perform in this, and like you said, Dante Moore's going to get a really good chance against that vaunted Texas Tech defense to see. Now, if he just looks okay, I mean, I don't think it hurts him necessarily, but I think Mendoza, it would take a monumental performance to kind of jump Mendoza in this kind of quarterback class. Like, he's the class, and he took the Heisman as well.
True.
It was just like the cherry on top. He has all the prototypical stats that you're looking for. So for Dante Moore, I mean, it would have to be, like you said, he'd have to throw for like 350 and like 4 tutties on that defense to really shake up things.
One more before we go to break. If Alabama loses, are they eliminated, or they just get voted into the semis too with 4 losses?
I think they might have a bye.
Okay,
and they might just actually be at the finals. Yeah.
So we are at the point where if Alabama loses a game, it actually matters. That's not like, you can't punish them for being in the playoff and losing. All right,
Kalen DeBoer is not going to get fired again, like they said he was going to.
Feels like he's about to get fired every week.
Yeah.
All right, Max going to stick around when we come back. We are going to get into the Jonathan Gannon stuff, what his future looks like with the Cardinals, and if he is still here, what else then needs to change for this to actually work? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Woo, woo. Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
champ. Champ.
Text the word champ to 620-620 right now.
Champ.
Text champ to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
As Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf. Max Starks is in for Maximum Football, and Max is in studio, so it's maximum football. Max, I'm going to play this cut right now from Jonathan Gannon yesterday just to get your reaction. We have not talked about this yet off the air. Jonathan Gannon was with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and this is what he said. They asked him if he's had any meetings with ownership in the front office about his future.
Yeah, I talk with Monty and Michael every week, man. So those conversations have been good.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
Okay, I have a bunch of other cuts I can play, but they basically all lead to that. So just your initial reaction.
Way to get to the point, Luke.
Yeah.
There's no build-up or submission. He's like,
no.
This is what all this equals the same thing.
We're going to do the final hour and 15 minutes in 9 seconds. Okay, So here we go. How did you take that, though? Do you think that just means he's back, or is that just a coach trying to convey confidence and he doesn't know yet?
No, I think there's some truth to it because I don't think you would sit there. It's one game left. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what if you're getting fired. Yeah, I'm not trying to convey any confidence. Like it's done. It's over with. Okay, if you can't muster it up in the next 4 to 5 days on your own, me staying here is not going to help that. So I think it comes from a genuine place. And I mean, we talked about this before, Luke and Jody. I was like, he's got one more year, because I think with what's going to go on with Kyler Murray, let's just be honest here. Bye-bye, c'est la vie. And where they're going to be drafting at near top, and like you said, the Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza comes into play, right? As far as potential quarterbacks here. Or do we go with bolstering both of our lines because we do have that luxury being this high? He's going to get one more year to prove that this theory works, because we've seen the glimpses, and health has not been the greatest asset to this team. So I feel like whatever happens next year, that's kind of going to be the final straw on the snap judgment for Jonathan Gannon and the Jonathan Gannon experiment. But he is going to have to release somebody from that staff and make some type of upgrade.
Yeah, and I feel like it's fun. I feel like we're talking about Kyler Murray. I think that was like last year's, like, well, let's see if it doesn't happen this year, what are we going to do? And now Gannon's in that spot. But you're right. I think you hit on a lot of points that make a lot of sense, right? You get to, choosing Jacoby Brissett turned out to be smart, right? To have him on the roster because you needed him. And, this decision by Monty is going to go a long way, and whether it's collective or whatever, but this decision can define the franchise potentially on who you end up going with, or if it's a stopgap, it makes it a little bit harder. But I think, too, the injuries, it has been a lot. It's been enough to the point where you say, and I know everyone will talk about all the injuries on the 49ers and a lot of these teams, but some of those guys have come back. When your quarterback comes back, but they've lost some impact players. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. One more year to see if you can. It's just rough because they had a jump from 4 wins to 8. Yeah. And now to go back to 3, because it's not looking, there aren't a lot of, especially with the Rams losing last night the way that they did, you feel like they're going to be, it looks like it's going to be a 3-win season. And so it's another jump. Like what, I guess it's going to be the question of how many wins does he need to get to keep the job, right?
I'm glad you said that, because that's the part I can't get past. I was of the sense you come into the season, and there's no way Jonathan Gannon is done at the end of the season. The worst case, they win 7 games. He's on the hot seat going into next year. But I'm looking at the worst seasons in Cardinals history, Max, and this is going all the way back to when they were the Racine Cardinals.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Went to Racine. Okay, there we go.
And Gannon is going to be the head coach for 2 of their worst 4 seasons ever, just in terms of total losses. I mean, some of those years they were 0-10 or whatever, but they've only lost 13 games 4 times, and they've never lost 14 games until probably Sunday against the Rams. So, like I said, I was of the belief that there's no way he loses his job this year coming into this season. But what is that conversation like behind closed doors, where it's like, hey, I know we had injuries, but you won 1 game after September 15th or whatever. How I don't know how you have that conversation and feel good about things.
No, I think you do have to put those you have to put those border walls on him. You are on a tight leash. This is what the leash looks like. Here's the changes I need you to make from a management standpoint. And this is we need a new OC, or we need a new DC, whatever that conversation is going to be. I get it. You lost all of your impact players on offense, just about. Okay, so, whereas San Francisco, yes, you lose Brock Purdy, but you still had Christian McCaffrey. You still had a plethora of receivers. Ricky Pearsall was an excellent receiver, even though you lose a Debo, right? In free agency, and he's not back, and then Brandon Ayuk gets injured. So, and you lose a George Kittle. But there's so many other options they had. For the Cardinals, Michael Wilson, did as much as he could possibly do at the receiver position. He did absolutely phenomenal for what the opportunity was. But your backfield, you had James Conner, and then question mark. And then on top of that, when you think Trey Benson is getting a little bit of steam, then you lose him as well. And now you're to Bam Knight and Emery DeMarcado, right?
And Bam Knight got hurt. Just when Bam Knight, you're kind of getting your mind around Bam Knight, and you're like, okay,
let's try and buy into this.
And he's on IR. So.
You lose your top, so you essentially use your top 3 running backs.
And then on defense, I feel like Mac Wilson going out really threw everything into a tailspin.
And then you lost Garrett Williams to an ACL just a couple weeks ago. So there's just that's almost like San Francisco 4 years ago when the Jets game, right? The Jets turf. and you just lost like everybody.
The Jets turf gets everybody.
The Jets. I mean, it gets the Jets too.
Yeah.
So it's not even
And then
like
the Jets get the Jets,
unbiased.
too.
Yeah.
They need to move from that stadium.
Maybe they should fix the turf. I don't know.
Yeah, fix the turf.
Crazy
or
idea.
just admit it's the Giants stadium and they're just renting from it. Okay, stop trying to pretend it's yours too. But yeah, I think it is tough, but you also don't want to go down this carousel where we're changing coaches so frequently. I mean, we're not that far removed from Steve Wilkes and Cliff Kingsbury already, so to now go on a fourth coach and get into this cycle with everything else, it becomes a perspective. At some point, you have to stop and say, hey, let's give him a legit chance. Let's give him a full 3 to 4 years, and let's see what happens when you give him that fourth year. And then after 4, you know what? It's just like a college coach. If I give you your full recruiting class by the end of this and we still suck, guess what? Okay, we're starting it over. But don't have me try and get 2 years into it and you're expecting this high number and then you're firing me after that, right? I mean, give them a legit chance. And I think 4 years is just like we would give a quarterback. We give them 4 years to see what they can do before we make a judgment on them.
We give our quarterback
7.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, we did. Well, technically, it was
Now
like
you
4.
missed a
It was
year.
like 4 full years,
Yeah.
and then like it was
other
a
parts
couple
of
of those
years.
were like partial years.
Okay.
Like last year was a half year. Year before that was a half. So that makes 1 year.
This year was a quarter year.
Yeah, you got a quarter here. So he got 4 full years.
Okay, he's like a red shirt.
Well, okay,
Super red shirt.
I don't want to go down this lane, but, when you don't play, the way the college landscape did not help Kyler Murray. And I think the first few years we're learning how to do the job.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen for everyone, but I think it was the case for him.
Well,
it took him a little bit longer.
Walk in with a Heisman, it makes it very tough to
to hide.
Yeah, to hide that. It's like well, you did it, and quarterback before you did it, one and dones, and you're here.
First pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And then you get a guy like Clayton Tune, like the big selling point for me. I know I'm not comparing, but just as a serviceable guy that you could go to, he played like a ton of games in college. Didn't translate it, it wasn't working out in the NFL. So I get it. When you're like a super talent like a Kyler Murray, you don't have to, if you play like however many games he played, he didn't play that many games, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you carry your Heisman and you come on in. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, Mitch Trubisky. I mean, he got 1 season and.
But it doesn't translate in the NFL game to what it takes. I feel like what it takes is a whole different level.
Oh, there's a certain X factor. I feel like there's a balance. Like I feel like a quarterback, I would say at least 2 years. Like that would be my minimum that I would look for, because the raw talent will eventually get refined if you have the right coach. But if you don't have the right coach, Anthony Richardson, you will never develop. Right?
Caleb Williams in Chicago, year 1 to year 2 with 2 different coaches, looks like 2 different players.
Yeah, he does. But he also played 3 years in college. Yeah. Right? So, so I think there's a certain seasoning level at college with starting experience that you need before you come to this league. And it's not, oh my God, I need a 5-year guy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need Brock
Because there
Purdy's.
are 27-year-olds out there you can get.
Yeah, hello, Carson Beck. No, just joking. But you're right. There are those older guys. I thought Cam Rising was eventually going to come out, but he never did from Utah. So
he was past retirement age in the NFL. By the time
Even
he got out of college,
he had a 401k at Utah, so he was good.
So what does this look like though now, Max? Because everything you're saying I agree with, but I'm trying to figure out how it fits together. If you go draft a quarterback and you got to give him 2 years, and you're in this division, and you're expecting Gannon to win 10 games next year? I mean, if you're bringing him back, I don't know, 8 or 9. Like, are we really just going to be like, well, he won 3 last year, and then the Cardinals won 5, so here we're on the right track? I mean, they're going to expect wins next year.
Oh, no, you're going to have to be competing for the division next year. That's going to be, I feel like, his minimum base. Whatever that number looks like is competition for the division. You need to be in the division race in December for it to make sense. And I think that's why you keep a Jacoby Brissett 1 more year, right?
Yeah.
And you just build around it. And then once you've built your lines, offensive and defensive lines, right, that's where you probably need the biggest help. And then you need to go find probably another running back, which not as tough in the draft later. But early on, the resources need to be towards building stout fronts. And then you can insert quarterback here after you've built that. But a rookie quarterback with that line right now is not going to survive.
No.
So why would you go draft a quarterback and ruin him in that year? Go build that line so you can then put him behind it.
Jacoby, you get ruined next year.
Well, Jacoby's a vet. He's used to
he's
that.
already been getting ruined.
Yeah, he's already been getting ruined.
weeks.
Yeah, his entire career. That's when he comes in.
The thing that's obvious, and we don't even need to say it because it's just a given, is you can't miss on picks and you can't miss on free agents.
Cannot miss on any of those, and that's
otherwise you're going to be in this for a decade. I mean,
yeah. You will roll around in frivolity.
No, I'm not signing up for a decade of this. When we come back, Mac's going to stick around. We'll get his thoughts on a crazy Monday Night Football game last night and the upcoming NFC North championship game, and what the Steelers have in front of them this weekend.
AFC North championship game.
Yeah. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Diamondbacks do not want this to drag on much longer. Either they're going to trade Ketel Marte or they're going to shut it down. They're going to be like Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, Hell's Kitchen. Shut it down! Shut it down! And there won't be any more service. They don't want this to drag on forever. They do want to get to the point where if they can't get a good enough offer, they're not going to drag this into spring training. They want to be able to just say, okay, we're done. Because they have to move on. They've got to get a first baseman. They've got to get a reliever. They've got other areas they have to address. They might trade one of their two outfielders. Like, there's things that they have to do that's truly being held up by a potential Marte trade.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie had 25, and Devin Booker added 22. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to arizonasports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday afternoon. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf, and Max Starks is here in studio for Maximum Football. And so, let's we're going to get to Monday Night Football last night in just a second, but I want to make sure we get to probably the biggest game on the NFL schedule this weekend. I mean, Carolina and Tampa is big-ish. Tampa's, I don't know. That team basically has the same record as the Cardinals over the last couple months, and they could still win their division, which is...
Are you talking about the AFC North Championship game, not the NFC North Championship game, which I put in your teases?
Yeah. Yes, the AFC North Championship.
So you did. So you're the culprit.
Yeah, I was the one that put by accident.
Max just turned on you.
I'm bad with divisions in the NFL.
I mean, you're bad with quarterbacks too.
No, I'm good with. I know my quarterbacks. Okay.
Here we go.
He just doesn't know where they play.
But no offense to Tampa, Carolina, nothing feels like football quite like Ravens Steelers. Am I right? I mean, and you just said, what's the weather going to be, Max? You're going to be.
Freezing.
It will be 16 degrees probably by kickoff. It was a high of 31 during the day, but that's an 8:20 kick, so. Definitely going to be precipitously lower.
I wish I could insert Ron Wolfley comment about body parts freezing and things like that here, but I won't. I'll stay away.
You could. I mean, you have the microphone. You can do whatever you want over there. Nobody's going to stop you. That's obviously round two between those two teams, Max. I got to be honest, when they played a couple weeks ago, I thought Baltimore would win, and Pittsburgh won the game. So both these teams have been less than
consistent.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it.
That's the best way. They're consistently inconsistent.
I mean, the Steelers are going to win at least 9 games, so Tomlin's going to have a winning record yet again and never have a losing record. But
Steeler fans don't want to hear that anymore.
No, especially when you could have put this away if you just beat Cleveland last week.
Yeah, exactly. We could have actually just celebrated, got the T-shirt and the hats on the field in Cleveland, and then this game could have been just an academic game that would have been a Sunday afternoon or maybe even a Saturday afternoon game.
Yeah.
We could have been like Tampa Bay and Carolina.
Yeah.
Had that nice little, early 4:25 window and been really nice. But
I don't know that you want to be like Tampa Bay and Carolina the way.
It's just the way that their start time was. I was a fan.
Yeah,
of
the
that.
night game and has not been kind either. Right?
No, the Steelers have not been able to. I actually I went on IG and I complained at one point.
Oh man,
because we were 0-2.
I gotta find this.
But it was hilarious because the first two games. So we played a Thursday nighter in Cincy, and then we had a Sunday nighter in LA. The one common denominator outside of the start time was the Brandy and Monica concert, the Boy Is Mine tour, was in the venue directly next door for both of those games. Cincinnati,
really?
It was right next door, and then it was at the Forum in L.A. And
She's still on that tour? Isn't that album like 20 years old?
Yeah, I know. And so I'm like walking out of the stadium to go catch my Uber from the stadium, and I asked the dude, he was like, "Oh yeah, Brandy and Monica's over here. You can probably hear it from here." And I was like, "That's what it is." Brandy and Monica are ruining the Steelers' night game season. So
the weirdest
I went on like a
sequel to Groundhog
little
Day
random rant after the Chargers game about it, but
The power of Brandy and Monica. We didn't know they could move NFL games.
Yeah,
Exactly,
Are they gonna
exactly.
be in Pittsburgh on January
No,
4th?
I already told him. I said I'm pulling a fire alarm in that building if that's the case. Like that concert's not going on. I don't care.
You just go out,
You're
lose
just
at
ruining
night,
it, yeah.
walk out into the night and hear Brandy and Monica sing.
Yeah, sing "The Boy Is Mine" as you're walking out of the stadium. You're like, yeah.
The final slap in the face.
Yeah.
How about the game last night where the Rams are down 24-3, and I feel like everybody kind of had the same thought of like, yeah, they'll come back, and then they did, and then they still lost because Bijan Robinson is just a monster.
I was like, at what point do you just say, why are we throwing the football anymore? You know?
Yeah, he's so
Just
ridiculous.
hand him the football and just let him go to work. That is all that you need. But I will say this: that Puka Nacua catch, no catch. What is a catch now?
That was a catch.
I don't.
It was a catch.
It was a catch. The ball did not move out of his hand, and that was a hand that got chopped down.
Yeah.
The ball, it was like stick him, like alien grip.
Let me see if he's tweeted about it.
Kung fu, yeah.
I know. I saw one of his. I don't know if it was his brother, like tweeting about it. Yeah, they can't stay off social media.
I'm
but
not sure his brother should
yeah,
tweet it.
you know. And then what? Also, I was telling Luke. You know, I dialed in a little more in the second half watching, and I saw DJ Humphries over there, who had played in 6 games but got the start because the normal left tackle Jackson was out, and I was like, oh, okay, DJ's in there, and he had the hold that negated the touchdown, which they scored on that drive anyway, but I guess there was an earlier.
Yeah.
You know, there was an earlier one, and then that when you lose the game, I mean, I'm certainly not going to sit here and put it on DJ, but I mean, that was not. I felt for him. I felt for DJ.
It hurt. It hurts. It hurts. But Hump's a big boy, so he can handle it. And you know, just for him to get back into football, you know,
that was my initial thing. I
was really happy because Hump was like a little brother to me, man. Yeah. You know, and so. You know, when he was going through his injury and, you know, and then everything happened here and then he was kind of on that journey. Then I saw him at the Super Bowl when he was on Kansas City's roster. Then, you know, he was just so excited and, you know, and then for things not to work out, I mean, you know, so it's a long road to recovery. And as a lineman, especially when you have age on your side, like I could feel for that because I understand
I figured
that
you
feeling.
You would have a
it was just good to see him out there. And like I said, outside of having I felt like he moved around really well. So that was what you want to see, right? You just want to see a healthy-looking guy out there. And
I thought he looked pretty good. I mean, again, sometimes calls will not go your way, but when I saw him out there, I was just happy for his recovery because and you know he did a pretty good job. Being thrust into like I don't know how many other starts he got. I know he did play for the Chiefs, but being thrust into that situation and at left tackle is it's huge.
It's a lonely island. I'll tell you that much. I will tell you that much.
Where are you on the Rams now? Because look, no Devontae Adams last couple games. But there's chance they're going to have a real tough path through the NFC now. I mean, they're not going to be hosting games in the first round. They're not going to be the number 1 seed. I think a lot of people think they maybe are the best team, but they might be like the 6th seed in the NFC. Puka Nacua was already good. He has hit some level in the last 2 months, whatever. Like I'm watching the replay of that catch that got called back.
Yeah.
Whether it counts as a catch or not, that's an insane play that he makes.
I mean, to have your hand knocked down and that's the hand that caught the football by itself, because the right hand never got to it.
No.
And then for it to just stay, and you're sprawled out with both your feet still touching down inbound like that, and you go to the ground. Yeah, it's just, Puka Nacua, I could say he definitely carried my fantasy team this year also.
Yeah, I would bet he probably did.
He did. But, when I look at the Rams, yes, that defense is insane. Like, Jared Verse is insane, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Like, he blocked it, bounced it off the ground, and then bounced it right back up to himself, and then took it in for yard.
and waved to them.
And deuced off on him as he was running because nobody was going to catch
This is
him.
a hurricane and a gator talking about praising a Florida State guy.
I'm still looking at him as a UConn player, so that makes it.
And then their secondary.
solace.
I mean, we know the D line is so good, and then the secondary is very physical. Really good. I still think the Rams are really dangerous. I just think Stafford all of a sudden's turned the ball over, and that's been a difference. And
he hasn't been as consistent as you would think a guy of his caliber would be. And I think that would really be the difference on how far they go, is how judicious he is with the football.
Well, they're lined up to play the Eagles in the first round, which
they gave the Eagles hell last year.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Hey, they almost beat those Eagles going on a similar path. So, and the Eagles just don't look. They just don't look as good as they did in years past. That's my only issue. I look at them.
I don't know how they find ways to
Rick
win.
has declared Jalen Hurts like the greatest quarterback in NFL history.
That's not true. I just think that I would rather have him.
He's
with
not tier 1, Rick.
He put him over
He's
Josh
not Jamal.
Allen.
Tell him he's not tier 1.
Max, when I tell you this conversation has been going on for 2 weeks, he's not elite.
Didn't we have this conversation on the phone? Yes, about this.
He's elite.
Yeah.
He's not.
I'm so glad Max is in person for this.
Yeah,
if I'm going into a Super Bowl and I have the choice between Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, going into a Super Bowl, I'm going Jalen Hurts.
If I'm going into the Super Bowl, I'm going to trust the guy who's played in 2 Super Bowls in his opinion on this. And I'm guessing, Max, you're going to take Josh Allen over Jalen Hurts.
Yes, I'm
because
taking
you don't get the Eagles defense if you take Jalen Hurts.
Exactly.
You
just get Jalen Hurts and
common sense.
And you don't get the
common sense.
weapons.
Maybe take the guy that has won a Super Bowl and been to another one.
I don't know if I can say that
he
won that Super Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes,
but not Trent Dilfer.
Saquon, I feel like if you told me I had to pick Saquon or Jalen Hurts to be in my backfield for the Super Bowl, I'm taking Saquon Barkley.
All right. When we come back,
there it is.
It's going to get a lot angrier in here when we come back because we're going to make sense of what is going on with Marvin Harrison Jr. this year. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would go offensive line. I'd see if there's a better option than Jacoby Brissett out there, and if I can't get a better option than him, I come back with him. But I got to win football games. It's a really tough spot to be in if they bring back the GM and the coach, which they very well may do. We haven't heard otherwise. There's going to be a mandate to win next year. You're not going to go out there and go 6-11, 7-10, and keep your jobs with another losing season. If you were a new coach and you had 4 years to build this thing up, you might say draft a quarterback. We'll develop the guy. But if the pressure's on you to win right now, the best guy that can help you is an offensive lineman.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP. or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Max Starks is here so we can do a quick shout out to Waddell. What's going on, Waddell? That's why you were here, Max.
Okay, Waddell.
Yeah, but you also still have 10 more minutes.
What up, Waddell?
Let's see. There you
I like
go. That's
that.
catchy. That's probably on their welcome.
I know.
to Waddell.
I thought Rick was going to cut off my microphone, honestly, during the break.
If he cut off everybody's microphone who disagreed with him about Josh Allen, he would cut off everybody's microphone.
Yeah.
We have yet to find anybody who's agreed with him on this. I'm waiting for Zoe to come in here at some point this week. So we were just talking last segment about Puka Nacua and some of the the great receivers around the league. That's supposed to be Marvin Harrison Jr. And
supposed to be.
So I'm gonna ask both you this because I had to stop driving in. Go back a year to the end of last season and kind of try to remember how you felt about Marv as a rookie. And then to where you are now, do you feel any better right now? Do you feel worse? Do you just feel the same? I'm at this point just confused. And I'm confused in life in general, but specifically about this right now. What happened?
Well, what happened is what didn't happen.
That clears it up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was no consistency with him and Kyler at the end of last year, right? I mean, you saw glimpses, and I felt like there were moments, but those moments was never a chain reaction, right? It was here, then it was there, and then he dropped 2 passes that he should have caught. And then Kyler overthrows him on another 2 passes. Yeah, like they never quite met. And you said, that's my 1-2 combo. You never saw that with him. And then this year, you still never really saw it. Like it had moments. It was like, oh man, it looks a little bit better. Maybe they played some Call of Duty together in the off season. Maybe they hung out and shared a swig drink. I don't know. But I don't see it. And I think, you hate to be that guy that says this, but maybe this was the wrong team or structure for a player like Marvin Harrison. Maybe he needed to be a number 2 for a year or two and ascend to the number 1 receiving position. I mean, he has all the talent and raw skills in the world. And listen, you got the pedigree. I know what your dad was. Your dad was a stone cold killer. You know what I'm saying? Like he was one of those guys. Like Marvin Harrison was going to try and defeat you mentally and physically at every day. And I don't see that same mentality in Junior, but he has the athleticism. I mean, 50-50 balls should be 70-30 balls in his direction just by pure athleticism and natural body positioning. Yeah. And it's not there. I think he's a guy, we were talking about this off air about flow state. Like he has to
reach the flow state.
Yeah, he has to get in a rhythm of the game. And I felt like they would forget about him and then they would try and force feed him. And that was not the way. You kind of have to get him in there slowly and ease him into the game. and then he starts to get a feel for it, and then he can take off.
I'm glad you said that because we had Patrick Peterson on earlier. I'm not going to play the whole cut because I want to play this Drew Petzing cut for you. But he basically said the same thing. Like, if you get this guy involved, like prioritize it. And I'm paraphrasing what he said, but that's kind of me saying that now too. It's like, I understand in a perfect world, hey, I shouldn't have to go out of my way to get Marv involved. You took him with the 4th overall pick. And this isn't working. So it's almost like, hey, you know what? We're going to go buy a really nice sports car. And then you realize you actually have to put like the highest level of gas in that for that to work. And you're like,
you can't use the E85.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You can't use that corn.
You have to commit to this.
I think you bring up a good point. It's like there seems to be a lot of qualifiers, right? Things have to be just right. Like even the Rams game last year where he had that great first quarter, it didn't, and they ended up winning that game 41 to whatever. So, you didn't, but it wasn't sustained and it didn't really happen the next week. And then when he's a little banged up, I think they've tried to make him, he had appendicitis, which you can't really, you just got to take that off the board, give him a few weeks to heal and not count that against him. But he just hasn't, when he's kind of out there and a little banged up, it hasn't worked. I think last year they talked about being more physical, that he needed to be more physical. And, Christian Gonzalez, I remember in that game, he kind of out-physicaled him. And I thought to myself, gosh, he's got to get better. He went out, he gained the weight. We saw the pictures in the offseason. He came into the room, during minicamp. He's bigger. It's just, and you're right. It's like his nature is definitely different. His personality is definitely different than his dad's, and he's his own man.
Yeah.
So he's got to find his spot. But I mean, I just think the basic thing we haven't seen is for whatever reason he's not able to be aggressive. And then the other thing people always talk about, and we have seen it, especially with Michael Wilson, catching the ball with his hands, securing the ball more with his hands, where Marv doesn't always do that. And that's pretty basic, right, Max? I mean,
that is basic, but you also know a receiver, and Ohio State, they just threw him the ball and he just went and caught it.
Yeah, nobody could cover him, so it wasn't near.
So he could use his body.
Thing.
You could be a body catcher because you had 4 yards of separation from the nearest like DB or defender. So I can catch however I want at that. But when you're catching in a tight window, it's all about hands. It's all about the hand strength. I mean, one of the things, Hines Ward, like Hines was a guy, he could make those combat catches because he had super strong hands. And the only time he ever caught in the body was because he had a defender draped on him, and the only way he could cradle it in those moments. But hands first, body second. And that's why like a guy like a Chase Claypool, right? I mean, he's 6'4", he's 220 pounds. Like he looks like, oh my God, this guy is going to destroy everything in his path. But he's a body catcher. So when you catch with your body at that size, the ball comes at you a lot faster in the NFL than it does in college.
Yeah.
And so the ball doinks off of him and everything. And that's the same thing you're kind of getting. If you're not a consistent hand catcher, you're not working the jugs after practice with your hands, then you're going to have a little bit of a fall off. And I think that's where it is. Consistency in the technical route running is another thing. Having good feet at the receiver position and knowing how to get in and out of your breaks also leads to that. Because if you're in control of your body and you're within the framework, it's easier to react. And you kind of a little bit sloppy, you're getting into hand fights, you can't necessarily win, throws you off of your route and your timing. Now you're just trying to catch with your body and everything. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that Marv still needs to work on, but also the way that he's introduced into the game also did not help either.
Yeah, it's because you mentioned like he put in the extra work on the jugs machine. He puts in a ton of work, but it's just for whatever reason this year. I don't know how you feel better after this year. Like his rookie year, we were all talking like, okay, yeah, it's disappointing because everybody was expecting a Hall of Famer in his rookie year, but his numbers weren't bad, and they really weren't bad. His numbers are worse this year, and even I know he's missed some games, but even if you just project out his numbers over a full 17 games, they're still worse than they were last year. And some of it's the injuries, certainly. It's been a disjointed season. He has one catch in the last month, and I know he's missed a couple games.
Yeah, and then this past game, he only had 19 snaps because he hurt his he went in with kind of a bad heel, and he went out with the other foot being injured. So, again, it's been like one thing or the other, literally. Yeah. And I think just development, why we don't want to hear this, but it's going to take a little bit longer. And we waited
not
on
helpful, right?
Yeah.
It feels like everything's moving in slow motion, whereas you see other teams like, hey, Seattle just brought in a new coach last year, and they're the Super Bowl favorites, right
Yeah, exactly. And Jackson Smith and Jigba is catching everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't help when you actually have an apples-to-apple division comparison.
Yeah.
In those situations.
Those division comparisons really are just nauseating right now across the board. Max, this was great. Thanks for coming in, man. Enjoy your
Thanks,
flight
Max.
or
Happy
congratulations on
New
getting
Year's to everybody.
Happy New
wherever
Year.
you're going. Have fun.
Cotton
Happy
Bowl.
New Year, buddy.
Cotton Bowl, Dallas.
Oh, yeah. That's good. You just have to say out the name of the city. Hi, my name is Max, and I'm going to Dallas.
I'm going to Arlington, guys. Yay. Woo.
All right, that was Max.
And
Starks.
Jody's holding up the U. She's not biased at all.
Hi,
Into
YouTube.
the YouTube. She's turned YouTube into YouTube today.
Yeah.
Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6, January 9th at TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you're going to have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. When we come back, we got to do more Valley Sports New Year's resolutions. So we've got ASU and the Suns next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for 3 left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown puts the Suns up 9.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword, Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns won their fourth straight game yesterday, taking down the Washington Wizards 115-101. Dylan Brooks dropped 26 points, Colin Gillespie scored 25, and Devin Booker added 22. For more on the Suns win, head on over to arizonasports.com. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and was confident he would be back in 2026.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
And Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The 2026 class will be announced on February 5th. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did the Phoenix Suns keep their hot streak going in D.C.? We'll discuss the game starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, so we're doing New Year's resolutions for Cardinals, D-backs, who we already did earlier.
Yes.
And then we're going to go ASU football and the Suns right here, okay? These ones are a little bit different.
Yeah, it's more clear cut, I think, for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They need clarity. Clarity at quarterback. They need an O-line that is functioning
There was
at a high
lot
level.
to choose from with them.
D-backs, it's clear the pitching's been the inconsistency, especially the bullpen. But yeah, ASU, I think it's also the expectations are kind of, the Suns are coming off real disappointment, and they're now exceeding expectation. They're our team in town right now that's exceeding expectations.
With both of these teams, my initial thought was like, hey, just keep doing what you're doing, guys. Everything's great.
That's the best kind of resolution, right? Like,
But it doesn't really lead to a lot of improvement, I guess. So we're going to bring command and control in on this. Jody, I'm going to start with you, though, because I started with the other ones. Let's go Suns first. What's your resolution for the Suns?
It's hard for the Suns because I feel like, everything that they do that's a positive, we just feel like it's still a little bit of a surprise. We're still figuring them out. I think the easy thing is somehow make it into, to say play-in game is great, but then you're going to want to get greedy and
win the whole thing?
Go,
How greedy are we getting?
Not that greedy, but just
sweep Oklahoma
just
City. That's what I heard.
Get into the, get in and see what happens. But playoffs. I don't think that's right, Jim Mora. I don't think anyone. I think that the thing that is, shocking about it is no one would have really expected that as a realistic resolution. Resolution is like, well, I drink coffee every morning. Can I cut it out completely, or are you going to say like once a week or twice a week?
Yeah.
Now, for the Suns, if I had said last year, like, well, next year they've got to make the playoffs, and you'd be like, well, how without Kevin Durant, without these key pieces, and
maybe that's what we should have done for our Cardinals resolution. It should have just, instead of being like, hey, find a quarterback, hey, figure this out. Jamal was like, hey, have a plan. Maybe it should have just been like, no, actually make the playoffs next year. Like, it's been a while. Make the playoffs.
Yeah, that would be nice, but baby steps.
Just wanted to hear Stained.
Baby steps.
Okay, so what was yours for the Suns? You just talked about how amazing
get into
they
the
are.
playoffs.
Okay, just get into the playoffs. All right. I am going to say get Jalen Green healthy, but also when you reincorporate, or I guess incorporate him into the rotation, do it without disrupting what you have going on. I think that's not that that's going to be hard But I think we're all just assuming, okay, well, he'll score 25 points a night, so that means the Suns are going to score 25 additional points every night. Like, that's not how it works. Guys are going to be losing minutes, and that's going to be a good problem to have, but still a balancing act for Jordan Ott.
The good news is it's a different group of guys, and the egos are different too.
Very true. Very true. Command and control.
All right, I'll go first this time.
Are you command or control?
I know, like.
I think I'm both.
Then what's Jamal?
And yeah, there you go. There we go. All right, for the Suns, for me, it's don't trade for any stars. Don't do it. There's Trae Young rumors out there right now. Don't even think about it. No Giannis either. Don't think about it. They've done that. They've tried that. Don't break up what's going on right now, like they did when they broke up, the twins and everything.
What about Giannis's brother?
Nope.
Okay, just making sure. All right.
No stars.
Okay.
No stars.
Jamal?
This is a two-parter. This might be cheating, but
okay.
The first part is sustainability.
Okay.
Just keep playing the way you are. You're not going to win every game, but as long as you play as hard as they're playing right now, even if you lose, they're fun to watch. They're exciting to watch. The second part is Devin Booker. Can you become Devin Booker again? The relentless, 35, just go out and get those 38-point games, those 40-point games, and that we haven't seen enough of over the past few years. That's kind of, I miss that.
Yeah, I think we all do. You said
I agree.
They keep winning, so I'm okay with it.
But I think he's on a good path to maybe be that guy again.
All right, let's go ASU football. Jody, you go first.
Ooh, well, again, I feel like this is like your answer with the Cardinals.
This is definitely the happier segment than the one we did with the Cardinals. I mean, the Diamondbacks there wasn't a ton of negativity there, but it's just, this really is like, hey, I like where this is going. Just kind of take it.
Yeah, and you got Kenny, resolution 1 has been done already. Yeah. He's secured. He's happy. He's got his support that he wanted for the staff. I don't know about NIL. I don't know what was, exactly what that's going to look like. But I do know that, again, I mean, as much as Cam Scadaboo was the centerpiece last year on the way to the playoff, Sam Levitt was part of it. And they still, they need a quarterback. I mean, Jake Fetty's great, but he's coming out of high school. So I'm excited to see what Kenny's going to do with that. And the resolution is get a really good quarterback in the portal.
I'll go similar. I'll just go hit the portal hard in general. I mean, I don't love this version of college football where everybody's a free agent all the time. I hate it. It sounds more and more like everybody kind of hates it, even people involved with college football.
But yet every year it's more important than ever.
I mean, this is the game right now. And if you're ASU and you are doing so many things to move in the right direction, and we were talking to Jordan Simone earlier, and I could not agree more. Like, people talk about how damaging it was, the whole Herm Edwards era. That's in the past. Like, you've cleaned it up. If they had not brought Kenny Dillingham back, that would have been like damage for a long time to your fan base, to the direction. But look, they brought him back. They're on the right track with so much stuff. But they are losing players this year. Last year they really didn't. They're losing a lot of players to the NFL draft. They're losing seniors. They are losing a couple key pieces in the transfer portal. Not many. But they actually are going to have to rebuild quickly through the transfer portal in a lot of ways this year. They have a good core coming back next year, but it's not nearly as big as it was this year. So the end of this week and this upcoming weekend are going to be big for ASU.
And but he did it well after that first season. So I do trust. I think the biggest thing is the trust in Kenny Dillingham and just hoping he can work that magic again.
All right. For me, this is probably my hottest take of any of these New Year's resolutions.
Hot take alert!
You want Herm back?
No.
Oh.
Don't get me started. I do want Bol back.
I'm sorry, I couldn't let this day go by without throwing that in there.
I heard Kellen the other day say they might have wanted to bring Bol back, and I leaped out of my car, my seat in the car.
Were you
but
driving?
Anyway, yes, I was driving, but I kept my eyes on the road. We're good. I want them to start Jake Fetty at quarterback because I am worried that he will bolt if he is not given the opportunity and go somewhere where he can start. And, maybe that's 2027. But also, a lot of people don't understand this about the transfer portal. Yeah, they've closed it and there's just one portal window now, but he could also just leave ASU and go and enroll in another school and play for that school. So that I want that. We've seen ASU quarterbacks, Jayden Daniels, have success as true freshmen. He's the 139th overall player, according to ESPN, in the country. I just want to see them roll with their guy. Maybe he can be maybe he can be the Jake Plummer. He can be the guy that stays here 3 or 4 years and really establishes a legacy. I don't understand why everybody's like, oh, they have to go to the portal.
Well, I think you have to get one. I mean, both things could be true. You could go out and get a legit established quarterback, and Jake Fetty beats him out. Jake Fetty beats him out.
I think that's fine, but I think that operating like that quarterback has to be the starter is not the right way to go about things.
You like Fetty more than Weston Nielsen. I mean, obviously, right? Because if Fetty were to abruptly leave, you do have a pretty highly recruited quarterback in 2027.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched much of either of their tapes. This is the present. This is who they have coming in.
Okay. Jamal?
It's kind of similar.
Jamal's going to be like, make sure you don't start Jake Fetty. That's what he's going to say.
That's what I should have said. It's kind of similar to my son's one. It's just continued competitiveness. Like, stay in contention for the Big 12 championship. Stay competitive with these other Big 12 teams that you obviously can't spend as much money on, like the Texas Techs of the world, but just stay competitive, whether that's starting Jake Fetty or going to get another quarterback in the portal or whatever the case may be. Just as long as you stay competitive and not go, 3-8 or 9 or whatever they did in Kenny's first year, just stay competitive and stay in the race for the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it's all about, right? You go last year, you win the Big 12. This year, you're still in the race, even though it was going to take tiebreakers. You're still in the race going into your last game. So that's the standard that you have. Hopefully, it is the standard you've set. Hopefully, you can continue to live up to it. Christmas through New Year's Day is the lowest week of the year for blood donations, and January is the highest blood usage month of the year for patients. As we come out of the holiday season, consider making a blood donation on Sunday, January 4th at Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive. Schedule your appointment now at vitalent.org/saveaz. When we come back, if Jonathan Gannon really is back in 2026, and we don't know that definitively yet, but he sounded pretty confident, how do the Cardinals get their fans back on board with the direction of this team? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
champ. Champ.
Text the word champ to 620-620 right now.
Champ.
Text champ to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
God knows. I am.
Reincarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, I need her, my babies.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth, huzzah! And fill-in host Luke Lipinski. Tune in at 6 a.m. for the shenanigans on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
What was that noise he made there at the end?
You're going to sit here and try and figure out the noises
Is
that
that
Jared
like
Marlin makes?
the Luke Lipinski?
It's like huzzah, but like sarcastically, like huzzah, or like negatively, I guess.
I have to like. Maybe I shouldn't leave. Maybe I should just sleep over here.
I was just saying, it's so
Show
windy
starts in
out.
like
I'm
5
scared to go
minutes.
outside.
Yeah, you're going to stay
Not
because it's
scared,
windy
but-
out. I'm going to stay because the morning show starts in like 8 minutes, and so I'll just make sure I'm here for that.
Yeah.
All
At
right.
least it's not snowing. I once drove into a bank of snow in Orchard Park, heading down into the Bills Stadium.
Just
Had
right
to
into
crawl out the window.
Seriously?
Orchard Park.
Yeah, when you move to Buffalo and you're from Florida,
Yeah.
that's the kind of that happens.
What do you mean when? Because I'm probably not moving to Buffalo, and I'm not from Florida. So I've been to Florida.
I
haven't been
can
to
go
Buffalo.
out. A little wind won't hurt me.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Jonathan Gannon yesterday played some of these cuts where it was like, yeah, I expect to be back and this and that. And they kind of went through the season, how disappointing it is. But at some point, somebody asked him, I don't know what the setup was to this, but this is his message to fans debating whether or not they should renew their season tickets after either a 13 or 14 loss season.
So I told Bo, how long ago was that? A month ago? Stick with us. Stick with us. The sun will rise in the valley.
I mean, it's supposed to be encouraging, you know.
I get him having that
But
mentality
it's
because he's the head coach of the
yeah,
team. But
yeah.
if you're a fan,
that reminds me of like I don't know if you guys have seen like the clip of his very first meeting with the team, where he's like, "You guys have fire in your gut," and it's just like nothing. That's kind of what that reminded me of.
But
Well, there isn't. Yeah, he didn't give tangible. You know, it's kind of like stick with us. You know, the sun will rise. But what you know, I mean, clearly right now he's not able to say all of the things they want to do and people they want to sign. And I think it's a long list. But
I guess technically he's right. It's sunny here a lot. Maybe he was literally just talking about the weather. I don't know.
the question is that, you know, yeah, it's a tough one right now. When you've lost as many games as they have, I mean, it is very tough. It's not words, it's actions. It's got to be, and
That's
it's more
it.
than even actions. Like they've signed free agents, they've spent money.
Josh Sweat was a great signing.
Yeah,
it
I mean-
didn't translate to wins.
That's what's difficult is that, okay, the question is, you know, there's a lot of people that were excited about this season and we're looking for that jump off of 8 wins.
Yeah.
So to kind of be back at 3 now and asking people to stick with you, it's a leap of faith, but a lot of, that's what it's going to be coming out of 3 wins, is that you have to be asking for people to, if you're a fan, you're a fan. Are you going to stick by your team?
Yeah, you do the show and you work in media and you do all the stuff that we all do, and you kind of, you're really close to it, and it's good in some ways, but it also kind of distorts your image of it too, because most often you just hear from the fans that are upset generally, right? But there's plenty of Cardinals fans, and I've been trying to kind of toe this line this season as this season gets more and more and more and more miserable, that there are plenty of Cardinals fans that just want this to turn around. They don't want to be angry about it. They just want this to turn around.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to look for ways where that happens. And you have your fan base, your hardcore fans that are going to stick with you no matter what. That's just the nature of sports. But you're in a real tough spot if you're the Cardinals right now, because it's not like you have a lot of winning to point to in the last 15 years. And then you certainly don't have a lot in like the last 10 years. And you asked your fans basically to stick with you through a rebuild the last couple of years, and they did. I feel like Cardinals fans were really, I said this at the start of this season, I feel like Cardinals fans were really patient in the 2023 season and the 2024 season. And like you said, Jody, they were starting to believe for this season. And, depending on how you want to measure it, this might be their worst season ever. Like they if they lose on Sunday, it's their most losses in a season ever. And you're in a division that is loaded. So I've been trying to figure out what they could do this offseason to regenerate excitement for the more upset part of the fan base. And I don't know if there's anything they can do other than win a bunch of games next year.
It's tough because, again, you just there have to be changes in personnel, changes potentially in the coaching staff. And here's one thing real quick that I noticed last night, and we were all talking about it in our house. The Falcons last night, okay, they didn't have anything to play for the week before. They didn't have anything to play for last night. They were so excited on that sideline after big plays. And I get it, Bijan Robinson is electric, and you're going to be...
They looked like that game mattered.
Yeah, it's just, I just want to see... Like, what happens on Sunday against the Rams doesn't matter, bottom line. It really doesn't, even if they win. But, I'd like to see that kind of energy. Now you have to make some plays to create the energy. They were up 24 to nothing. What was it? 24 to 3, 24 to nothing. I mean, and you're not going to, I get it. You're not going to hinge that performance, even if it is a decent performance or even a good performance, it's not going to really change a whole lot going into next year as far as how you feel as a fan. But I think it could change some people's minds. It really could.
It just would give you something. I mean,
that's all we can really do right now, sitting here without knowing who's going to be the quarterback. Yeah. Who's going to be signed for the O-line? Who's going to be healthy? All we can do is watch them play on Sunday and hope that something, because the coach is the same. If he's going to be back next year,
and I'm not saying it's JG's fault, but I don't think JG is the majority of the problem, but he's part of this. They're going to go 3-14. He's part of that season, and so it's tough to be sitting up there. That's a tough spot for the coach to be in when he's just trying to get involved in the strategy and his players are all hurt, to give you a reason, a sales pitch to come back.
Can be brutal.
But I just don't think there's much, anything they say positive this offseason is just people are just going to ignore it. You're going to have to do it on the field now. It's going to be really tough to talk your way into excitement around this team. And look, they move up and they draft Dante Moore, and Oregon goes to the national championship, and then you get that guy. There's going to be excitement, but it's just at a certain point, it's going to be you got to win on Sundays. That's it.
I agree, but there is always, I will say this, as much as people are really down about the team right now, there is something about, assuming there are some players, whether it's unknowns like college players or some free agents, hopefully that are known people that have a great track record, there will be some excitement.
Yeah,
there better be enough personnel change that there's excitement.
Yeah, you can't run it completely back. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Jody Jackson, I'm Luke Lipinski. We got Burns and Gizmo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You know what the popular narrative was going into the season, and that was, this is the year that Devin Booker has to reclaim his team. He has to reclaim his greatness. He has to reclaim his spot in the NBA hierarchy. I would say that pretty much hasn't happened. He's been pretty good, but not to the level we thought he would have to be if this team were going to be good, and yet this team has got something real.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night against the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Cleveland, playing the Cavaliers tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock. So I had to do my traditional flex to the YouTubers out there.
That's why you got to watch on video.
On my camera, on video.
That's why you got to go on YouTube.
That's right. Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson. We got Laura. We got Jamal with us. What's up, Jamal?
What up, Jamal?
That's my guy. I love Jamal. I do love Jamal. Good guy. We are going to take you up till 6 o'clock today. Yes, a full show in store for you today. We've got Jordan Goodwin coming on this show in a little bit. Looking forward to that after another Suns win last night. And then tomorrow we'll have a shorter show because the Suns have this matinee-type game tomorrow, right? The matinee-type game against Cleveland. Then they'll be back on Friday. So the Suns will be back on Friday. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of D-backs talk. We've got some Suns talk. We'll try to give you the latest on Grayson Allen and Jalen Green and talk about the game. We've got some Cardinals talk. I know our interview yesterday that we did with Jonathan Gannon got a lot of play. With that interview with Gannon. So let's waste no further ado. I think that's what we'll say. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101 the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
How do you not love this basketball team? After the torture they put you through for the last 2 years, especially last year. How do you turn it around from a team that was so hated to a team that was so loved? It's almost mind-boggling to me how they were able to do it. It really is. It's a tremendous accomplishment by everybody in that organization that stepped up from Matt Ishbia to BG to Josh Bartelstein to Jordan Ott to everybody there. They went out and said they were going to do something, and true to their word, they did. They gave you a basketball team that plays their asses off. They play hard. They're winning 6 games over 500 right now, and it's a fun team. It's a team, listen, me and you went through that last year, how tough it was to watch the Phoenix Suns night in and night out, how tough it was to go to those games.
And you'd know they'd lose these types of games, right? You would watch this type of game through a half, and you'd be like, they're going to lose this freaking game.
Did they lose to Washington last year?
They didn't, but remember they were up, I think, 23 at the start of the fourth quarter, and then it got down to a 3-point game with a minute left, and we were like, are they seriously going to lose this game?
They lost some bad games.
They held on, but they lost a lot of bad ones, but it's not happening anymore, bud.
No, not happening anymore. Good win last night for the Phoenix Suns. They did it without some of their key players. They didn't have Mark Williams. They didn't have Grayson Allen. They didn't have Jalen Green. So 3 key players are out, and they take down the Wizards. Was not an easy game to play, but there's a lot to like about it. I'm going to start with the big game on the boards. I thought Oso was terrific. I thought Nick Richards with the block shots did a very good job. Nick's not going to score a lot for you, but I thought he did a good job with the block shots, the rebounding. They got a lot of second chance points off those rebounds. I thought that was the key to that victory last night.
Absolutely. It's become such a reliable staple of what they do on a basketball court. And so many times, Gambo, we hear, look back the last 2 years, how many times did we hear, like, we're going to play fast. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Like a specific style of play that translates to a certain statistic or type of way of playing. You hear so much on media day about how teams are going to play. This team is exactly what they said they were going to be. They play harder than everyone else, and you see it in the numbers game after game, 23-0 in second chance points in the first half. Just
crazy,
unbelievable.
just crazy amount. Pulled away in the fourth quarter, but you know what? I'm watching this game, and a lot of times when an inferior team hangs around the way Washington was hanging around, they find a way to win. And last night, as I'm watching that game, and you look at the fourth quarter, and they start the fourth quarter with Gillespie, Nick Richards, Bouye, Goodwin, and Isaiah Livers. That's who they started the fourth quarter with. And then all of a sudden, it's 92-88 after Champagnie hits 2 free throws. You know, Bagley had a layup. Champagnie hits the 2 free throws. It's 92-88. There's 9 minutes left. And you know this from covering the game for so long. Inferior teams, if they can hang around late in the game, they find a way to steal some of those games. So there was a part of me, I'm a little worried right now. I'm a little worried. There's 9 minutes left. It's a 4-point game. Washington's done everything they could to hang around. And normally those teams, the bad teams, inferior teams, if they could find a way to keep it close, sometimes they could steal one. You press, you get nervous, you make a bad play, especially on the road. If you're the Suns, you're on the road. That's a type of game that some teams will lose. The Suns come back and they just, Brooks hit a 3-pointer, and then Brooks hit another 3-pointer, and then Royce hit a 3-pointer, and then Book should have had a 3-pointer. I think his toe was on the line. He hit that long jumper, and all of a sudden, 111-95, and that's ball game. They put that game away. There was about a 6 or 7 minute stretch there where they said, not tonight, Washington, not tonight. Washington had won 2 in a row, right? I think, 2 in a row.
Yeah, 4 of 7.
4 of 7, 2 in a row. And the Suns got to that point. They said, no, you're not going to beat us. And I loved that stretch. I loved that 6-minute stretch that took a close basketball game and put them away.
Yeah, you can't be too picky because, look, this was the 3rd straight game where the Suns were they were sloppy against an inferior opponent because we saw this level of, I don't want to say chaos, but just lack of taking care of the ball in the first handful of games in that gauntlet. And we were like, okay, you're playing against some of the best teams in the league. This is how your offense is going to look from time to time in terms of taking care of the ball, brain farts defensively, things like that. They're still popping up in these last 3 games, and yet they keep finding ways to win in the last couple of minutes. You had the stat in your email, 12-2 against teams that are outside the playoff or play-in picture, which means you're 7-11
What'd we say?
against those other teams. But that's all you have to do in the NBA.
Beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
If you beat those teams and you do okay against the rest, you're going to be a top 6 seed.
You're going to.
Yeah.
It was a terrific win. And I didn't think that Devin Booker had a good game. I mean, to me, we went into this season, I don't know about you, but we went into this season, and when you looked at the players they had, look, I always had the belief, addition by subtraction, I say it all the time, I knew they were going to be better just getting rid of Durant and Beal. I just knew it. But when I looked at the Suns, I kind of figured that Book was going to have to be great for them to be where they are right now. I thought Book was going to have to be great. He was going to have some of those games where he just put the team on his back and he carried the team and he went for 35 or he went for 40 or he went for 45 and he was unstoppable and nobody could. They're winning a lot of games when Devin Booker doesn't even have what I would consider a good game.
I can't believe it. We're going to talk about later in the show, what did we get wrong? And the we not being you, Gambo, because you were high on the Suns team. I certainly was not. A lot of experts certainly were not high on the Suns team, and looking back at what we got wrong. That was number one for me, is that I thought that this type of team with this type of situation was not going to get the best out of Devin Booker. And looking at their team, there's no way for you to win if you're not getting the best out of Devin Booker. It turns out they haven't needed that because this is, man, if you look at books last 6-7 years, this is maybe his second worst, third worst season.
He can't shoot the 3.
He can't shoot the 3.
1 of 6 last night. This month of December, he's shooting 25% from 3-point range. I don't know what happened. He can't shoot the 3.
And it goes back to even mid, early November for him. It's been 2 months now at this point. He's been shooting like that from 3. And while he's helping his team still with the ball movement and the pressure that he's putting on, he's only averaging 5 assists a game in December right now. We're used to seeing that number up 6, 7, 8. He had 7 a game in November. For example, I think that defensively he's been better in the last couple of weeks, I'll put it as, but at the same time, he's not playing his best basketball. This is not the best version of Devin Booker that we've seen so far, or really close to that, in my opinion. And they're 19-13. It makes no sense to me, but
it's a good sign, isn't it?
It's a great sign. And actually, Gambo, if you think about it, it makes a ton of sense because of everything else that they do to make up for it and compensate for it.
There's going to be Devin Booker is not going to continue to play like this.
No.
He's too good of a player. He's going to play better. And when he does, he might be able to carry them against – and I think where you need him to play better is against the better teams. As we talked about, their record against teams 500 and below, their record against teams that aren't even playing right now is phenomenal. And they don't need Devin Booker in those games. They're going to need Devin Booker when they start to play the better teams if they want to win some of those games. That's where Booker's going to have to shine. Now, I think the other thing is – and I'll give you injury updates in a little bit on with the Suns and just what I'm hearing and what I may know. But what I think you're looking at too is I think when Jalen Green comes back, and he's progressing very well, when he comes back, I think that will alleviate some of the pressure off of Book because his ability to go downhill and score. I spoke with the coach when they got Jalen Green, and obviously Jalen was on a Houston team that was very talented. And this coach told me, he goes, no, we always double Jalen. I go, what? Because if he gets hot, we're screwed. If he gets hot, he can go, like, he's the guy you got to make sure he doesn't get hot. I'd read the whole Rockets team, all of that talent. The guy you wanted to double every time was Jalen. And he said, yeah, Jalen was the guy we doubled all the time. Because if he gets going, you can't stop him. So I think when he gets back to the Suns, I think it's going to alleviate some of the pressure on Book. It's going to free up some open shots that we're not seeing him get. We're not seeing him get a lot of open shots. I think we will see that when Jalen Green comes back.
And yet they're having other guys still step up. Book talked about that after the game.
Yeah, that's important. That's something that can carry you through a season into the playoffs. So we all feed off each other's energy. We all give each other the confidence. If it's not somebody's night, we're picking each other up. So, those are all characteristics of a good team.
And you can imagine what it's going to be, Gambo, when like Jamari Bouye, Jordan Goodwin, who's going to join the show a little bit later, are the guys stepping up when it's Grayson Allen and Jalen Green instead. Like you said, like we haven't seen the best of this team yet, not even close.
No, and we're not too far away from seeing, them be almost fully healthy. All right, why has it been so quiet this offseason for the Arizona Diamondbacks? And did they have interest in one of the first basemen from, I think it was Japan? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101 the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth, huzzah! And fill-in host Luke Lipinski. Huzzah! Tune in at 6 a.m. for the shenanigans on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I didn't think about that, Gambo, with this line change that we're doing. Luke moving down to the morning show, reuniting Jarrett Carlin and Luke Lipinski. What a disaster situation that'll be. Oh, my gosh.
Wait, Luke's doing the morning show?
So he's doing the morning show, and then it will be Mitch and I doing an Arizona Sports at day from 10 to 12:30, taking you up until Suns coverage. And then when the Suns are done, that is when it will be you and Mitch closing out the day. So from 6 to 6, we'll still have our normal programming. There'll just be a Suns game in between. We do this a lot during baseball season, not really so much during basketball season.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so the rundown reunion, like from 7 years ago, Luke and Jarrett.
Don't ever ask me to do a morning show. I will absolutely decline. Never.
I think that's why you were not asked. Yeah,
never. We'll jump in on a morning show. All right. There's some news coming out right now that's backing up a lot of what I said just 11 or 12 days ago.
Can I tell you who's looking forward to this news?
Go ahead.
Our listeners in Glendale, my hometown of Glendale.
The hometown of Glendale.
Hello,
Nobody
Glendale.
else but just Glendale needs to hear this
Them
information.
specifically, of course.
I reported on December 18th. This is my report. Nothing is imminent on the Ketel Marte trade front, but this is going to end and soon. I do not see this dragging out much further. It's pretty simple. If the D-backs get an acceptable trade offer worthy of moving a superstar player, which as of now they have not, then we will likely see a trade. And if they don't, I would expect them to shut it down and move on to other areas of concern, and Marte will remain a Diamondback. Steve Gilbert of MLB.com today spoke with Mike Hazen. Here's what Mike Hazen said. We're very likely to put an end to this shortly. I haven't figured that out yet on a timeline, but this isn't going to continue to linger. We need to focus on our offseason. Again, my gut the whole time was that a trade wasn't going to happen, and I think it seems likely that that's the case, and we want to focus on other things we need to do. This is very consistent with what I reported 12 days ago. They are not going to drag this out to spring training. This is not something they need to move on. Make your best offer. If the offer is not good enough, we're going to shut it down. I'm going Hell's Kitchen, Gordon Ramsay. Shut it down! Shut it down. They need to. If they want to concentrate on other areas to fix this baseball team and improve this baseball team, of which I love this baseball team, they need to come to a conclusion and not have this drag out. So basically what you're hearing today is exactly what we reported less than 2 weeks ago, is that this thing is going to come to a close and soon.
And there still isn't like a firm, concrete deadline just yet. Hazen telling Gilbert that there's no firm deadline. He is telling the teams that he's been talking with, like, hey, man, time's running out. Let's go. Like, we're doing all this negotiation stuff where we're trying to leverage that, but I'm on an actual clock because, like, I was talking to Jesse in the newsroom, and I was like, what's left for the Orioles to do is his Baltimore Orioles. He was like, nothing, we're good. It's like other teams are at a stage now where they've finished a lot of their work, and the D-backs have a ton left to do. And I think the interesting part of this, Gambo, is looking at the hierarchy in free agency and even on the trade market right now, and it makes you at least wonder, if all of baseball right now is waiting on this Ketel Marte thing, because does that have ripple-down effects with Alex Bregman? Does that then have ripple-down effects with Bo Bichette or Kyle Tucker or Valdez? Like, there's a lot of names out right now that are at the top of the rankings in terms of free agents that have not signed yet, and it feels like a lot of it has to do with this Ketel Marte thing. To me, you're the guy with the sources, and I'm just reading this and hearing what you have to say. That, to me, sounds like the end of the week. That sounds like by end of business Friday, we're going to either say we're either going to trade Ketel or he's off limits. We're keeping him next year. We got to get moving.
It's just, Mike was on vacation with his family. So Mike had been gone. I think he just got back within the last 24 hours or so. So Mike has returned from his vacation. It's kind of been a dead time. They haven't done anything. But before I went on my vacation, I was constantly checking on the Marte thing, and my information was this has to end, and it's going to end, and it's going to end soon. We're not going to drag this out much further. I reported that, and now for the first time, you're hearing the general manager say that. We are not going to drag this out much longer. He said we're very likely to put an end to this shortly, and that's what's going to happen. Yesterday, there was a lot of rumors that were out, too. And people always ask me, Kazuma Akamoto is reportedly meeting with MLB teams, including the Diamondbacks, per Yahoo Sports. And some guy asked me, Gambo, is this true? And I said, no. Another guy said, I just realized that Gambo is grok for Arizona sports fans. I'm like, I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I'm like, grok.
Maybe not.
Ask a question.
I don't know.
No, you don't think so?
I understand the use of grok, the validity of grok, though. Another thing concerned. You're above grok, my friend.
I'm above. Okay, my track record's a little better than grok,
to say the least. Yeah,
yeah. My understanding is that the Diamondbacks are not making a play for Akamoto. Fit wise, money wise, you put all those things together. It's not an area that they're looking at. They're looking at that area. But with his price tag and then again fit and just how he fits in, that's not a player that I think I said the report was wrong. The Diamondbacks are not, interested in him. He is set to be posted. He's a terrific player. He's a good player. 29-year-old, bats from the right side. He's got 248 home runs in his career in the Nippon Professional Baseball League. He's reached 30 homers in 6 straight seasons. Injuries have limited him this past year. He only played in 77 games. He was in the World Baseball Classic. He homered off of Kyle Freeland. So that's a player that was tied to the Diamondbacks with a Yahoo report. But I'm saying that, no, I don't expect the Diamondbacks to make a play on Kazuma Akamoto.
Yeah, Okamoto was an interesting name for me, Gambo, because he's a corner infielder, and those are 2 spots on the depth chart right now where, in theory, the Diamondbacks have names. Like, they've got Locklear when he comes back. They've got Pavin Smith at first. Maybe that'll be where Tim Towell winds up a little bit as well. And then third base, as you reported towards the end of the year, looks like it's going to be Blaze Alexander on opening day if the roster holds for what it is right now. But this is where the shakeups could happen. Like, if you trade Marte and then you sign Alex Bregman, it's like, okay, Bregman's at third. Then who moves to second? Is it Alexander? Is it Lawler? Is there a first baseman involved in the number of moves that you're going to be making after that? There's just so much for them to find out. Position-wise, rotation-wise, bullpen-wise, there is really no part of their team that is set right now because of this holdup that we're continuing to see. And I think what we're really seeing is how demanding the price tag is on young pitching. Like, because that is what they're looking for. They want young, controllable starting pitching. I think they want one guy, what Bernsey and I were saying the other week, kind of on like a Zach Gallen era, or an arc, where he's made some starts in the majors. He's just about there where he's certifying himself as an everyday guy in the majors, and the best of his pitching was yet to come at the time when they did the Jazz Chisholm trade. And this is a similar situation, I think, where they're looking for one starting pitcher sort of in that mold, and then a whole lot more, because Ketel Marte is one of the best players in baseball. And until teams start recognizing that and respecting that with their trade offers,
you're
they're
not
going to get
him.
Ketel Marte.
Yeah, you're not going to take a Ketel Marte at his age, switch hitter, top of the lineup guy, run producer, and say, oh, he's had some issues with the Diamondbacks. Let's try to get him on the cheap. You're not getting 50 cents on the dollar for Ketel Marte. It's going to be dollar for dollar. You want a player of that caliber, you've got to give up some good players to get him.
My favorite Ketel Marte stat of the year, his OPS against, I believe, righties was 893. His OPS against lefties, 891. Like, who else does that in baseball now? He's one of the best hitters and just players in baseball. You have to pay the premium.
It's been quiet, right? They signed Michael Soroka to a 1-year deal, and they brought back Merrill Kelly on a 2-year deal. Now, if they decide to move on from Marte, and that will be very quickly, then they could start to address some of the other areas of concern. We've got Jordan Goodwin coming up at 2:45, so we'll turn our attention to the NFC playoff picture. And what does this Cardinals-Rams game mean for L.A.? How hard are they going to play? They do have something to play for. We'll tell you next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab. Just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night, beating the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow in a matinee game. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday and is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by at Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for our last show of the year. We look back on the year that was. Dan Bickley will be in with Luke Lipinski, Jared's favorite. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So close to another year ending. Crazy. 2025. Just about over. Oh, you like that song?
Love it.
What is it?
Don't know.
I liked. I told you I liked this TV show called The Last Frontier on Apple. I loved it. It had a lot of old 60s, 70s music that I loved.
What's this one called, Lauren?
She doesn't know. She's talking to Will. What do you got, Lauren?
It's a Matchbox 20 song.
Oh, Matchbox 20. Okay. One of the songs, like the intro to The Last Frontier show that I really loved on Apple TV, is a song that I really like from the 60s. And my wife always says, when it says skip the recap? I never skip the recap because I want to hear the song in the intro. It's called Classical Gas, and it's one of the few songs that I really like that has no words. It's called Classical Gas, and it's the whole intro. So I was like, just skip the recap. I'm like, no, just skip the recap. Like, I don't want to skip the recap. I like Classical Gas. It's a song from the 60s. It's got no words. It's a tremendous song with absolutely no words. You ever hear it, Jamal? Never heard it, did you?
Never heard it.
All right, put it on and tell me if you like. Not right now, but Classical Gas. It's from like the late 60s.
Okay.
And it's like the main song in The Last Frontier, the Alaska show that I really, really liked.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, look it up. All right, the Rams somehow lost last night to the Atlanta Falcons. Terrible game by Matthew Stafford. He did not play very well. Bijan Robinson was terrific. Stafford had maybe his worst game of the year. He had 269 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. It was his first 3-interception game since week 1 of 2022. Now, despite that, here's why the Rams have a lot to play for in this game against the Cardinals. They got a chance to finish as the number 5 seed. He said, okay, well, what the hell's the difference, right? Okay, the 6 seed, the 5 seed. Well, the 6 seed's got to go play at Philly. The 5 seed gets to play Carolina. Who would you rather play?
I'd rather play Carolina.
So, okay, like the Rams have a lot to play for in this game against the Arizona Cardinals. Right now, your matchup is the Packers at the Bears. Oh, Lord. Too bad Lauren's not near a microphone right now because Will's fixing something in there. The Packers at the Bears would be your one matchup. Right now it's the Rams at Philly, and it's San Francisco at Carolina. But with the caveat that the Rams could actually get to the 5 seed depending on that Seattle-San Francisco game. So that has big implications. Seattle-San Francisco is for the top seed. I mean, that is for your number 1 seed. That is for your NFC West. Right now, Seattle's clinched the playoff berth, so is San Francisco, the Bears, the Rams, the Eagles, the Packers. Right now, you're looking at San Francisco versus Seattle. San Francisco clinches the West Division title and the number 1 seed with a win. Seattle clinches the NFC Division title and the number 1 seed if they can win. The Rams are in a spot where they can actually pass San Francisco if Seattle wins and get to that number 5 spot, a coveted spot, because, again, you're playing the NFC South team instead of having to go on the road and play at the Philadelphia Eagles. Much better situation if you're the Rams, so they will go all out to try to win this football game.
Here's Stafford describing how the Rams played last night.
Poorly. I obviously didn't play well enough. Nothing they did, to be honest with you. Same kind of stuff that they've been doing all year. Just we didn't execute well enough. I obviously didn't play well enough, and That's what it is.
And here's McVay saying the Rams got humbled.
Congratulations to Atlanta. They came out ready to go, and they took control of the football game, and we didn't do any of the things that we came out to try to be able to do to start off that game, and we give them credit. They created a lot of those things, but, we didn't help ourselves with our overall execution. Couldn't get into a rhythm offensively, weren't able to get any, removal in the run game. We ended up giving up explosives. That was a big thing that we talked about not doing. They end up taking a pick back for a touchdown, and so I love the way that we found a way to be able to get ourselves back in that football game, but we weren't able to close it out. And so we make no excuses, but we weren't good enough. I do like the fight of this group, the way that we handled ourselves in the second half. And we had our chances to be able to close that game out. And here we are again in a disappointing situation. But this is a humbling league, and we got humbled tonight.
Gambo, the team in the best situation is Seattle because they have a 54% chance to get the number 1 seed. Their only other chance of getting another seed is the 5 seed, 46% chance. So they will either play Carolina or they will have home field.
Home field throughout,
which is a big deal. And then, of course, the deal with San Francisco is them getting the number 1 seed. They would have home field throughout because the Super Bowl is in San Francisco.
NFC West was just so good this year. It was so good. Except for the Cardinals, the NFC West was fantastic. But here's what happens. If the Seahawks beat the 49ers on Saturday, the Rams could jump over San Francisco if they beat the Cardinals. So if Seattle beats the 49ers, the Rams take care of business against the Cardinals, the Rams could jump San Francisco, and then San Francisco would have to go to Philly, and the Rams would go to Carolina. Seattle would have the number 1 seed throughout the playoffs, which is just mind-boggling to think. But that's how that could play out. So the Rams didn't have – once Seattle and San Francisco won this weekend, the Rams game against Atlanta, they couldn't win the division. So they couldn't win the division because Seattle and San Francisco both won. So I look at the NFC, and, man, I don't know. Is there any clear-cut favorite there? Seattle, San Francisco, the Rams, the Bears, the Eagles, the Packers. I don't know if there's a clear-cut. I kind of liked the Rams. But now you're going to go on the road because now, you're going to have to go on the road to kind of get to the Super Bowl. It's been done before, but, man, I don't know that there's a clear-cut favorite in the NFC right now.
So I try to flip the exercise a bit to help myself, and I go with, which teams do I trust the least? I don't trust the Bears because their defense has been leaning on turnover differential to an extreme extent. They have by far the best turnover differential in the league, and as we saw against the Niners, when they can't force a few turnovers, their defense is in real trouble. I can't trust Philly. They've been too inconsistent pretty much all year. The Panthers, it goes without saying. So I've got the 3 NFC West teams left, and then I've got the Packers. I don't know what's going on at quarterback for the Packers, so I can't trust them.
By the way, how good did Malik Willis look the other day?
I love.
Oh my
Lauren,
goodness.
how happy did it make one Lauren Koval that they're now doing the thing with Jordan Love where they have to come out and say, "Look, Jordan Love is still our guy." Wasn't Jordan Love the
Malik
promised
Willis
child?
Is a free agent.
6 months ago, Jordan Love was the promised child. The next Favre, the next Rodgers. Now they got to come out and say he's still our guy. Malik Willis has played well. This must bring joy to you.
It brings joy, but it also doesn't because the Packers always have somebody hanging around who's good enough to step in.
Okay, if you put this in a poll question, I will absolutely retweet it. Who would you rather have as your Cardinals quarterback next year? Jacoby Brissett, one of Simpson from Alabama, or Malik Willis?
No, Kyler Murray.
I don't think Kyler's going to. You want to put him in? Can you put 4 in a question?
Yeah, you can have 4.
You can have Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett, the Simpson kid from Alabama, or Malik Willis.
If I don't vote, does that just mean none of the above? Because that's what I would pick.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something.
We'll put this out tomorrow.
So, my fantasy football, Fired Sean, Fired Sean, he went out there and he added Phillip Rivers to our roster for the final game. I'm like, what do you? I overrode him. I went and picked up Malik Willis off the scrap heap, and I started him. He had 35 points, and he would have had more. He got hurt at the end of the game.
That's why he got fired.
That's why Fired Sean got
fire
fired.
Him twice? Isn't now fired? Sean?
You want to go with Phillip Rivers? Come on, Fired Sean. So I benched his Phillip Rivers, and I picked up Malik Willis on my own. I haven't made any transactions in 6 weeks. I picked up Malik Willis, and I started him, and I actually won my last fantasy football matchup. Malik Willis, Simpson, Murray, Brissett. I mean, I loved what I saw out of Malik Willis. Loved what I saw out of him. But again, backup quarterback, been on the chopping block before. Not enough of a sample size, but I got to be honest, I liked it. I did like it.
I worry that it's like a LaFleur situation where he's maximizing the quarterbacks to Lauren's point. So to go back to like the whole thought exercise here, I can't trust Sam Darnold to get me to a Super Bowl yet.
I
just
agree.
Need to see it to believe it. And speaking of seeing it to believe it, Gambo, I'm left with the 49ers and the Rams. And I have seen it before. I've seen these
Purdy
teams
had a
get to
good
the Super
game. They
Bowl.
scored a lot of points. The defense wasn't great.
It's
but
unbelievable to watch their offense and think of like the guys that they were missing in that game from a skill position perspective. Christian McCaffrey was not at 100% during that game. Trent Williams goes out, and yet they were still fully cooking with gas. I'm going to still go with the Rams. I'm not going to do the recency bias thing, and just because of an ugly loss, all of a sudden change my thoughts on them. They'd still be my pick to win the NFC, but I'm with you. If it was, we had a poll question a couple weeks ago that was like the NFC West team or the field for who to win
right.
the NFC, I would still go with the field. I feel like it's too unpredictable right now.
Packers and Bears split this year, didn't they, Lauren? I think Lauren
They did,
know.
yes.
I think they split, so that would be a hell of a game.
That would be in Chicago.
Rams and the Eagles played earlier this year, so they did play. I think the Eagles won that game. But I don't think if the Rams can jump the Eagles, then the Rams get Carolina, and then the 49ers would get them. I think the gimme is just going to play Carolina. I just like even the 49ers, they played Carolina earlier this year, and they beat them 20-9 in what wasn't a very good football game. So we'll see. But the Seahawks, I mean, if you get the number 1 seed, you get the bye, you've got home field advantage. It's a great crowd. Their home record since 2010, 92 wins and 45 losses. They're very good at home.
That's a good point.
So that could be something that really plays a factor there. It's hard to go against the number 1 seed, but it is going to be I think it's going to be wide open in the NFC. Anybody can win it. We'll talk AFC a little bit later on. All right, coming up next from the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Goodwin is going to join us on the Burns and Gambo Show. We'll talk to the Suns guard, Jordan Goodwin, next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is tackle. Tackle. Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now. Tackle. Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court. You hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Suns get the win against Washington last night. Fourth win in a row, 19-13 now. Tremendous start to the season for the Phoenix Suns. They'll be back home. They've got, was it Sacramento Friday and then Oklahoma City on Monday?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I believe that's what it is. So Friday, Monday for the Suns, Sacramento and Oklahoma City. They've got the Cleveland matinee game tomorrow. But fourth win in a row, and joining us right now, he's been a terrific player for the Phoenix Suns. I was so happy to get him back when LA decided to let him go, and we're happy to have him on the show right now, and that is Jordan Goodwin. Jordan, Kellen Olson, and Gambo, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Listen, we've got to get Jalen Green to cut the F-bombs and all of that stuff when Colin Gillespie's doing an interview. Can you? Listen, I know you guys are having such a great time, but these family shows, we got to get him to cut that out.
Okay, I'll talk to him.
You're on that, right?
I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. I got him.
I think what we noticed with these post-game interviews is just how close this team is, how much chemistry this team has, how much fun this team has playing together. You were here 2 years ago. What's the difference? Is it really just a matter of just having a lot more fun?
It's definitely a different vibe. It's a whole new group too as well. So that definitely plays a role into it. But like you said, man, like the vibe on this team is very high. Everybody likes each other. Everybody gets along with each other, and honestly, that makes it easier to go out there and play basketball with each other.
Yeah, it sure does. It really does look like you guys enjoy playing with each other. The Lakers decided when they got Marcus Smart, they needed the cap space. They had to clear some cap space. They decided to put you on waivers, and the Suns claimed you. The Suns were the team that claimed you. How happy were you when you found out that it was Phoenix that put the claim in to bring you back here?
I was very excited. Just like being here the first go around, I enjoyed my time here in Phoenix. So just having that call come back, it was very exciting. Like I said, I love the city. Definitely love the fans in the arena, and I just love Phoenix in the whole. So,
Jordan, this is something that we've talked about before, but to share with the Burns and Gambo audience, when you were sort of in negotiations with Phoenix talking about coming back here, and BG and some of the guys were telling you about the style that they wanted to play, how hard they wanted to play, but specifically with the offensive glass, was that just like the best thing to hear from a team that your like primary skill set in this league was going to be utilized this well?
Yeah, the system definitely stood out to me. Just the free will that the coaching staff, J.O. gives me to go crash the glass, definitely different than anywhere else I was in the league. But that definitely it did make a huge impact on my decision and also why I'm here. So.
At this point, you're on the scouting report. Are you surprised that guys still aren't boxing you out at this point? It's getting ridiculous. Like, you're just finding a way to get the ball every time no matter what.
I mean, they're trying to box me out. They're trying to box me out. They are. It's starting to. The scouting report's definitely getting a little put more emphasis on me on the glass. I've been feeling the last couple games, but I'm still going to go every time to give myself that chance.
I love the second unit and what you guys have been able to do in a lot of the fourth quarters of these basketball games. You opened the fourth quarter last night with a big three-pointer. But when you're sitting out there, whether it's Isaiah or Bouye or Nick or Oso, how much pride do you guys take into, hey, we're gonna play a good 4 or 5 minutes here and give the starters the rest they need before they come back in? How important is that for you guys?
It's very important. Especially before the game even start, like I called a bench in for a huddle, and I just let them know every game, like no matter what the starters or anything going on, like our job is to come in here and change the pace of the game, change the game. So let's just do that. And when we out there, man, it's our chance to go hoop, especially when y'all at the body. When we're out there, the whole bench unit by itself, that gives us all confidence to go out there and make plays. And it's time for us to start making plays, like you said, to get a starter's break. So and sometimes that break could be a little bit longer because how good we're playing.
You've been on a few different teams, Washington, the Suns, Memphis, the Lakers. We talk about Dylan Brooks and his leadership and how much he's meant to this team. Having been on several different teams, what stands out to you about Dylan and how he leads?
I think it's his work ethic. Before we even get to the gym, he's already in there working out and stuff like that. So he's always leading by example. He's been there the whole summer. He got a freak workout ethic. Like he works out night, morning. Like he never stops. So that's just one way that he leads right there. And then he holds everybody accountable because he's out there playing hard. So he doesn't let us slip or anything like that. Sometimes, and he's a competitor, so sometimes it come off a little bit aggressive. But that's just him. So.
Yeah. The other thing is you look at this team and everybody that plays contributes. Everybody that plays has contributed on this team. You guys go really deep. How much of a credit is that to Jordan Ott trusting you guys to go out there and get the job done?
Oh, man, he definitely trusts us, and it shows a lot. I think we go out there, we handle it well, too, as well. I think we go out there and we stick to his game plan. We do the things that he want to do. And so I just heat that. So while we're doing that, just keep building confidence in us. So, but everybody definitely contributes. Everybody has a job. Everybody on the team can hoop. And we got faith in everybody that goes in there to go make the right play.
Jordan, you guys have been able to lean on the second chance points even more than ever in these last couple of games. What have you noticed about some of the film that Jordan has been showing you guys that has led to even more opportunities on the offensive glass than of late?
Like lately, we haven't been shooting the ball well. I think it was like 7 for 40 our first game in New Orleans. So them second chances is giving us more opportunities to get more possession of the other team. And that's one of the things we highlight in our film session every day. Every time we walk in there, we're just trying to get more possessions and getting off the rebounds and turning teams over are ways that we've been doing that. And when you're not shooting the ball as well, those extra possessions kind of help you out a little bit.
We've seen everyone on the roster step up so far this year through injuries, now suspensions for Mark. You guys are going to get healthier. Grace and Jalen working their way back. How do you expect the rhythm to be maintained of this team when guys are healthy as opposed to what you've been dealing with all year where you've been so shorthanded the entire season?
I think it doesn't change. I think we actually take our game to a whole nother level. You've seen when Jalen got out there, his first game, what he was able to do and how it spaced the floor out. So I think when we get those guys, when we fully get healthy, I think it's going to be even dangerous. Like it's going to be more thrust, more flow on the offense end as well for us with Jalen and Grayson out there.
Yeah, we didn't know how good Mark Williams was because he's been injured and he's missed so many games over the years. Mm-hmm. I love watching this guy play and how he runs the floor. I think he's one of the best big men I've seen in Phoenix in all my time here, of being able to run the floor, great hands, great finishing. Has anything about his game surprised you?
Not really, because I've been watching Mark. I'm a huge Mark Williams fan. So I know what Mark can do. I've seen him in the summertime, and I played against him a couple of times in the league as well. So like you said, he's versatile, man. He's good on both ends. I think his touch is underrated from that 15-foot out and knocking a couple jumpers down and shooting floaters. So yeah, I love Mark. I love Mark and I love what he brings to the team.
Yeah, and when I look at the rookies, right, I see guys that are absolutely going to be able to help this team in the future. You're starting to see Fleming get a little bit of run now. How have you guys, the veterans like you, how have you been helping the younger players, whether it's Malawach or Fleming, bide their time, be patient until their opportunity comes?
Man, I'm in Rasheer. I'm in Man's ear, but I'm in Rasheer's ear all the time, every day. He sits by me on the plane. We actually got locker rooms in the locker room back in Phoenix. So I'm really big. I'm a really big Rashard Finley fan. Basically, I just tell them every time you go out there, just make sure that they see you. Make sure the coaching staff feel you. That don't mean going out there scoring points or anything like that. Go get a block, go get a rebound, go get a steal, turn somebody over. Especially when he was getting like the little minutes, like 2 minutes in the game where we was already up by like 20 points, I still would grab him and tell him like, yo, these minutes are meaningful and they're going to pay off for him. And now he's starting to see it because he's in the rotation a little bit now.
Jordan, 3-0 on the road trip. You're closing it out in Cleveland tomorrow. What is the key in your experience in the league in closing out road trips and just keeping that focus until you get home?
This one's huge. This one's huge. We got a chance to be undefeated on this road trip, and it's very important, especially to get our rhythm going to the next year. And we're actually going against a pretty good team, too, so I'm kind of excited to see how he's going to match up with these guys. And but no, he says it's very important. It's very important. We're in a good spot right now, so we want to continue our vibe going.
Well, we've enjoyed watching you play. Welcome back. Happy to have you here, back with the Suns. Continued success for you and the team. Thank you, Jordan.
Yes, I appreciate you.
You got it. That's Jordan Goodwin, who is, again, when you look at everybody that plays contributes, right? Everybody. Bouye comes in. Jordan Ott has trusted these guys. He's given them the freedom and the ability to go out there and get the job done, and you're seeing contributions from just about everybody. We are going to be joined by Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast with you. He'll join us next. We'll talk some more Suns basketball right here on Arizona Sports, and I'll give you a Grayson Allen update on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Watching Jordan Goodwin and this player that has returned to Phoenix came here from the Wizards with Bradley Beal, and he was kind of Bradley's guy. So it was kind of like, oh, okay, this is a comfort thing for Bradley Beal, bringing one of his favorite teammates. Jordan Goodwin, and not only did he have a bunch of cleanup baskets last night, knocked down a big three, scored in double figures in the first half. Who would have thought?
It's amazing. The guy left looking like Goodwin, and he came back looking like Jordan.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One phone call that could really change your life, the trajectory of your ability to retire on your timeline and live the life you want. And that's to Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. You don't realize it, but that one phone call could be a real game changer for you, the way it was for me. Because, look, I'm really good at working hard and making money. Really good at it. I know how to work hard, support my family, make money, but I needed somebody who could organize all of it, put it all together, get a plan for me, a plan that worked for me. I mean, I had a goal of when I was going to retire. I'm going to hit that. I'm going to enjoy my life. I want to buy a little villa in Italy where I could be near my family. I've got things that I want to do. But you got to have a plan in place, whether it's a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan. You've got to have somebody that can help you with all of that. Stuart is local. He's a fiduciary. He's got 5 locations in the Valley, and he would love to meet with you and work with you on your financial plan. It's free, no obligation. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night in Washington, beating the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow in a matinee game. Tip-off for that one is at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday and is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely. The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all on X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here, Kellen. Great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
Courtside with Kellen is actually Kevin Zimmerman filling in for Kellen, who's
Hi, buddy.
filling in for Burnsy.
It's all very
here.
confusing, but
And then
thanks
Jamal,
for having me.
Jamal, who's filling in for Mitch. But me and Lauren is still here, right, Lauren? We're still here. A couple of the originals right there. All right, Casey, another win for the Wizards last night. We're going to talk a little bit about Grayson Allen and Jalen Green and what we expect out of them. But just give me impressions of what this team has been able to do at 19-13, and mainly their ability to beat some of these teams that they are that they're better than. Their record against teams 500 and under is tremendous.
That's a sign of a good team, right? When you take care of business, and like going into yesterday, it's like the Wizards have a bunch of guys out. I expect them to take care of business. They messed around a little bit, eventually pulled away, so I don't even count that as a disappointment, but they reached the expectations of this is a good basketball team. They're beating bad basketball teams. They beat basketball teams that don't run back in transition, that don't rebound well. If you go back to the Pelicans series. So I just think that's where we are, and that's reset the bar for everyone.
Yeah, I love their ability. Like they're better than some of these teams, and these teams can hang around for a while. The New Orleans games, the Washington game, they're able to pull away late. I think that's a good sign for this basketball team, Kellen.
Absolutely is. Colin Gillespie has been a revelation for them this year. It was one of those things where we've seen him in this type of role never, so we don't really know what to expect. We know his game very well from Villanova. We don't really know what to expect from the Nuggets minutes, and he comes out and he's been one of their most consistent scorers, let alone one of their best players this year. What have you seen from him in this new role?
He makes you say expletives in post-game interviews, apparently. Yeah, I mean, the crazy part with him is, you knew he was tough being from Villanova. You know he's a smart basketball player. That's just how they make those guys. But I think the shooting, and he had a rough patch as teams started like really respecting him and defending him better. It's gotten back on track lately, but then you see like last night when they need some buckets and Book's not out there, or even if he is, he can actually go one-on-one and do a little ISO enough, get in the mid-range, find his spots, kind of the same place as Book might, and score from there. So just like how his game has expanded, how his confidence has really shown. I say this every time I'm on one of these shows, is probably, credit to them. He has talent, but also the coaching staff, Jordan, not optimizing guys up and down this roster.
I think what we all really want to see is when this team is fully healthy, what they can look like. Well, how good can they be, and how much time will it take to incorporate Jalen Green in? I've heard that Jalen Green is making great progress. He's getting much closer. Things are trending very, very well. I had heard about it earlier in the month. I said it would be late December to early January. I think it's still trending towards at some point in early January that he'll be clear to start practicing and playing and things like that. The Grayson Allen thing, I think, is getting closer too. It's not going to be too much longer. It's a matter of days now instead of weeks. I don't think he'll play tomorrow against Cleveland. I wouldn't expect that. So probably you got Friday and Saturday at home, Sacramento and Oklahoma City. Monday you're at Houston. I would expect that in one of those games, Grayson Allen will come back. Again, I'm not expecting him to play tomorrow at Cleveland, but I do think he is getting better. He's kind of over the hump right now, and it's just that. And he's a tough kid. If he could play, he would play. He's a very tough kid. But my understanding is he is getting much closer. And again, it's more a matter of days than it is weeks for Grayson Allen to come back.
Yeah, and I guess I can shoot a question to Kellen, just because how they bring back, whether it's Jalen or Grayson. I don't know if you have an idea of who's first out of that group, but when you bring both of those guys back,
Grayson will be before Jalen.
Okay, they kind of play the same role, right? And Grayson was really in that slot where he was picking up a lot of the slack alongside Book at the start of the season. So I think there might be maybe hiccups. Like, do you think there will be hiccups as they bring him back and then Jalen? And then how do you kind of sort through the roles when you're changing things and kind of the same role?
I think it's natural, and it's going to maybe take a couple of games, but you're going to be a much better team by the end of it. It's just a matter of how long it takes for the team to gel, right? Like, could it take a couple of days? Could it take a couple of weeks? Could it take like 1 to 2 months with the team fully healthy? But I think it's just going to be not instantaneous, but faster than most teams do it, because that's what we've seen all year from this team. No matter who is out, no matter where they're out, problems in the rotation, whatever it is, they find a way to find guys to contribute, and now it's going to be some of their best players that are doing it. The interesting thing is going to be the guys like Jordan Goodwin, who we just had on our show, like Jamari Bouye, like Rasheer Fleming, the guys that are picking up all these extra opportunities right now. Ryan Dunn's been out the last couple of games, but he's in that group too, where you're looking at the guys where their minutes are going to get cut down a lot, because Grayson has to play 30-plus, Jalen has to play 30-plus. This is something you and I talked about a ton coming into the year. There weren't really enough minutes to go around. They haven't had to deal with that problem just yet. It's a good problem to have, a great problem to have, but they're going to have that problem now.
The big one is Colin. Like, one of the early thoughts was that Colin's not going to play 28 minutes a game. Like, that's going to get cut down. And, that was expected. But with how well he's played, it's almost like, are you sure? Yeah. Like, are you sure you want to take a couple of minutes from this guy?
Have their minutes go down.
And it's like, but I think the plan was when these guys get back, Colin will get back to being more of a role player. But damn, he's not letting him. He's just not letting him. I mean, everything he's showing is like, I should play over all of these guys. So I think that's going to be the hardest decision they have, because you would normally say, okay, knock him down from 28 to 22 minutes or 21 minutes or even 20, and you could free up a whole bunch of minutes for somebody else. But, man, they're so much better when he's on the court.
And the fun part, I guess, if you're Ott, is, okay, if you have a night where you need a bully ball at point guard, even if you go down to Jordan Goodwin, it's like, hey, he's lurking back there. If Colin Gillespie's not playing hard on defense, or Grayson, or you just need a matchup, like, everyone's fighting for minutes, and not like in a bad way. I think it's going to be a really healthy way where they can match up with teams. And that's why I'm so interested to see how this team kind of plays with a roster that we thought was like lacking, but now it's like, oh, they have a lot of options.
Bouye could be a guy that doesn't play, right?
Yeah,
you can see Goodwin getting the minutes that Bouye's getting, to kind of like you're going to take minutes away from Goodwin, to give to then maybe he gets some of the minutes back that Bouye was getting. It's a great problem to have, is they got like 12 or 13 guys that can play. That's a great problem to have.
What have you made of Oso this year? Because it feels like week to week we evaluate him, and week to week our evaluation changes with his level of play. We're on a high right now. We've been on some lows earlier in the year. Has he solidified himself to you as like an NBA rotation player, or are you still waiting for a little bit more?
I think he's solidified as a rotation player, and it's just like, how can you raise this ceiling? I mean, when you compete, I know Alex Sarr has had his own ups and downs, but when you compete with a high-level draft pick who's young, who's bouncy, who does kind of what you wanted big in this NBA to do, and you're rebounding with him just fine, you're able to switch and add that. And obviously we talk about how well he is as a ball mover. I think he's already solidified as a like fringe rotation guy in the NBA. Now on a good team, can you rebound consistently enough? Can you just improve maybe even the playmaking, like do more stuff off the bounce and threaten the center who has to guard you a little better? That's the next steps for him, even before you get to like, can you add any shooting, which that's far off right now.
Give us a plug on the website. What's hot right now on ArizonaSports.com?
Everyone's very excited about Larry Fitzgerald, even though it's like, yeah, we know he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Do we still have our retiring skeleton, by the way, still from like 7 years ago?
It's probably sitting there.
Yeah, when did we first make that? Like 2017?
Yeah. It was like 3 years in advance of him finally stopping playing football. But then we're just kind of wrapping the year right now. I'll have like our top headlines and stories. Alex Weiner actually has been working on the Zonies, which Vince Marotta used to do. It's awards for what? Best player in Arizona sports, team, coach.
That's like moment.
I think I filled that out.
You did fill it out.
You always fill it out, Cambo.
I'm pretty good like
we
that.
Appreciate
You're one of
you.
the few rapid reactors. You rapid react still. Yeah.
I'm like one of the only guys that does the rapid reaction.
During the holidays.
Who's not doing one this Sunday? Me.
Well, I didn't do it when I was on vacation the 2 weeks,
That's
but
fair.
I did it this week. I did the rapid reaction.
We're going to need you
week.
this Sunday, buddy. We're going to need you.
We appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. So you go to ArizonaSports.com. You can check out all the great coverage right there. When we come back.
Thanks, Kevin.
Could the Cardinals keep Kyler Murray and get rid of some of the other guys? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns bring it into the forecourt, and Book will wait for the rest of his teammates to join him on the offensive end. He gives to a cutting Goodwin, out to O'Neal. Now Brooks is open for three left wing. That's good. Dylan Brooks from downtown puts the Suns up 9.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Bobby Hurley says ASU is looking into making a James Nagy-type addition after the NBA draft pick signed with Baylor. Jalen Green was fined for using profanity while he interrupted a post-game interview. And Larry Fitzgerald is a finalist for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Jalen Green fined $25,000 for using profanity on a family show. Kids watching that game, and Jalen Green comes in there and starts dropping some curse words.
His reaction was, I don't care.
I don't care.
Wonder if he said, I don't care, knowing that he was going to get fined $25,000. Might have cared a
$25,000
little bit more. I don't want to speak for Jalen, but might have cared a little bit more.
I don't know where all that money goes. Where does that money go? Like charities?
They split it up. It goes into, so like a portion of it goes into some paying for some other things for the league, and then a portion of it goes to charity as well.
Okay, it's good. Got to give that money to charity.
Shout out Champ. Dishing out those fines. James Jones.
Oh, James Jones. Yeah. James Jones is the one who also suspended Mark Williams.
He's having a busy year with the Suns.
Yeah.
All the Dylan Brooks technicals, all those fines that Dylan has gotten so far. This fine now. He's been watching a lot of Suns basketball.
I love James. I saw him at one of the games not too long ago. It's like, I got all the time in the world now. Let's go to the gym. I'm like, all right, come anytime you want. He goes, let's go.
Hopefully no one in Deer Valley.
Now. I got time.
Listeners in Deer Valley, please be smart with what you say on live television. Don't get fined, listeners in Deer Valley. Thank you.
I don't think we have to worry about them. All right, interesting note here, and I hadn't never really thought about it like this. My whole belief was that the Cardinals are going to move on from Kyler Murray. We don't know for sure if they're going to move on from the GM and the coach and Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon. Some people think both of those guys are going to be back. They'll run it back one more year. But nobody's ever thought that Kyler Murray could come back. But there was a story on ESPN And it said, could the Cardinals owner, Michael Bidwell, choose Kyler Murray over Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort? It says if Bidwell fires Gannon, who has 2 years left on his contract, then the new coach will want to pick his own quarterback. Josh Weinfuss explained for a piece that they published today. However, there are some around the Cardinals who believe if Bidwell fired both Gannon and Ossenfort, then there's an outside chance the new regime may decide it can run it back with Kyler Murray. Okay, let's discuss it. It's an interesting thought. I've never thought that they would come back and run it back with Murray. I just thought that ship has sailed. He's been here for 7 years. He's never won a playoff game. It's time to move on one way or another. Malik Willis or a draft pick or whatever you're going to do, it's time to just move on from Kyler. Do you see any scenario in which they could out both Gannon and Ossenfort, bring in a new coach while keeping Kyler Murray?
I can't see it, Gambo, just because I think that this specific thought is operating from the perspective of the Cardinals and specifically Bidwell. I don't think what it addresses is, would Kyler even want to come back next year? Because I think
Well, it doesn't matter. He's under contract.
That's what we say all the time.
Unless he says, I want to trade, I want out.
And then these guys pull that card. So, that's what you want to say, right? That's the most popular thing to say.
But there's no leverage for Kyler, right? There's no leverage. He's injured.
Don't these guys always find a way to create leverage, though?
I mean, if you're a good player, you create leverage. If you're not a good player, really?
Brad created some leverage in some ways. He's not a good player at all. He found a way to wiggle his way into some sort of control with everything that he had, the no trade clause and all that kind of stuff. Different scenario. But with Kyler, I just really don't think that he would want to be back next year. To deter from that and go to another thought, Gambo, the only way that Kyler is a member of the Cardinals next year, in my opinion, is if the money is too much for them to handle. And they look at this as a financial decision. I think that it will have nothing to do with Kyler himself, the quarterback that he is, the player that he is. And the only reason that he's back next year is if there is no, in their eyes, responsible way to get off of his money and they would rather just eat it for another year or two.
I think it's much, we all knew it was much more manageable right now that they could get out of Kyler Murray. You know, there's the post and the June date. Whether they could trade him or not, I don't know, right? I think there's some benefits there if they could trade him. Would the Jets trade for him? Would the Raiders trade for him? Would the Vikings? Well, the Raiders have the number one pick right now, right? So that would be a negative for them, is that the Raiders would probably take, okay, you're a Raider fan. Would you rather the Raiders trade for Kyler Murray or you just take Mendoza from Indiana? You'd rather them draft Mendoza. I mean, I can't imagine as a Raider fan. Yeah, trade for Kyler Murray. Give up assets and trade for Kyler Murray and pass up on the kid that's going to win that won a Heisman Trophy. Like, I don't see that as a scenario. So I think you take the Raiders out. Now, teams that need a quarterback and want a quarterback but aren't in a position to get one, maybe they could have some interest. But I don't know that there's going to be a big trade market for Kyler Murray. One, he's never been to the playoffs. He's an okay quarterback, but I don't think anybody looks at like you're getting a star quarterback. So it's going to be interesting to see what type of market there would be, if any, for Kyler Murray, or if they're going to have to cut him. But I do think that there is ways out of that contract this year that weren't available to them next year.
And the other part of this that's interesting is considering a situation where both Gannon and Ossenfort get fired. I think that it should completely be up for discussion. I think that it would not shock me or surprise me if they did that. But at the same time, based on the noise that we've been hearing out of there the last couple of weeks, it does not seem like total makeover is in the cards for them this offseason. Like, look, maybe Gannon goes, maybe he doesn't. Maybe Monty goes, maybe he doesn't. But I would be shocked if both of those guys aren't back with the Cardinals next year based on what we've heard. I think both guys should be gone, to be clear. They have done a terrible job this year, all the injuries withstanding. I think that the lack of success and how horribly uncompetitive this team has been and how horribly just the lack of execution in those close games when they have been competitive speaks to a lack of organizational structure that I think will carry over to next year if either of these guys are back. But I'd be surprised if that was the case.
If you trade for Murray, a team would essentially be on the hook for 1 year and $62 million or 2 years and $78 million. Which you would want him for 2 years. So you basically have him for 2 years at just under $40 million a year, which is not a terrible rate for a quarterback these days. So I think if you trade for him, I don't think you're scared off by the contract. You're probably like, okay, 2 years, $78 million. I can manage that $39 million a year. Kyler's owed $42.5 million next year. Almost all of it's guaranteed. if he's on the roster in mid-March of 2026, just over half of the $36 million he's owed for 27 also becomes guaranteed. So now you start to look at, okay, how do you get out from under it? When are the dates that you can do it? So that's probably, what you look at in getting, if you can't trade him and you decide to cut him. But to me, it's like there are fans out there that don't want to run it back with anybody. They want to complete, like, this team may lose 14 games. It's like, blow it up, start over, like, from the ground up. Like, don't bring anybody back. One of the things about the Suns that I think we can relate to the Cardinals is you had to move on from Budenholzer. You had to move on from Durant. You had to move on from Beal. You couldn't keep one of them. There was a lot, and you know this because me and you have talked about this, there was a lot of push to keep Beal. A lot of push to keep Beal, and I kept saying there's a 0% chance they got to get rid of this guy. The Suns are better off because they kind of started over, right? I mean, they got rid of the problems in the areas that they had, and they started over. There are people that feel like the Cardinals need to do that too. Now, if Bidwell, if he still believes that Monty and JG are the right guys, okay, that's great. But there's probably a mandate next year that those guys are going to have to win. You can't win 5 or 6 football games. You're going to have to win and try to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, like if Monty comes back, is he going to start making moves this offseason to try to save his job? And that's what you don't want. You just want to make the smartest decision for the football team long term. You don't want guys making moves or coaching to like keep their job. Like that's when things get dangerous and things get out of hand.
What did the Suns win last night mean for them when you look at the record and the standings? Does it mean anything? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
At the 40, 35, stiff arms 30, 25, 20.
Now one step closer to the Hall of Fame.
Former Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for this year's NFL Hall of Fame.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th.
His contributions are so immense.
The home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month for $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night against the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow. Their tip-off is at 1:30 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday and is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely. The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we all have to hope that the Bears beat the Packers in that playoff game. Is it pretty much set? That game's set, right?
No, there can be movement depending
I know
on...
right now the 49ers are playing Carolina, but it could be the Rams if the Rams can win against the Cardinals and Seattle beat San Francisco. But what's the Bears? What would prevent the Bears from playing the Packers?
If the Bears lose, they slide down, and then the Packers could swap spots with the Eagles.
So the Packers could get to 3?
No, the Packers are stuck at 7.
The Packers are stuck at 7.
Yeah, but they would play 3. They would play the 3 seed.
Yes, and the Bears can be the 2 or the 3.
Okay.
That's
yes,
what
there we go.
Yeah.
So the Rams are the better team by far.
Mm-hmm.
But there's Packers juju there. Would you rather play the Packers or the Rams as you make a noise? It doesn't sound excited about it.
I'm going to give this to you. I will root for the Bears over the Packers.
Thanks, Gambo.
I will root for the Bears.
Thanks.
I root for Illinois. When it comes down to it, I'd like to see our team be happy.
While you were gone, it was after yet another Cardinals loss, and Burnsy and I basically auditioned ourselves as football fans to Lauren and Mitch, and we're like, sell us on your team, sell us on another team to root for. Burnsy went with like the Bucks or something. What did he say?
Which has not turned out well for him.
And then I went with the Bears. It's been great. I'm having a great time.
It's been a wild
I don't know
ride.
what you're complaining about, buddy. This is such a great time.
Oh, stop.
You know, when none of your teams are in it, I mean, why not see somebody on your team be happy?
Yeah.
I mean, if we had a
Bears-Broncos Super Bowl,
but then we'd have to separate them.
Yeah, no.
They wouldn't be able to be in the same.
Can you imagine those 2 weeks of shows?
Can you imagine the day after one of the teams loses?
No.
The energy in that booth would
Although I think you could take Mitch, can't you?
I do too.
Yeah,
I don't think it'd be much of a
I
fight.
think everyone agrees on that. Yeah, that's a unanimous decision. Even Mitch says yes.
All right, what is our poll question, Lauren?
All right, our poll question today is about the Phoenix Suns, and we're asking which team was or is the bigger surprise? Was it the 2024-2025 Suns?
It's a great question.
Or the 2025-2026 Suns?
You got to put on your thinking hat for just a second.
That's
By
a great
surprise, we mean like obviously a surprise is in a massive disappointment last year, or this year as in like a humongous surprise, a pleasant surprise.
A Phoenix Suns team with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal did not even make a play-in. I'm going to go with this year's team. I think this year's team is one of the biggest surprises in all of basketball.
I was team like Mike Budenholzer regular season 50-plus wins guaranteed with last year, but with that being said, there were remnants of the previous season that were like warning signs of this being a possible thing. This came out of freaking nowhere. We had no track record. Their GM had no track record. Their coach had no freaking track record, and yet they're amazing. They're the surprise of the league so far.
And this year's Phoenix Suns are running away with this. 79% of the vote going with them, 21% going with last year's Suns team.
I think when they got swept by Minnesota the year before, it was an indication that something's wrong here. So I think that there were some signs that Suns team last year might not be very good. They couldn't win a single playoff game against the T-Wolves.
And exactly the reverse of what's happening now. There were no signs this team was supposed to be any good, and they're so outperforming expectations.
The only sign that they were going to be pretty good was the lunch bet I had with Bernsey. That was the only indication.
We should have looked back to the lunch bet.
Are we still pushing for a live show from the Rah Rah room? Is that what we're pushing for behind the scenes here?
We're going to the Rah Rah room.
Okay.
And we're gonna shut it down. We're gonna shut it down. You know, we'll come, and Bernsey is going to take out that credit card, and he's gonna cry because
they're gonna hand you the menu, and you're just gonna be like, "Don't need this. Just give me one of everything, please."
The social media content that the viewers really want to see: Bernsey crying at the Rah Rah
What is
room.
the biggest and best steak you have? And can I get a 4-pound Maine lobster with it too, please?
The tip alone that he will have to leave is more money than I've spent on food in the last 2 weeks, probably.
No,
It's
listen.
gonna be brutal.
We know this because we set the stage that this is going to be a big one. We had predetermined this is a big lunch. This is not, I'm taking you to Jimmy John's. All right? This is going to be a big lunch here. It's going to be a highly expensive lunch. And so we're right there.
A lot of to-go boxes, I think, will be used at the end of that lunch as well.
Yeah. I can't wait to see what the desserts are going to be. And the only thing is, if it's on the day of a show, we can't have a nice bottle of wine. So we can't do that.
You could. It's just Lauren would have to keep the dump button nice and ready.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, she doesn't want that. That's fine.
I've never been drunk in my life. I've never been high in my life.
Twinsies.
Well, maybe
Never.
we should not push this at the Rah Rah room day one.
I've never been
Just
drunk.
an
I've never
idea.
been high. I've never smoked pot or a cigarette or any. I've never done any of that stuff.
Thank you, Lauren.
Let's thank you. Yes, that is the Burns and Gambo poll question. You can vote for that right now on our Twitter page, X page, Burns and Gambo. Let's look at the Phoenix Suns and what that win meant last night. And I like to do this. I like to talk about certain wins and like kind of break down, okay, what did that mean?
Lock them up.
It's their 4th straight win. They are now, I like the blocks. You know, the first block, the Suns went 5-5. It was like, oh, it's kind of pretty good. Then they went 7-3. Then they went 5-5, and now they're 2-0. So they're 2-0 in this block. This could be another really good block for Phoenix. But we are trending towards a 4th straight block of 10 games in which they do not have a losing record in any of those blocks. And I do like to break it. Sometimes I break games down differently. Sometimes I look at what a baseball season of 162 games. I kind of feel right around 40 games. You know what the team is. By that time, each starting pitcher has had 8 starts. Each everyday player has had 150 plus at bats. So I get a good indication there. I like the 10-game blocks because they give you some good blocks, some bad blocks, some tough. The toughest block they had was the last one. They went 5-5 in it. Now they're off to a 2-0 start. I think the thing that's most impressive is their record against teams under 500 and their record against teams that are not in the playoffs currently. That is where they're doing most of their damage.
So you're not the biggest fan of some analytics, some projections, some models, that kind of mumbo jumbo, but stick with me here, Gambo, because I think you're going to like this one.
I'm gonna listen.
So cleaningtheglass.com, what they will do is they will find out an expected win total. And what they will do is they'll just look at how good you are on offense, how good you are on defense, and if you are that good or that bad at those two things, how many wins should that team win in a regular season?
What's it called?
Expected wins, or expected wins 82. So like how many games are you expected to win in a full 82-game season if you're, say, like the Suns, 10th in offense and 9th in defense, by the way, which is remarkable in and of itself. They are projected by this metric to win 49 games, which is unbelievable to think about, but that's how good efficiency-wise they've been. As an example of the flip side of this, a team like the Lakers, who is 20-10, who has just as many wins or one more win than the Suns, they're only projected to win 42.
As I guessed.
Good number.
I guessed right there.
Because they're one of the worst defensive teams in the league. They've been performing even above what the projections have them at. So if you just look at like how well the Suns have played this year, quality-wise, efficiency-wise, they're playing like a near 50-win team. That's unbelievable.
19-13. If they win 49 games, this market is going to lose their mind because that is a tremendous season. And they're almost assured with 49 wins to not be a play-in team. They get to 49, I would expect they'll probably get that 6th seed. They're only a game behind the Timberwolves for 6th. The Lakers don't have Reeves for a month. The Timberwolves are a really dysfunctional basketball team. So they've got a full 6-game cushion on the play-in spot. That's a big deal. To me, this early in the season, anything over 5, I like 5 as a barometer. If you're inside of 5, you've got a chance. If you're outside of 5, you don't. The fact that they're 6 games better than the first team that's out of the play-in, that's a pretty big cushion. It's a really big cushion. So I like that they're 12-4 against teams under 500. I like that they're 12-2 against teams that aren't in the playoffs. I always say this, and you do too, right? You've got to beat those teams. You can't split with New Orleans. You can't lose to Washington. You have to win Now, does this mean they're never going to lose a game they're supposed to win? No, they're going to lose a few of those games. They're going to, whether it's a back-to-back or just a schedule malfunction, something's going to happen to where they lose a game like this. But so far, they've been really, really good. 12-2 against teams that are not even in the play-in right now. That's remarkable. And some of those losses were early in the season, right? Those losses were early. So I really like their ability to take care of business against the teams that they're supposed to beat.
I want to ask you a question. So when you look at the standings right now, the Suns are in 7th. They're 19-13 in the Western Conference. Like you said, they are 6.5 games up on the team that is highest outside of the play-in. That is the 12-19 Utah Jazz. And they're also just a game and a half back from the Minnesota Timberwolves for the 6th seed as well. What's one team that you think that they can catch who they're behind right now? And who's one team behind the Suns that you're worried about catching them?
The Warriors.
Okay.
Would be the team.
17-16. They're 2.5 back of the Suns right now.
The team I think that they can. Now, Jokic is going to be out for a month, but I don't think you're going to catch Denver.
They're 22-10. You're 3 games back of them right now.
I would still say it's the Lakers. I would still say it's the Lakers. Look, is there a chance that they could pass the Lakers and the Timberwolves? Why the freak not? I mean, why not? No Reeves for a month. The Lakers are. And there's a lot of talk right now about LeBron. He's bringing the whole team down. He's not playing defense. They had to have a team meeting the other day. I can see the Lakers imploding a little bit. And the Timberwolves, there's a lot of talent there, but like there just does seem something off with Minnesota as well. The best the Suns could do, in my opinion, is 5th. The worst that they could do is 8th. So if you said, do I think they could be 9th or 10th? No. I mean, do you worry at all about Memphis?
I'm worried about Memphis just because they're like zombies. They just, most of the time when they're going through these injuries, they won't go down. What happened for them a couple weeks ago, Gambo, Zach Edey came back, the kid out of Purdue, the big kid out of Purdue in his 2nd year, came in, played fantastic. What happens? He immediately gets injured. He's out for a month. You're like, okay, classic Grizzlies. Then Jaren Jackson starts to get going. Now Jalen Wells is starting to get going. I think they're going to middle around 500. I don't see them making a big jump. Denver, if you're curious, looking at this month or so, if you missed it, Mitch Vareldes almost having a heart attack in here while doing the game. Seeing Jokic go down. Never a guy that looks hurt ever when he's hurt, and went down and held his knee. Held his knee there. If you look at their next handful of games, Toronto, Cleveland, Brooklyn, then Philly, Boston, Atlanta, Milwaukee. So they're on this East Coast swing right now, some of those games in Denver, but against some good teams in the East. You know the numbers, Gambo. When Jokic comes off the floor, they're terrible. They've been better this year, but still, I wouldn't rule out Denver falling down the standings. I think Jokic means that much to him.
We're also 5 weeks away from the trade deadline. So we have to see what some teams decide to get off of and what teams decide to add as well. The latest rounds of NFL mock drafts have the Cardinals taking a quarterback. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
That was something the Cardinals couldn't do in their last game. Tackle is your word of the day. All right, I love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric. I just reached out to Christian Brothers because I got to put some outdoor lighting in my backyard, and they do a great job. Their electrical company came out, gave me a great price. I got a bunch of new plants that I had put in from Moon Valley Nurseries, and now I've got to make sure that I get some lights on those plants in the backyard to light those bad boys up. And so I called Christian Brothers. They've been around for 50 years, and I'm going to have them install these lights, these outdoor lights, and because you want the electrical done right? I don't want some handyman coming to do it. I want an electrical company where I get the guarantee. Christian Brothers is also offering a $50 electrical inspection right now. They've been in business for 50 years. They're celebrating 50 years, and they can help you. For $50, you could have a complete electrical inspection. Highly, highly recommended for houses that are 20 years old or older. And here's what you get: a full panel and circuit safety check, a GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection of outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All of that for $50. They're losing money on the deal, but you're getting peace of mind. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Hey, it's Luke, and the Phoenix Suns keep this winning streak going against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Mitch and Kellen will talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is tomorrow the day Luke's doing the morning show? Luke in the morning tomorrow.
Line change happening, yep. Arizona Sports at day. We have the intermittent night show, Mitch Varela tonight, but we're both filling in for both Luke and Wolf.
So you guys will be the midday show.
We'll be from 10 to 12:30, then 12:30 to 1. It'll still be us doing your pregame Suns coverage. Suns game will go on. Me and Mitch will be on postgame. Then it'll be you and Mitch for like the last 90 minutes or so.
There's a lot of Mitch tomorrow, huh?
A lot of Mitch tomorrow. Mitch has been busy.
Is he doing? So he's doing the show with you.
He's doing Wolf and Luke with me, then Suns pre and post, and then the end of Burns and Gambo with you. I will not be doing that. I'm going to be going home. Shout out to Mitch working hard.
Go home, get some rest.
Yeah, I'm going to get it.
Sure, you have to get up early in the morning.
We got this crazy Suns schedule hiccup right now where they're going to play. They're playing 12 of 16 on the road, Gambo, but then 16 of 19 at home. So I'm going to be a busy boy next
16 and 19
month.
at home. I'll be
real busy.
I didn't go to games when I was on vacation, but I'll be going to the game Friday.
See you there?
I'll be there Friday.
Yeah, we'll be doing the
show, and then we'll head over there.
We'll both be doing the Vinny Murata, the old radio show by day and Suns game by night.
Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do. All right, let's talk a little Cardinals draft positioning right now. The Cardinals at this point, they have the 5th pick. Although they're at a tie with the Titans for the 4th pick. The Titans were actually winning that game for like most of the game the other day, and then they ended up losing. I'm like, damn. You know, it would have been nice if the Titans would have been able to hold on and win. I can't remember who they were playing, but they were winning, and then they ended up losing. The Tennessee Titans hold the strength of schedule tiebreaker, but it's a very small margin, razor thin. And it flip-flops all the time depending on what the results around the league are. So we'll see how that plays out. But right now, the Cardinals are picking 5th in the draft. The Raiders are 2-14. The Jets are tied with the Cardinals at 3-13. When you start to look at mock drafts, one of the ones I saw from CBS Sports was interesting. And they had the Cardinals. And usually I've seen almost every mock draft that I've looked at has seen them taking Spencer Fano, the kid from Utah, with the 5th pick, getting some offensive line hope. This one has Fernando Mendoza going to the Raiders. The Reese kid from Ohio State going to the Giants. The quarterback Dante Moore from Oregon going to the Jets. A defensive lineman out of Clemson, Peter Woods, going to the Titans. And then the Arizona Cardinals at number 5, taking Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, who doesn't go down the field as well as you would like, but good with the shorter and intermediate passes. He's athletic enough. I don't have a great history of Alabama quarterbacks in the NFL. They usually don't do that well. His prospect ranking, they have him as the 30th best. His position ranking, they have him as the 3rd best. But as you know, teams are desperate for quarterbacks, are going to jump at those guys. They've got Spencer Fano falling all the way down in this draft, which was kind of shocking to me. But they had him falling quite a bit, so that was something that kind of shocked me a little bit. So again, 1, they had it going Mendoza, 2 Reese, 3 Moore, 4 Woods, and then 5 Ty Simpson. They had the ASU kid going. Let me see where they had
Jordan
him.
Tyson.
Yeah, they had Tyson going to the Steelers at pick number 20. So I thought that was pretty interesting as well. Would you want the 3rd best quarterback? I mean, remember there was a time when they settled on Josh Rosen because he was like the 4th quarterback, and he was like the 10th. They moved up to get him, and I don't know. You desperate times call for desperate measures. They have the toughest decision this offseason is almost not going to be, do you fire Gannon and Monty? Do you bring those guys back? What do you do? Do you trade Kylie? It's going to be, who's your quarterback next year? Is it Jacoby Brissett? Is it Malik Willis? Is it Simpson? Is it a draft pick? That's the one thing none of us know right now, and they don't even know. Who is the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals going to be next year?
The draft, and this blows my mind, Gambo, because quarterback is the most important position in sports. You figure we would have a good idea of how to evaluate them by now. We still have no idea. If you look at draft history, we just don't have this thing down at all. You go to 2023, the first 5 quarterbacks selected: Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker. 2022, it was Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Bailey Zappi. The most notable name in those 2 drafts, of course, was Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, in 2022. But then you go to 2020, you've got Joe Burrow and Tua at the top of the draft, and Justin Herbert as well. But then late 1st round, you get Jordan Love. Late 2nd round, you get Jalen Hurts as well. It's just a crapshoot every single year. And the thing about Simpson that makes me hesitate even more is this is a guy with real limited experience. He's only really played this year at all. He defies what we normally see, especially in college football, where he just hung around at Alabama, for 3 straight years, didn't really play all that much. And this is an older cut, Gambo, but I'll let Mel Kiper sort of explain the decision here and what Ty Simpson himself has to figure out with the draft, because he could come back, but also teams evaluating him as well.
Ty's in there. We talked about him a lot. I mentioned the fact that he's going to have, you mentioned limited starts field. It's only this year. And that's a dangerous number, whatever that's going to be, 12, 13, 14 starts. We know the list of guys that have been in that number. Mitchell Trubisky was 13, went ahead of Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. How'd that work out? So again, I understand. People said to me, well, no, would you take him? If you wouldn't take him, you'd pass over him because of the starts. Well, if you believe in that, you would. Even though you rank him high based on the way he's playing and against the other guys there, that's got to be something that's got to be a concern, is only 12, 13, 14 starts. Now, he played in 16 games, but he didn't start those games. Will he go back? His father's a head coach at UT Martin. He's been around football. He knows what experience means. Does he go back? He's going to have a ton of talent at Alabama. He knows that. Does he go back for another year, even though he's talked about as a first-round pick?
This is a big one on Thursday specifically for him. It's Alabama versus Indiana. So we're going to get Mendoza versus Simpson. I think Simpson is the guy more where he could really help out his stock with a big game there.
The kid, Trey Lance, was the one. They were like, oh, there's not enough games, right? Not enough starts. Like, it is tough to judge those guys that played so limited. And I remember when he was drafted 3rd overall by the San Francisco 49ers, one of the knocks on Trey Lance was like, man, the guy just didn't play any games. He didn't have enough games in college. So, how do you judge it? So, I think Simpson's a good quarterback. I don't think, outside of Mendoza, I don't love the other quarterbacks. I don't love the Moore kid. I don't love Simpson. Could you get a Jackson Dart type somewhere later? Maybe. I understand drafting a quarterback, but man, you got to really love that quarterback, because since 2018, right? I mean, you're talking about Rosen, Murray, and now somebody else in a 7-year period, having 3 of your top draft picks be quarterbacks. Rosen, Murray, and whoever this is. Like, that's not good in a 7 or 8 year span. To have that's not good. Like, you've got to land your guy, and then you don't have to worry about it for a while. A lot of people don't. When I drafted Murray, they'd be set for a long time, and obviously they're not. All right, when we come back, the 4 o'clock reset, we'll let you know everything that's going on in the world of sports, including one college basketball team that went through their entire non-conference schedule, as brutal as it is, without losing a single game. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You know what the popular narrative was going into the season, and that was, this is the year that Devin Booker has to reclaim his team. He has to reclaim his greatness. He has to reclaim his spot in the NBA hierarchy. I would say that pretty much hasn't happened. He's been pretty good, but not to the level we thought he would have to be if this team were going to be good, and yet this team has got something real.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month for $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night against the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow. Tip-off for that one is at 1:30 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, the 4 o'clock reset. Get you caught up on everything that's going on in the world of sports. For that, we turn it over to Lauren. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
How's it looking in Nashville right now? How's the start
Ugly. Bad.
Not looking good for the Illini
Not
in their
looking
bowl
good.
game?
Nope, I've been yelling. Jamal's been laughing and
Come
being
on.
supportive.
I got my Kurt Schilling Christmas card in the mail today from Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, did it look stunning?
Beautiful picture of him and Shonda on the back and then the kids and the grandkids on the front. But I did get my Kurt Schilling Christmas card in the mail today. I love Schill. Love Kurt Schilling.
All right, well, let's pivot on over to the NBA because the Phoenix Suns beat the Washington Wizards last night 115-101. Yes, here is Colin Gillespie postgame.
Obviously, the energy in here, you got to bring your own energy every night, especially tonight. So
We rely on guys like Goody for that. Goody got us going in the first half with a lot of offensive rebounds, and then obviously everybody else contributing off the bench for us, and Oso was great for us tonight on the glass. So it's a collective effort, but a lot of guys stepped up.
I did not play the post-game clip in which Jalen Green crashes his post-game interview and drops some expletives, which today he was fined $25,000 for.
They're having fun. Like, I remember last year before the season started, somebody asked Bradley, it might have been you, somebody asked Bradley, be like, well, you know, what do you want to happen this year? I just want to have more fun. I want to enjoy the game more. This team has fun. They have a lot of fun. They like each other. I'm waiting for somebody to say they're going to get Colin that bag, though. A la Chris Paul and D.A. We're going to get Colin that bag because he's going to get himself a bag.
Bag's coming.
Bag's coming for Colin there.
It's coming.
The Suns, they'll be back in action tomorrow at 1:30 in Cleveland against the Cavaliers. The injury report for that one is Grayson Allen is doubtful with right knee injury management. Ryan Dunn, questionable right knee contusion. Jalen Green remains out. And you say Grayson Allen's close?
Not too much longer. Not going to play tomorrow, my understanding. But there's a game coming up Friday, Sunday, Monday. He'll be back for one of those games. Haven't had any setbacks or anything. He's a tough kid. He wants to play. There's no structural damage to his knee. But yes, he's getting closer. Not too much longer on Grayson Allen. Probably Friday, Sunday, Monday, one of those games I would expect that he'll be back.
Well, fingers crossed for his return in that one. Now the Denver Nuggets are dealing with their own injury issues because Jokic is said to miss 4 weeks with a hyperextended knee. Luckily, no structural damage there for him.
They're dealing with a lot of injury concerns right now as well. Cam Johnson's out for a while now. Christian Brown's been out for a while. And then Aaron Gordon was the most recent guy to get hurt as well. So don't be surprised if they tumble down the standings. That's the thing with the Suns playing well right now, is that there's 7 teams in the West playing pretty high-quality basketball right now. One of them has to be on the outside. Right now, it's Phoenix, but the Lakers look like they could tumble, and the Nuggets as well.
If you look at the year that Jokic is having, the rebounds, the scoring, I mean, you are talking about a sensational year for Jokic. The one thing this will hurt, right now, he's got a career-high 29.6 points. He leads the league in rebounds and assists. And he's on pace to be the first player in NBA history to finish the season shooting 60% from the field and 40% from three-point range. He hasn't missed a game. And before this injury, they had not suffered consecutive losses. What I will say is this is really going to hurt his MVP chances.
Yeah, he won't be eligible anymore.
Yeah.
So now I think the odds, overwhelmingly are now in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's favorites.
Because you have to play in how many games? 65 games, so...
Yep. Wemby's out of it already. Jokic is now going to be out of it.
Is he going to miss 17 games?
Yes.
He's going to miss. He's going to miss at least 4 weeks.
4 weeks. Yeah, it's going to be
awfully close. 15 to 20 games right around there, but he's going to drop out of eligibility.
It's going to be very close to dropping out of eligibility. If not, it really hurts his chances.
And over to the NFL, Larry Fitzgerald headlines a group of 4 modern era finalists in their first year of eligibility for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The other ones that round that out are Jason Witten, Frank Gore, and Drew Brees, who are all first-year eligible players announced today among the 15 finalists.
That's a great list. It's a great list. Drew Brees should get in, won a Super Bowl. Frank Gore was a terrific running back. Who was the other one you mentioned?
Jason Witten.
Oh, Witten was one of the best tight ends. I mean, that's a great list right there. It'd be a great honor for Larry. You don't often see a player start and finish his career with one team. He didn't make it to a Super Bowl, so he got to appear in that. One of the truly greatest we've ever had in our era here in all the sports. So it'll be a great honor for all of us in Arizona when he gets in.
Yeah, some guys are Hall of Famers, some guys are first ballot Hall of Famers. He is as first ballot gets.
One of the best we've ever seen.
Truly, well said, you guys. And the Colts are scheduled to start Riley Leonard over Phillip Rivers versus the Texans. That is ending Phillip Rivers' comeback.
Yeah, there's no reason to play him anymore. Because they're out of it. They signed him because they thought they still had a chance to make the playoffs, but their schedule was brutal. They lost all 3 games he played. He didn't play poorly.
They just went up against 3 of the top defenses in the NFL.
Yeah, he was fine. Listen, he got to play. He had some fun. The thing is, he pushes his Hall of Fame back 5 more years. So now he's got to wait 5 more years to be eligible. But how great is that? You're retired for 4 or 5 years. You get to come out of retirement and and play. That's got to be a blast.
Did he say he's going to try and make a team next year, or is he done?
He did not say. He did go on to comment on the fact that it was a benefit that he came back to the NFL because he gets NFL health insurance for longer now.
Oh, yeah,
because
I
he
saw
came
that.
back
That's
to
true.
playing
And
games.
he's got like a gazillion kids, too.
10 or 11.
He's got a lot of kids.
A lot of kids. Grandkids, too.
Right, so that healthcare, that's a pretty good...
He's got a whole flag football team. Yeah, they don't even need to recruit their friends. Just
right.
the Rivers, that's it.
I think your whole team is Rivers v. Rivers.
All right, when I'm retired for 5 years, you guys invite me back to do a show. All right, I'll come do it.
For health
There it
insurance
is.
purposes?
Maybe.
No, allegedly.
Yes, and today is a bad day to be a member of the Diggs family
Oh.
because the Cowboys have released cornerback Trayvon Diggs from their squad. And
what could be worse than that?
Oh, something much worse. I'm going to read it straight from the police report here.
Yeah.
New England Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs is facing a felony charge of strangulation and misdemeanor charge of assault from an alleged incident on December 2nd. A woman went to the police on December 16th and shared that she was working as a private chef on the date of the incident in question when Diggs entered her unlocked bedroom and allegedly smacked her across the face as they discussed money owed to her. According to the police, she said that she attempted to push Diggs away when he allegedly tried to choke her with his elbow around her neck and later threw her on the bed.
I believe the reporting here, Lauren, is that Stephon was initially denying, but is also trying to come to an agreement on a settlement too, which
so
is
that he can then play in
Exactly.
the playoffs with the Patriots.
Yeah, so why are you doing that, Stephon? That's pretty interesting way he's doing that.
Listen, the allegations are true. That's just absolutely brutal, terrible. Nobody should ever raise their hand to a woman, no matter what. Never. A man should never raise his hand to a woman.
Awful.
I'm very much against that.
No, so we'll see if Stephon
I have no
Diggs is able
tolerance.
to play for the Patriots.
One of the things I have no time. Having a bunch of daughters, that's one thing I have absolutely no tolerance for.
Good.
Zero.
Good. And in NCAA news, ASU football will take on Duke tomorrow in the Sun Bowl at noon.
Let's go.
ASU is bringing back their Sparky helmets for the game. It will be the first time since 2004.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how many of the young guys play. And I'll give you a little insight. There's definitely a concern that if you play these young guys and they pop and they play well, that they could end up leaving and going somewhere else or making more money. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. The coaches are starting to not like the bowl situations. So it's almost like, oh, this is a great opportunity for all the young guys to get a lot of play. Well, what if 2 or 3 of the young guys really ball out and catch the eye of another team? Same thing, ASU is going to be looking at these bowl games to see what young guys pop on other teams. So it is like the catch-22. You've got to play the young guys, and they play great. All of a sudden, they transfer or it costs you more money to keep them. So keep your eye on that.
Yeah, Cam Dyer's the top 150 overall recruit.
I don't think he's going to play a whole lot in this game.
And I wonder why.
I don't think he's... They're going to get another quarter. He's not going to be the starting quarterback next year. They'll have a new quarterback within a week or so. But I don't know that he's going to play a whole lot in this football game. Maybe a little bit, but probably not a lot.
Shout out Jeff Sims, great Sun Devil.
And, yeah, truly. And Northwestern has hired Chip Kelly as the school's new offensive coordinator for their football team. Truly, the man just jumping around.
He never goes away.
Is he the Kirk Cousins of coordinator/coaches?
But the thing is
he's
that
like the
Chip
vector
Kelly,
of Stranger Things.
He doesn't fail. The thing is he just does well enough, and right before
Isn't
we
that the
maybe
Kirk Cousins?
fire you, we're leaving. Now I think Kirk Cousins now, well, maybe not last night. Sorry, maybe he's proven me wrong.
Oh, I got 2 texts. I got 2 tweets. What about Kirk Cousins? No!
No.
Not again.
Stop.
Yes.
We're
Don't
shutting
take pictures
that
of
down.
him on an airplane flying to Phoenix. Please stop.
None of that.
No, thank
and
you.
we'll end this with what we teased
do
it
it.
all to be. The U of A men's basketball team beat South Dakota State 99-71
Like a drum.
last night.
Like a drum.
They now finish their non-conference slate undefeated and will head to Utah to start conference
Best start
play on
since
Saturday.
2013-14 when they started 21-0. Undefeated with maybe the most brutal schedule of anybody in college basketball. They went undefeated.
Could really keep it going. The first half of the conference schedule is pretty light. The second half is when you get into the Iowa States and the BYUs of the world. We'll see. Utah's always a tricky game for them.
I loved this note. Arizona's 8th consecutive win by at least 20 points, matching the school record set in 1928.
And I'm sure 4 AP voters just flipped Michigan to their #1 school again for whatever reason.
Dumb.
Yeah, games can't be late here. with those AP voters.
Listen,
there.
I don't want to get my hopes up. This is a really, really good U of A team.
Stop yourself.
This
Stop
is better.
yourself.
They're better than these other. They're more physical with Krevis and Awaka and Pete. I love the Burries kid. I think he's playing phenomenal. They've got a great point guard in Bradley.
You love Karchenkov. That's
I
your guy.
love the kid from Munich, Germany.
Karchenkov.
I love the kid from Munich. I was just in Munich over the summer. It's a beautiful area. He's a tough nose. They're good.
You're
They're
opening
good.
yourself up for more
I
pain
know,
in March, Gambo.
Not me. No, I will not be doing that. I'll believe it when I see it.
Only Gambo.
Do love this team.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thanks, Lauren.
Hi, Lauren. Appreciate that. That's everything that's going on in the world of sports. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of the early projections for the Phoenix Suns. A lot of people got it really wrong. We're just going to go over that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend. Second down and goal at the 5. They can win it with a touchdown. Snap to Palmer, rolls out, and it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win. A top 15 finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Fitz on the shovel pass scores, and the Cardinals win it in overtime. We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th. The home of the Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back. And we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the futures of the Arizona Cardinals coordinators? Mitch and Kellen are going to discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're all enjoying this great start by the Phoenix Suns. Great start. The disasters of the last 2 years are a distant memory. Nobody barely even talks about them anymore. The Suns have moved on. They're better. They're having more fun. They're
you know who else has
team
moved
to
on?
watch.
Santan Valley.
Santan Valley. They've all moved on from Santan Valley.
Shout out Santan Valley.
All of them have moved on. Matter of fact, I've got a guy that follows us, and he's a big fan from Austria. He's coming out to the games on Friday and Sunday from Austria. Guy said I've watched every Suns game since 2004.
Wow, good year to start.
And he's coming, 2000, and he's coming out here to watch the Phoenix Suns play for the first time in person.
That's great.
From Austria. Yes, so they're
come say
fans.
hi, man, from Austria if you're there. You'll see me.
I'll be there. Go say hi to Kellen.
Yeah. The big goofy guy walking around with a hoodie on. Can't miss me.
Can't miss him. The projections. I want to talk about where everybody went wrong. There was a tweet by Brandon Awadis. I'll give Brandon some credit.
Brandon Awadis.
Brandon Awadis.
Big time Suns fan.
Before the season started, here's what the experts said about Phoenix. ESPN predicted the Suns would go 30-52. Bleacher Report said they'd have 26 wins. The Vegas win total for Phoenix was 30. The Suns have 19 wins already, and we're not even halfway through the season. ESPN had them in the bottom 5. They had them behind Portland and Sacramento, and only better than New Orleans and Utah. Bleacher Report had them only the Jazz were worse. Only the Jazz were worse. They had the Pelicans, Kings, Mavs, Blazers, Clippers, all better than them. We all have reasons for why, but let's discuss a little bit where all these projections went wrong. Now, I thought that they would be better. I probably didn't think they were going to win 45 basketball games, but I thought that they would be better, and I was adamant that I thought that they would be better, and I'm one of the few. So I'll take credit. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but on this one, I felt really comfortable that they were going to be a better basketball team. My addition by subtraction. But let's go over it because you've covered this team for many, many years. Where did all these projections go wrong?
I'll start. I was one of those projections. I thought this team was going to win 30 games. I thought that they were going to be terrible. I thought they were going to be the second worst team in the Western Conference, and I was dead wrong, and I think there's a lot of reasons as to why.
Let's go over them.
I was wrong. I think it has to start with Jordan Ott, because if you look at how connected this team is, how well-functioned they are, how they execute night in, night out, how hard they play, that is not possible without a head coach who we just didn't know much about when he got the job. Like, we knew about his experience in the league. We knew the type of coach that he was, but we had never seen him as an NBA head coach yet, and we didn't know what to expect. And you look at the way that the hiring process went, how extensive it was, and you look at who hired him. That's another part of this, surely, is Brian Gregory and his lack of experience and being trepidatious about this group because of him, because of Ott, the lack of experience all the way around, and it has instead just been this huge positive for them everywhere you look.
So today, a guy named Brendan PHX, Brendan who follow us, Brendan PHX, big Suns fans, he quote tweeted me from June 4th, and he said, the comments under this post from Gambo are insane. We reported the Suns plan to hire Jordan Ott as their head coach, sources confirm. So we put that out there. One guy, who? Another guy, blankety blank with this MSU blank. I'm done. This team needs to win me back. LOL, straight back to poverty. The comments on my thread here, Suns management and owners are a freaking joke. The Michigan State owners of the Phoenix Suns hired a GM from Michigan State, hired a coach from Michigan State. Honestly, at this point, I'm just sad, man. Another guy, I hope I eat these words, but this franchise is an absolute joke, and Ishbia is reaching Jerry Jones' level of incompetency. Is that the word? I'm not saying he's better than Ishbia, but this organization was better under Sarver. MSU Suns, on and on and on and on and on. There's thousands of comments here after we reported the Jordan Ott news. So I think that that's the best point. That's the best point to make, is that they got themselves a really good young coach that knows what he's doing, has been able to find ways to motivate players, use players. We don't have the. Remember, I said last year, me and you were there. You were the one who got Nurkic to say that Budenholzer hasn't talked to him.
Yeah.
We don't have any of those stupid issues anymore. These babies and complaining and these egotistical maniac coaches that don't even want to talk to a player because they think they're above that. No issues like that anymore.
Yeah, they have a foundation with the way that they play, right? I think that the most important thing about this team beyond Ott and why basketball is my favorite sport is this one of the 10, 15, 20 most talented rosters in the league? It is not. Is it one of the best 10 teams in the league right now? Yes, because they play as a team, they play as a unit, they make each other better. The way that Ott utilizes them correctly makes all of them better. So this is a team that has been top 10 in defense pretty much all year, despite the fact that, look, they've got some pretty good defenders. Like Dillon Brooks is a good defender. Jordan Goodwin is a good defender. Ryan Dunn is a good defender. But they've got weaknesses. They've got a lack of size. They don't really have any terrific, outstanding defenders. And they've got a lot of guys on defense who are just okay to below average. And yet they're one of the best defensive teams in the league all year, and that has helped out their offense, which has been more inconsistent lately. But that's the thing on the offensive end. It's crazy, and we talked about it earlier. Devin Booker, maybe his second or third worst year that he's had in his son's career, going back to 2018 or so that you would say. But look at it: Colin Gillespie stepping up, Royce O'Neal career year, Dillon Brooks career year.
Okay, let's talk about Brooks. That has to be one of the top three things.
Yep.
Is this team had no leadership last year? It had no leadership the year before. We had 2 years of no leadership. And all of a sudden, Dillon Brooks comes in, and you've got that alpha dog leader that I don't think we could undervalue what he's meant to this basketball team. I think he probably means more to the Suns than a Jimmy Butler would have meant to the Suns. Or if they would have got Jabari Smith, one of the younger players on the Rockets. We can't overestimate just how much his role on this team, not only as a leader, but also as a scorer when Book hasn't been able to score, how much he's affected this roster. So that's got to be right up there if you say top three things. Jordan Ott 1, Dillon Brooks 2, and then I'm going to go 3 is just, again, it's the addition by subtraction. Sometimes you are better off without people. And then sometimes your life is better when you get rid of the people that you're surrounded by that bring you down. Devin Booker said those 2 years were the worst years of his career. The worst years of his career, worse than when they were winning 21 basketball games. The people around him brought everybody down. So moving on from those players has almost given you a new lease on life. I think that's got to be a top 3 reason right there.
Yeah, and I just can't believe that we're looking at the short term and the long term with such bright optimism when that's all that was fueling it was negativity, and rightfully so, and I was saying a lot about it. But it's hard not to be optimistic about, even again, like we talk about their issues for the next couple of years. Like they have no draft picks. Like they're not going to be able to build up young talent. I believe in this front office right now with the way it's executed over the last 2 months to find a way to keep making this team better than it should be.
And they do have 3 first-round draft picks coming up. They just don't have
they do not have control of that.
There's some swaps, but the teams that they're swapping with, it's not like they're going to really lose out. So I'm not so worried about that. So they do have some. All right, this is a fun little story that I saw, and I wanted to have some fun with this. A look at the worst sports decisions of 2025. And I want everybody here to think. I'm going to give you all 3 or 4 minutes here. What is the worst sports decision in Phoenix for this past year? What is the worst sports decision that has happened with any of our teams in the last year? We'll talk about that next. Have some fun with this right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Watching Jordan Goodwin and this player that has returned to Phoenix, came here from the Wizards with Bradley Beal, and he was kind of Bradley's guy. So it was kind of like, okay, this is a comfort thing for Bradley Beal, bringing one of his favorite teammates. Jordan Goodwin, and not only did he have a bunch of cleanup baskets last night, knocked down a big 3, scored in double figures in the first half. Who would have thought?
It's amazing. The guy left looking like Goodwin, and he came back looking like Jordan.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Had my buddy go into Sanderson Ford. My buddy West went in and picked up a new Bronco at Sanderson Ford just the other day. Yeah, went in and had a great experience with Mike Miller over at Sanderson Ford. Bought himself a brand new Bronco. Right now, it's the year-end sales event on at Sanderson Ford. and exclusively at Sanderson Ford, invoice pricing on all the remaining 2025 models. Invoice pricing. Plus 0% APR for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days, right? 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and invoice pricing at Sanderson Ford on all the remaining 2025 models. Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit, and you're going to love this dealership. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, and you can go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night against the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow. Tip-off for that one is at 1:30 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely. The Cardinals will finish their season in L.A. on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026, and that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for our last show of the year. We look back on the year that was. Dan Bickley will be in with Luke Lipinski, Jared's favorite. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, I really, I so messed this segment up, and I'm hoping somebody can save me right here.
We got you.
Because I saw this terrific story at home, the very worst sports decisions of 2025. It was in the Washington Post. Now, at home, I have the login, and then I got here and I just called it up, and I've got the paywall, and I don't remember what the login is. So I have to see if I can get it. I mean, we have one.
I've got it in front of me if you want me to read you.
You have
some
the
of stuff.
story?
I have the story in front of me. I do, yeah.
All right, let me see if I could call it up too.
Log in and everything.
Okay. I think I have it. All right. Until I get it up, just go over the first one that stands out to you.
Yeah, so the story is titled The Very Worst Sports Decisions of 2025. And the first one that you can accurately predict nationwide. The Mavericks trade Luka Doncic for ... not much. Obviously, the Luka trade and the decision to do so, not so much a Luka trade necessarily where Luka demanded out. And that was the big story there, was that it was something that the Mavericks wanted to do.
The Mavericks trade Luka for nothing.
For just about nothing.
So that was a terrible sports decision. Okay, go to the second one.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Do you remember Phillies Dodgers?
Oh, man.
And Kirkering throwing home.
What are you doing? Just throw it to first base. Get him out. Why are you going home with the ball? The Clippers bring back Chris Paul, considered one of the worst decisions of 2025. Chris Paul going back to the Clippers. So, again, number one, they had the Mavericks trading Luka Doncic for not much. Number two, Oren Kirkering throwing the ball home against the Dodgers when all he had to do was field the ball and throw it to first base. That could have kept the Phillies alive in the series. Number three, the Clippers bringing back Chris Paul, which ended up being a total disaster. It didn't work out. They didn't play him. He was trying to lead. They didn't want him to lead. This fourth one is funny. A guy gets caught stealing a hat from a kid. Tennis star, can't even pronounce his name, is searching for a young boy whose hat was snatched by a grown man at the U.S. Open. A Polish businessman stole some kid's hat at the U.S. Open. That was another one. They mentioned Tom Brady cloning his dog as one of the worst decisions of the year, cloning your dog. Chauncey Billups playing in a shady poker game.
It's a tough one.
One of the worst decisions. They mentioned this one I didn't know. A marathoner trying to help her maid. I guess ended up taking some medicine that they weren't supposed to take. Bill Belichick agreeing to go on camera. They said was an absolute
Anything
disaster.
Bill Belichick did this year was one of the worst decisions. Correct.
Yes. FIFA asking Wayne Gretzky to pronounce names of countries. Didn't work out very well.
He did not sound very prepared.
Yes, the choice of Keegan Bradley for Ryder Cup captain, they think here's a good one. Mark Sanchez picks a fight over parking. One of the worst decisions, cost him his job, ended up in a hospital with a bunch of wounds and stuff like that. So, and they parted ways with him at Fox. Mark Sanchez picking a fight over parking. So those were some of what the Washington Post, thank you for getting me the login, Lauren. For some reason I didn't have it, but I wanted to break that into what we think were some of the worst decisions in sports in Arizona in 2025. Now I had a couple, and I'll mention. I'll mention the first one. Not getting a closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks going into the offseason. The decision to not get a closer. They had so many problems in their bullpen. Guys got hurt. They thought that they could rely on Puck and J-Mart. They got hurt. They had moved on from Paul Sewald. I think that's one that kind of not having a closer really hurt them because of all those close games, and the bullpen was just never right. Mantiply wasn't good, and then Ginkel had his problems, and Thompson had his problems, and you just wonder if they had a guy at the end that could get the job done, if it would have just made everybody else's job a little bit easier.
My pick, and I have two that are both including football, and the first one might be a little bit controversial because it was one of the best moments of the year, which was, of course, the Peach Bowl with Arizona State, but the decision within that play that decided the game, 2 all-out blitz, Quinn Ewers checks it, makes the throw. That in-game decision is there for me because without that blitz call, I think that they're riding high, and I think that they're moving on in the college football playoff. And then this is more of like a general one. all of us for somehow finding a way to be optimistic about the Arizona Cardinals. We need to learn our lesson now and just make them show it. They need to show it a little bit more for us to find a way to be optimistic. I was not there, to be clear, going into this year, but a lot of us were very excited for this football team, all the positive direction that it looked like was on the way, and yet here we are at another incredibly disappointing year. So that was mine.
The man sitting in that seat normally has picked the Cardinals to win 11 games back-to-back seasons.
Oh, that's a good one.
So hopefully you're learning from those mistakes.
How about Amari DiMercato deciding to drop the ball before the goal line?
It's a good one.
Well, it would have been a touchdown, which would have gave them a win against the Tennessee Titans, would have put them at 3 wins. Who knows? I'm not saying that would have led to a great season for the Cardinals, but that gaffe was just, especially after the Mitchell kid from the Colts had just done it, that Amari DiMercato gaffe, one of the worst decisions of 2025. I'm going to drop the ball before I cross the goal line.
How about the Suns trying to trade Kevin Durant behind his back and then him finding out that they were trying to trade him behind his back? Now, the trade worked out for them great, but I'm saying that in-the-moment decision that week that led to things getting much more difficult with Kevin, rightfully so, over the last couple of months of the Suns spending time with Kevin Durant.
I also think not trading Jordan Montgomery you wanted to trade him, $25 million. He ended up getting hurt. God, it would have been nice if he got hurt on somebody else's watch and somebody else's dime. But they had gone into the offseason and before, okay, we're going to trade Jordan Montgomery. We're going to wait. Some team's going to have a starter go down. They're going to call us. They're going to want Jordan Montgomery. And it just never happened. And they got stuck with Montgomery. And then Montgomery got hurt. And then after he got hurt, they were stuck with him. They did eventually have him as part of a trade. But by that time, it was like he had not pitched all year, and it was just to save a little bit of money.
I don't know the exact timeline here of Sam Levitt's injury, but we knew that he got hurt really early in the year, and I wonder if the decision to play him through that injury as opposed to just letting him sit for a week or two, going to Jeff Sims, and then having a more healthy Sam Levitt for the rest of the year would have changed their season. I'm not sure. I'm not really going to list it as one of the worst decisions, but it's one of those decisions that I think about because obviously he wasn't the same player playing through that injury and then had to be out for the rest of the year. Lauren, did you have one?
I think Gambo's sort of overarching point about Jordan Montgomery can even be tied to the D-backs' big spending on big-name pitchers because it just felt like it came back to bite them this season in a way that was totally unexpected, especially with a season where there were some expectations on this D-backs team. We've seen them roll the same guys out now, and we've seen success in that way. And then not being able to actually see the fruits of your labor in any way was just abysmal and also, quite frankly, hard as a fan.
I think if I have another Cardinals one is when they lost Starling Thomas and Sean Murphy Bunting, and they didn't really go out and get a veteran, and they said we got Max Melton, we got Will Johnson, we've got Taylor, we've got guys. They lost 2 key players there, and I think James Conner going down too, right? You lose James Conner, you're like we've got Trey Benson. You almost feel like should they have had more depth? Should they have had a little bit more depth? Now, if you've got an example for one, send it in to us on the Burns and Gamble page on Twitter. We'd love to know it. Worst sports decisions of 2025. What stands out to you? What was a terrible sports decision by one of our local teams or college teams in the year 2025? Maybe we'll revisit this a little bit tomorrow. All right, coming up next, we talked about the NFC playoff picture. Now let's talk about the AFC playoff picture. It's nearly set, but there is a big game. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here for Global Credit Union. I'm a proud member of Global Credit Union due to their real commitment to saving you money on your banking needs. But now I have a special offer for you from Global Credit Union. It's Million Points Mania, and it's back. If you have a Global Credit card, you're already a winner, but now you have a chance to do even better because with Million Points Mania, every week you have a chance to win 50,000 points, and at the end, there's a grand prize of 1 million points points for one lucky winner. If you sign up now, you'll get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global credit card today and imagine what you could do with 1 million points. It could be yours. Go to globalcu.org for more information. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR for 6 months from account opening on purchases only. Introductory rate offered for credit cards open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. They've got great deals going on right now where you can get invoice pricing on the remaining 2025s in stock at Sanderson Ford. And Sanderson Lincoln, if you want a new Navigator or Aviator, right, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, Sanderson Lincoln. They've got our updated poll question. For that, we'll turn it over to Lauren.
All right, guys, this question is about the Phoenix Suns, and you can decide to be positive or negative with your response in this one, because which team was/is the bigger surprise? Is it last year's Phoenix Suns team or this year's Phoenix Suns team?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. I think it should be more 50-50 than anything, but I think there was some signs last year coming off the year before when they got swept by the T-Wolves that there were some problems with the team. But I'll say that this year's team is the bigger surprise because most people thought they'd be one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the NBA.
I'll go this year as well. I think that even if they tail off a little bit, them still winning like somewhere between 35 to 40 games, which is right around where you had them, would be a massive accomplishment with how they were expected to be somewhere around the high 20s, low 30s. And to be clear, they're pacing for 45 plus right now, which is incredible. And they've done it so shorthanded. To me, they're the easy pick, even though last year was surprising in a lot of different ways too.
And going with the positive note of this year's team is what most of our listeners are doing. 77% are going with this year's Suns team as the bigger surprise. 23% going with last year's.
What's your pick?
This year's by a landslide. I mean, when we did the record predictions as a show and went around, I was nowhere near where they're trending to go right now. And so I absolutely think they were the bigger surprise.
Just got to have that nice hot warm butter for the lobster, like just nice and warm.
Yeah, so is that what you're looking forward to the most, the desserts and then lobster?
I'm looking forward to Bernsey having to put the credit card down.
You could have not one bite of the food, and your biggest satisfaction would be just seeing the look on his face when he opens the thing for the bill.
When he sees the bill and it's $280 for my lunch, and you got to take, at least a 30, probably a 30% tip right there.
Oh, he better tip well.
Probably at least $90 tip.
If they're going to close down the Rah-Rah room for the Burns and Gambo show, he better tip well.
It's going to have to be a good tip, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I might maybe I should hire somebody to come sing while we're eating lunch. I could be part of the lunch, just have a guitarist come by and play
the ambiance.
Play classical gas for me.
Oh.
Or something like that. No, I don't know. But I think this year's team has been just a tremendous
so
surprise.
Much
fun. And honestly, man, a shot in the arm. We've had a really tough year with, the problems with the D-backs and all the injuries and, coming up short, and then just a miserable Cardinal season.
You and I would have this tradition with the night show where you'd be leaving, I'd be coming in, and we talk about what's going on tonight before tomorrow. And now it's instead of oh my gosh, another Suns game today, Kellen, it's been you being can't wait to go to the Suns game or can't wait to watch.
That's true. I mean, I really look forward to watching them now because it's a fun team. All right, the NFL playoff picture: Ravens Steelers will decide the AFC North this week, with the Steelers losing to the Browns. This now becomes one of those games where it's like a winner-take-all game for the NFC North. Ravens at the Steelers, that's a big one. Panthers at the Bucks for the NFC South. That's the other big game. So those matchups are basically winner-take-all. So you've got your Week 18 slate. The Ravens Steelers are on Sunday Night Football, not the 49ers Seahawks, which I think a lot of people, and I totally agree, that doesn't really make any sense. The Seattle and San Francisco are really good teams, and the Ravens and Steelers, they're not really good teams, but I think they're going with history and tradition maybe with the Steelers on that. So the winner of that game captures the AFC North. They get the number 4 seed in the playoffs. The loser heads home for the season. Who do you want to win that one?
Who do I want to see in? I've always been a Lamar guy. You've always been a Lamar guy, too. It's been a weird, uneven season for him, and I don't even know if he's going to be in. That's the thing, but I still root for the Ravens. They've been my non-Cardinals team that I've always rooted for because I'm just such a huge Lamar Jackson fan. So I'll be rooting for Baltimore in the hopes that we do get a healthy Lamar in the playoffs because he could really shake things up. I know he's underperformed in the playoffs for most of his career, but this AFC picture is just so totally open to me because the top 3 teams are most likely going to be, there's a 13% chance that the Jaguars are the 5th or the 6th seed. That's really not going to happen. It's going to be the 13-3 Broncos and Patriots, and then the 12-4 Jaguars. Of those 3 surprise teams at the top of the conference, which one do you trust the most right now in the playoffs?
I love the Broncos defense, but I'm going to go with the Patriots. I'm going to go with the Patriots.
The
have been
MVP,
consistently good all year. Drake May's been fantastic. The Texans play great defense. They could beat anybody. The Bills have if the Bills win, it's going to be all because of Josh Allen. He's carrying them. They don't have a lot of talent, outside of him. I do love the Broncos defense. I think they've got a great defense, but so do the Texans. Do I trust Trevor Lawrence in a big game? Probably not yet. Drake May hasn't played in any, but then you look at the quarterbacks, right? I mean, this is not Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning. This isn't your old-time AFC, right? This AFC is Bo Nix, Drake May, and Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, and Justin Herbert. There's been this shift in the quarterback play where it's just over the last few years we've been so reliant on these old guard of quarterbacks, and now we're seeing this new guard come in and take over. I never root for the Patriots. I don't want them to do well.
No.
I'd love to see the Bills with Josh Allen. In my heyday, the Bills made it to 4 Super Bowls and never won one. 3 of them, they were blown out, and one of them, Scott Norwood, missed a field goal wide right, and they lost the Super Bowl to the Giants. Bill Belichick was the defensive coordinator of the Giants. The Bills had this most incredible offense with Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed, and they had a great defense with Cornelius Bennett and Bruce Smith, and they were just so good, and they just couldn't get over the hump. So there's always a part of me that would just like to see the Bills finally get that Super Bowl. So I would probably root for the Bills in the AFC. But as far as who do you trust the most, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to bypass what New England has done this year. They've just been a really good, consistent team. They're very well coached. This quarterback's been fantastic for them. Most people can't name 5 players on their team, but they've been a very good team all year long.
I'm excited for the new blood in terms of seeing how they meet the postseason moments, right? Seeing how Drake May and Bo Nix perform with these level of expectations and having 2 of the best teams in the AFC. I'm looking at a table right now in terms of the odd percentages, and they're very low. But what I'm personally rooting for is for Mitch's Broncos to drop to the 3 seed, which has a 12% chance of happening, and then the Houston Texans to drop to the 6 seed, which is a 15% chance of happening, and seeing a Broncos-Texans matchup. How about that? That would be like a 9-6 final, like seeing the 2 best defenses in football match up against each other. It's just a really interesting sort of dichotomy to the NFC, because I think you've got people in terms of like how trustworthy when it comes to continuity and experience, the Bills at the 7 seed and the Chargers at the 6 seed, and then the Ravens could get into this as the 4 seed as well. So the teams that have been there before and are the most battle-tested could be the 4, 5, 6, and 7 seed, more so the 4, 6, and the 7 seed. And then the top 3 seeds could be these teams where we really don't have any idea what to expect from them.
Yeah, think about so the Patriots had a 10-game winning streak. But here's their wins. Listen to the wins in the 10-game winning streak. They beat Carolina, Buffalo, New Orleans, Tennessee, Cleveland, Atlanta, Tampa, the Jets, the Bengals, the Giants. They didn't beat anybody.
It's a secret of the NFL, man.
They didn't beat anybody.
There's maybe we used to think, and it used to be in the NFL that I grew up with, at least 5 to 6 predominantly pretty freaking great football teams. Now it feels like there's maybe 1 or 2, and then there's just this molasses of 20 to 25 teams now that all blend together, and that's what you wonder here, Gambo, is are the Jags or the Patriots, the Broncos secretly one of those kind of okay football teams that somehow got to a record this good? Because you mentioned that winning streak, and it's how battle tested, how proven are they really?
They beat the teams they needed to beat.
Yeah, what you do know is who the worst teams in the league are, and what you do know is some of the top teams. But I think all of those are in the NFC right now, specifically those NFC West teams as well. It's really hard to trust anyone. I don't know. I feel bad for the people that are going to have to make projections and predictions for this NFL postseason, specifically in the AFC, because I have no idea what's going to happen at all.
He's become the X factor for the Phoenix Suns. Will they be able to keep him long term? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Nigel Hayes-Davis just dribbling the ball on the far sideline, and the Suns win it. 115-101 the final score. The win streak up to 4, and the Suns now 6 games over 500 for the first time this season. They beat the Wizards 115-101.
More reaction to this Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
So a lot of people out there don't like their smile. You don't have the confidence. You don't like your smile. Could be years of neglect on your teeth. It could be just hereditary. It could be just bad teeth from your parents. And you don't want to go through a life like that, always hiding your smile, never smiling for photos and videos. Around the holidays, it's very tough on some people that don't like their smile. Maybe your teeth are too short and you got a big gum line, or you get big gaps in your teeth, or you're missing teeth. That's why I tell you every single day about Pro Smile, because nobody's better than Pro Smile at fixing your teeth. If you're considering a procedure, I want to give you $1,000 off right now. $1,000 off, whether it's custom veneers or the all-on X implants. Right now, we're going to give you $1,000 off when you call Pro Smile at 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE. You call them, said, hey, listen, I've heard Gambo talk about Pro Smile for a while now. I want to fix my teeth. I don't want to go through I don't want to go be here next year where I can't smile at Thanksgiving and Christmas and birthdays. I'm tired of being in videos and I'm not smiling. Let's fix your smile and save you $1,000. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night, beating the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow in a matinee game. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday and is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy dealers during the Red Tag sales event. Stop by at Your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey, it's Luke, and the Phoenix Suns keep this winning streak going against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Mitch and Kellen will talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Lauren always finds a way to play my music. Classic song.
You got a tip jar. Come on now.
Oh, you got a tip jar that.
There
Yeah,
you
of
go.
course, of course. This is a song that has no words, and it's a fantastic song. It's called Classical Gas. And I've always had this song on my Spotify, but it was recently on one of my favorite TV shows that was on Apple TV called The Last Frontier. Terrific show on Apple TV. But it's I think it's from '68, and it's a great song, but it has no words. Crank it up a little bit, Lauren. You guys are shaking your head. Kind of like it.
I'm just on horseback, right? Like seeing the horizon. Lovely.
It's taking me back to like playing Red Dead Redemption.
That's where my mind went to as well.
What's that? A game?
It's a video game. So you know, like Grand Theft Auto and stuff.
Yeah.
They made a version of Grand Theft Auto basically, but in the Wild West. Red Dead Redemption. Then Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Lauren, a gamer from time to time. She'll dabble. You play the first one or the second one?
All right, here we go.
Both. Okay, good for you.
Classical Gas. No words. Terrific song to listen to. High, upbeat, great song, no words. All right. Thank you for playing that. I really do like that. And I do recommend on Apple TV, The Last Frontier. Terrific show. It's about this plane that crashes. And it has all these inmates on it, all inmates that were in jail. Ones are really bad. And there's this whole, and then the CIA calls the marshal in Alaska and goes, okay, you need to set a border? You need to set a barrier or something. And this is Alaska. We don't have any of that. Perimeter. You got to set the perimeter so they don't get out. You got to set a perimeter. Guy's like, it's Alaska. We don't have a perimeter here.
So many TV shows and movies are based off of survivors of a plane crash and what comes next for them and wherever they have landed.
Oh,
and
this
it's
is
usually pretty great.
This was just a fantastic show. I really, me and Chelsea both loved it. But Apple TV, The Last Frontier. If you watch it, let me know what you think of it. All right, Colin Gillespie. All the talk about Colin Gillespie, there's so many stories out there about, oh my goodness, this guy's been one of the biggest X factors. Although you're not seeing him like, most, you're much bigger into this than I am. When you look at like most improved players, and you don't really see him on any of the lists, do you?
I don't know why. He should be on this list.
Have you seen any?
For most improved player?
Yeah, most improved player, 6th man of the year. I know he started a lot of games, but he's not getting, I don't think he's getting nationally the pub that he deserved for what he's meant to this team.
Absolutely agree. Most improved player is the dumbest award that is handed out in sports because it's just there's certain qualifications that people have to meet, even if it's just the most simple award possible, which is most improved player. I think what the argument used against Colin is that what are we improving from because we never really got to see him much last year. But I think that's kind of the freaking point here is that this guy couldn't iron out a role in the NBA last year, and now he's one of the best supplementary guards in basketball. Like he's been fantastic, Gambo. At the start of the month, we started to see the shooting numbers go down, and we're like, okay, is this the regression? Is this where playing this guy 30-plus minutes a game starts to backtrack? And in the last 6 games, he's shooting 46% from 3 on nearly 8 threes a game and averaging over 15 points a game at 18 points per game as well. And really what this has done is provided the Suns with some secondary scoring in ways we couldn't have seen possible this year, because if you look at what he's done in his last 6 games, he's scored at least 15 points in all of them. The only guys to do that beyond Devin Booker in the last couple of years, it's guys like Chris Paul and Kevin Durant, of course, but then it's just Dylan Brooks and Mikal Bridges, and that's it. So you haven't really seen someone step up as a supplementary scorer in the ways that Colin has. And again, he wasn't really supposed to be this guy because we were expecting Grayson Allen to do this. We were expecting Jalen Green to do this as well. But that is the boost that he has provided, and he's just been fantastic.
I think one of the things people keep asking me is, can the Suns keep him? Can the Suns keep him? Yes, they can keep Colin Gillespie. Yeah, they do have. There is a limit to how much they can pay him, but with early bird rights, they're going to be able to pay him. It's not like he's going to get a $150 million contract or a $100 million contract. I think I could probably see him getting in that $12 to $15 million a year range. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to be. It depends on how the rest of the season plays out. But there's really no concern right now. Again, I think when Jalen Green comes back and Grayson Allen comes back, I do think his minutes will come down a little bit. He's earning himself a big payday. He really is. I mean, last year he started 9 games. He was on a 2-way contract, and they kept him for this year. But people are like worried, is he pricing himself out of Phoenix? And the answer that I keep getting is no. They are going to be able to keep him. He wants to be here. They want him here. They will find a way to make it work out. And they still have the ability to give him a really good contract. They're capped at a number of 65, 66, 67 million over 4 years. I think it is somewhere in that neighborhood. But that is going to be well within the range of what Colin Gillespie would get.
He certainly deserves it, and what they're going to have to do now, I remember asking Colin a handful of weeks ago, in fact, because he had started breaking out, and immediately what happens on a team like this, in a situation like this, is like, okay, can we keep this guy? Like, people, even 10 games into the year, are like, he's playing so well. Colin said he wants to be here. This is where he wants to stay. And the challenge for the Suns is going to have to be either accepting the fact that they're going to be a tax repeater next year or finding a way to somehow still duck under that line. So to be clear, I know this stuff is confusing. I'd hate that the NBA made this something we have to explain, but it is what it is. First apron, second apron, we're not talking about that stuff. What we're talking about is just the tax line itself. And what happens here is there are repeater penalties. So if you are a tax repeating team a few years in a row or 4 out of 6 years, numbers like that, the penalties for how much you are taxed multiply quickly and dangerously, which is why
Nick Richards will probably get traded.
And it's why the Suns did so much work with the Bradley Beal stuff and everything else that they did this offseason to be just under it right now. So they can go over it. It'll be okay if they go over it. They'll just have to pay more money because, of course, it's not just Colin Gillespie who's going to get more money next year. It's going to be Mark Williams
as well. Yeah. I think that, and don't forget, as I mentioned earlier, I think there's a $1 million bonus for Dylan Brooks if this team makes the playoffs, which would add.
It counts, yeah.
That would count towards that number that you're talking about. But Colin Gillespie has been incredible for this basketball team. They love him, his leadership. He plays big minutes down the stretch. He's a terrific point guard. You grew up watching him, and so did I. T.J. McConnell. We know how much the Suns always tried to get T.J. McConnell and were never able to. They found their own version, and with TJ's age and injuries right now, there's no question Colin Gillespie is better than TJ McConnell at this point. I love TJ like you do, but Colin has been a perfect fit for the Phoenix Suns. He likes it here. They like him. I don't see any reason that you have to worry about them losing him or Mark Williams. They always knew with Mark when they didn't pick up that 5th year. Was it the 5th year for him? The rookie extension.
Yeah, they didn't extend him. They waited. Yeah, so he's a restricted free agent now.
Right. But they always knew that it's fine. If he plays well, we'll just pay him. We'll pay. So I do think it would be a benefit if they could get stay under that tax and not have the repeat offender. It would benefit them. So I see them doing that this year, and then it opens up for some more avenues the next year.
Cap always goes up as well, so it's not going to be the same tax number as this year. That number is going to go up as well.
That's why the Beal thing wasn't a big deal. It's a good point. That's why the Beal thing wasn't such a big deal. Everybody's so worried about, you're going to pay Beal all this money for 5. The cap's going to go up every year. Okay, so the percentage of what Beal is getting paid this year is going to be less next year because the cap's going to go up. Cap keeps going up every year. After the first 2 years, the Beal thing's not going to mean much. So, and again, as long as Matt's willing to pay, which he is, taxes and luxury tax, all of that stuff, if he's got a good basketball team, he's going to be all in. So I know I've heard a lot of people worried about Colin Gillespie. He's playing so well. They're going to be able to keep him. I don't see a scenario in which they don't keep him. I think that he's going to get himself a really nice payday, well-deserved payday. But they've always been able to keep the players that they wanted to keep. Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, all those guys. They've always been able to keep the guys they wanted to keep.
And I think it's crazy because going into, if you told me like Dylan Brooks 3 months ago was going to have this breakout career year, I'd be like, awesome. What can you get for him at the trade deadline?
Right.
They're not moving Dylan Brooks.
No.
That is not going to
No
happen.
way.
Like with what they're doing right now. And I think that there's ways you can look at it. You can look at it a bit robotically and say, okay, they don't really have many assets. This is one of your few opportunities to get assets, but he's such a important part of what you do on the floor.
On December 12th, we told you what we thought was going to happen with Ketel Marte, and now word is coming out on how close the Suns are to maybe making a deal or cutting a deal off altogether. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
At the 40, 35, stiff arms 30, 25, 20.
Now one step closer to the Hall of Fame.
Former Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald is one of 15 finalists for this year's NFL Hall of Fame.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th.
His contributions are so immense.
The home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build,
Play, pop, pop, every day.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we will be joined by Mark Schlereth, huzzah! And fill-in host Luke Lipinski. Huzzah! Tune in at 6 a.m. for the shenanigans on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
You know who can't wait, Gambo? To have Jared Carlin and Luke Lipinski reunited. Like
Can't wait!
Days.
Who?
Peoria can't wait.
Peoria.
Shout out Peoria.
Yeah, they're excited. So words coming in. Peoria was very excited
A
about
lot of rundown listeners
Yeah.
in Peoria that are like, the duo, they're back together?
Luke, when did they work together?
So the rundown used to be the night show way back
Yeah.
like 8-9 years ago. And the
Uh-huh.
reason why I know it so well is because this is how they would plan the show. Jarrett would just walk in and be like, Kellen, do you want to be on the show today? I'd be like, okay. Because I was just over there working the news desk, working the sports desk, or whatever I was doing on the website. And then I would go and do a Sun segment with them, and I did like a bunch of on-air stuff with Luke and Jarrett when they were doing
Jared
the solo
produced
show.
for Luke's show at night.
Yeah, and then he got pulled to Bickley and Murata at some point, so then Luke had like some other fill-in producers work with him until he got pulled to Wolf and Luke, and then the rundown ceased to exist, and now Arizona Sports at Night exists.
I don't even know that. So I didn't know that Jared did produce the night show. I probably should know that, but
Jared's
I don't pay
done a
much
whole lot.
attention to all the things that Jared does. It's
These
hard.
producers in that room, you guys get moved around all over the place. Lauren's been able to hold her feet here nice and steady on the Burns and Gambo show.
We get stability on our show.
Oh, yeah.
We get a lot of stability on our show, right? We do. Don't laugh. We you work on this show, you got stability. Never going anywhere.
Shout out Jordan Bird. We need him to like call into the show at least one of these times and ask you who it's bad news for.
He was a
with the way
producer
the
of this
Suns
show
are
for a
playing.
long time.
Shout out Bird. We miss him.
Yeah, he was great at what he did. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Arizona Diamondbacks. Everybody's asking what's happening, what's going on. Are they going to trade Ketel Marte? What about this Japanese first baseman? Are they going to get a pitcher? What about Alex Bregman? I reported something 12 days ago. And I said nothing is imminent on the Ketel Marte trade front, but this is going to end soon. I do not see this dragging out much further. It's pretty simple. If the D-backs get an acceptable trade offer worthy of moving a superstar player, which is as of now they have not, then we will likely see a trade. And if they don't, I would expect them to shut it down and move on to other areas of concern, and Marte will remain a Diamondback. At 150,000 views on December 18th. Today, Mike Hazen spoke with the local media, and he told Steve Gilbert, we're very likely to put an end to this shortly. This isn't going to continue to linger. We need to focus on our offseason. Again, my gut this whole time was that a trade wasn't going to happen, and I think it seems likely that that's the case, and we want to focus on other things we need to do. So December 18th, what was said by Mike Hazen today very much backs up what we had been hearing is that the time is running out on a Ketel Marte trade. They don't want to drag this out. When I reported that on December 18th, I said this thing's going to come to an end and soon. I knew they didn't want to bring this out to spring training. They've got to make a decision. Now, you may say, well, why? Why can't they just play? Because they have to move on. If you're not going to trade Ketel Marte, well, then you got your second baseman. You need to address, your bullpen and maybe third base and a first baseman out of platoon. And could you get another starting pitch? You got to move on. Now maybe you could trade Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy or somebody else. If you continue to drag this out, it's just holding up every other thing that you want to do. A Ketel Marte trade could bring you an outfielder. It could bring you a reliever. It could bring you a starter. You don't know. But that's why you don't want to go ahead and sign all these other players and then make a Marte trade and then you double up. So this isn't like getting Mark Williams and Malawach at the same time. This is if they trade Marte, it's got to be for the right package. So far, that hasn't happened. My expectations are, as I reported, this is going to end. It's going to end very quickly, and they're going to move on. And if they don't trade him, that's it. Getting Bregman, I always said it was a long shot. I said it was very dependent on trading Marte. You got to get off of the $100 million that you owe Marte in order to bring in Bregman for the money he's going to have. But you'd have to get off the Marte money to get Bregman. Some people had reported, they could keep Marte and sign Bregman. I've never said that. I've never said that they could do that. That seems extremely unrealistic to me. and somewhat irresponsible to say that they can do that because it's just they don't have that money. Paying Corbin Burns and all the other salaries that are going up with Carroll and Fott and J. Mart and Puck and just Marino and all these other salaries that are going up. You can't add Bregman for his salary and then keep Marte and keep Corbin Burns, and you're paying $40 million for Kelly now and you're still paying Erod a lot of money. It just didn't make any sense to me. And so I always said that wasn't going to happen. The other news is that the Diamondbacks have been tied. I think it was Yahoo Sports tied the Diamondbacks to Kazuma Akamoto from Japan. He's a good first baseman out of Japan, third baseman, first baseman. And people have asked me, okay, is this true? And I've said, no, it's not true. The Diamondbacks are not in on Akamoto, even though the reports yesterday with him being posted were that the Diamondbacks would be in on him. I don't see it. Salary and then fit, I think it's a combination of those two things. I don't think that he's 29 years old. He's had 248 homers in the Nippon Professional League. He's hit 30 homers 6 straight seasons. But he was injured last year, only played in 77 games. So I don't see him as a guy that the Diamondbacks would sign. So I said that yesterday is a no, I don't see that. So that's the update on the Diamondbacks. Nothing's close right now, but at some point we are going to have a resolution here very quickly on Ketel Marte.
Seems like it's got to be soon because it seems like at least some of the major moves or some of the major players that are going to make a decision here in the coming days are waiting on to see what happens here with the Ketel Marte situation. Like the last major thing to really happen in baseball was 9 days ago. It was a Wilson Contreras trade from the Cardinals to the Red Sox. Like since then, we've seen a couple of more minor moves, but we haven't seen anything.
Because GMs
really
go on
big yet.
vacation.
The GMs go on vacation.
They go on vacation.
And I also think that this Marte thing is really holding things. There's a lot of big spenders that we're waiting to hear from. Toronto has been rumored to be around Kyle Tucker, to be around Alex Bregman. Lawrence Cubs have been linked to Bregman. They've been linked to Amai, the starting pitcher from Japan. They've been linked to Valdez, the starting pitcher from the Houston Astros as well. There's a lot of like big money marquee signings right now. And if you connect some of the dots, Alex Bregman has been linked to the Cubs. He has been linked to the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have Bo Bichette, who's a free agent as well. And of course, the Bregman linked to the Diamondbacks. And if you're with your reporting right there, okay, if they're not going to sign Bregman without moving Marte, then they got to move Marte before signing Bregman. So are we waiting for a Marte trade to see if Bregman's a Diamondback? If not, where else would he go?
I think it's the only way to get Bregman. I believe you would have to move Marte. But I've said, and I haven't ruled it out, but I've said it's a long shot. Like it is a long shot. The Diamondbacks have a lot of money tied up to players that are injured, and people don't really realize it, but there's over $60 million tied up to 4 players that are going to be injured to start the season. Corbin Burns, Lourdes Gurriel, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez. 4 guys making over $60 million. Like, that counts. You don't get to write that off and just like, oh, that's free money. No, that's $60 million. So there's and then you throw in all the other salaries and guys' salaries that have gone up because you've given extensions and new contracts to guys. It's just not feasible to go sign Alex Bregman to $150 million while you still have Marte on the books for $100 million. So Marte would have to be moved in order to have any chance at signing Bregman. So I've just said, to me, it's a long shot to get Bregman. But we'll see. As of now, nobody's given him what he's wanted. Nobody's gone to Alex Bregman and said, we'll pay you what you want. So we'll see how that plays out. Kyler Murray, is there any chance that he could stay with the Arizona Cardinals? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The reason that a lot of us were impressed by what Jacoby Brissett did was he had 1 second to throw on every play. Like you're saying, he'd been standing there in the pocket, and that pocket was collapsing instantly. It's not like their offensive line was the best in football last year, but it was a lot better. You know, that year when Kyler had that monster first half, when he was getting MVP consideration in the first half, it's not like he was behind 5 Hall of Famers on the offensive line, but it was better than this. He had a lot more to work with than the Cardinals had to work with in the second half of the season. And that's where the injuries come into play. I get it. It's also, though, the offensive line wasn't good even when it was healthy this season outside of like Paris Johnson.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns extended their winning streak to 4 last night in Washington, beating the Washington Wizards. The Suns will conclude 2025 in Ohio, playing the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow in a matinee game. Tip-off for that one is at 1:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns & Gambo yesterday and is pretty confident about his status with the team for next season.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely. The Cardinals will finish their season in LA on Sunday, facing division rival Los Angeles Rams. And Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all on X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the futures of the Arizona Cardinals coordinators? Mitch and Kellen are going to discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We are just a few days away. You got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We are just a few days away from getting some answers to what the future of the Arizona Cardinals will be. Does that future include Monty Ossenfort? Does that future include Jonathan Gannon? Will they be having a new search for a coach? Will they keep those guys and go get new coordinators? And that's it for Drew Petzing and Nick Rallis with a major shakeup to the coaching staff. This will be a defining moment for Michael Bidwell to decide what he wants to do. There will be a lot of fans that turn their back on him and the organization if they stay the course because of just how bad this has been. But what you learned from Matt Ishbia and the Suns is that you don't really worry about what other people think, because look what everybody thought about the Jordan Ott and Brian Gregory hires, and look how well that's worked out. Matt Ishbia had the conviction that what he was doing now was the right thing, and he stuck with that even though a lot of people didn't believe in it, and look where the Phoenix Suns are. Does Michael Bidwell have that same conviction in the guys that he's hired, that these are the right guys for the job? If he does, listen, it's his choice. It's not my choice. It's not your choice. It's not other people in the media's choice. If he's got the belief that these are the right guys, but what I will say is that Michael's going to have to get on a microphone somewhere and explain why. People are going to want to have to hear why. We speak with Jonathan Gannon every week. Monty Ossenfort's on the morning show every week. We're going to need to hear on Monday, and I implore the Cardinals, whatever the decision is, let Michael explain his reasoning. I'm sticking with these guys. Here's why. I'm firing these guys. Here's why. But either way, I think you need to know why are you doing this? Because a lot of people want to see changes. Some people are like, okay, keep these guys and just change the coordinators. The owner is going to make the decision. Nobody else is going to make the decision. He will make the final decision. All indications we're getting from Jonathan Gannon is that he will be back. At some point, they'll make a decision on Kyler Murray, too. We all expect that they'll move on from Kyler Murray and go in a different direction. There was an ESPN story today about how could they possibly move on from Gannon and Ossenfort and then keep Murray and just get another coach in here that could work better with Murray. I don't see that happening, but it's an interesting way to look at things because we've never looked at it before. But you're hoping to have some resolution on where they are Monday after the final game against the Rams. There may be word that leaks out Sunday night as to what direction that they're going in. There's been no indication that they're going to fire these guys. But on Monday, there will be coaches that get fired. There might be GMs that get fired, and we'll find out about it on Monday. It's just how much can Michael Bidwell stomach a 14-loss season that will go down as the worst season in Cardinals history? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. No Cardinal teams ever lost this 14 games. If they lose to the Rams, they will set a franchise record for the most losses in a single season.
And where I get nervous about this, I get nervous about it for a lot of reasons, but primarily when Bidwell was in this position last, different circumstances. The Cardinals were 11-6, and they were a tremendous success in the first half of the year. We know what happened in the second half of the year. But then, of course, Kingsbury extension, Keim extension. He is not going to extend Jonathan Gannon. He's not going to extend Monty Ossenfort. It's not what I'm saying. But the last time when this type of judgment call or decision was in front of him, he had a horrible read on the situation, did not see the lingering effects of the second half of that year and what it was doing to Kingsbury and the failed decisions of Keim prior to that were already pretty heavily criticized at the time. That came back to bite him. It's still biting him right now with the money that he is paying those guys. So that's where I get nervous. There's just a lack of history. There's a lack of precedent here and trusting what the ownership has done and making the right decision here. And it's really, for some people, Gambo, I think it's a very easy decision to make, and I understand why. I do believe that it's an easy decision, but from his perspective, he's been in all of those rooms. He has seen the positive changes that he believes Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort have made that they were raving about last year and 2 years ago and even coming into this year and even at the start of this season. He has seen that positive change, but what we can't look past at all is just these results and just write them down as injuries, write them down as quarterback changes, and just kind of move on from there and think that next year is going to be right back on track.
In 2021, the Arizona Diamondbacks were decimated by injuries. Decimated. They lost 110 baseball games. It was a miserable, miserable season. And Ken Kendrick and Derek Hall took a deep, hard look into their evaluation, and they said, and Mike Hazen was going through a lot of personal matters at that time, and they decided, we're not going to make a change. We're not going to make a change. 2022, they went from 52 wins to 74 wins. So they improved by 22 games. The next year, they improved by another 10 games. They went to 84 wins. They made it to the World Series. Now, I'm not saying this is the blueprint for the Cardinals. I'm just saying there's an example of an organization that had an absolutely brutal year. They lost 110 baseball games. There were injuries galore. There was a lot of suffering, personal going on with the GM and his family, and they stayed with those guys. They stayed with the coach, the manager, and the GM, and 2 years later, they made it to the World Series. And for the last 3 years, they've 84 wins, 89 wins, 80 wins. They've been right on the cusp of making the playoffs 2 years in a row, and they made it the year before to the World Series. So if you want an example of what could happen, maybe you point to that. You've had Jonathan Gannon for 3 years. I think he has the 7th worst coaching record of all time, percentage-wise, in that time frame for that many years. But if you believe in him and you think he's the right guy for the job and you decide to keep him, that's fine. Just tell us why. I mean, why do you tell us why you believe in him and why he's going to come back as the coach? And then also, what kind of mandate is there for next year? Because there's going to have to be a mandate. You can't come back and win 5 games next year and say, we're just going to keep the coach. It just doesn't work like that. I don't think you need this Rams game, or I don't think you need the Cincinnati game to determine whether you're going to keep these guys or not. You should know. You've had the guy for 3 years. Is he the right guy for the job or not? I don't need one game to. I always laugh at that when people say, "Oh, this one game will determine whether the coach is going to get fired." Really? You've had the coach for 3 years. That's a lot of football games. One game's going to determine. No, you should know by now. He's your head coach. Do you believe he's done a good job? Do you believe that he's capable of taking you where you want to go? And if you believe he is the right guy, okay, that's, people aren't going to like your decision, but it's not their decision, it's yours. But you should explain it to people as to why you're keeping him or why you're moving on from him.
Two guys that have very uncertain futures as well are the coordinators, Drew Petzing and Nick Rawls. Both of them spoke today. Here's what Petzing said today about assessing the offense as a whole this year.
Again, I think a big part of that's going to take place after the season. I don't want to be dwelling on that on a Tuesday going into a game. Like, we got to focus on the Rams. They're a great team coming in here with a big game, or going to their place, I should say, with a big game in front of us. So that's kind of the mindset. I think it's something you look at and keep an eye on as you go through the year. But until you really dive into it, that's when you're going to go figure out, all right, hey, here's what we need to do and here's where we need to go going forward. Right now, to me, it's all about the Rams.
And Rawls' perspective on why it didn't work out defensively.
I'll have to eventually get to that point. Like you said, we got another week here of kind of a full assessment. There's a lot of variables that no matter how your season went, you have to be able to assess and figure out what you want to change and what you want to double down on. That kind of gets into, after this week. Right now, obviously, we're just focusing on what we got to do to beat the Rams. So that's something you got to do every offseason and evaluate performance on a lot of different levels, coaching, playing, and figure out what you want to do within your control to go forward and improve.
Gamble, I don't think either guy is going to be involved in the evaluation. I think they're both going to be gone.
At the very least, I think you're going to have to change the coaching staff. You're going to have to be like, okay, if you're going to bring back Gannon as the head coach, is going to have to be you need to surround yourself with better people. Or it could very well be, and I asked him yesterday, maybe Gannon has to take over the calling on the defense. Like, you were brought, a lot of people get very frustrated just seeing Jonathan Gannon on the sideline doing nothing, right? Just listening. And maybe you've got to call the defense. Like, maybe you've got to be the guy that calls the defense. And maybe you've got to hire a more experienced offensive coordinator. The offense failed this year. The defense failed this year. Yes, injuries were a big part of it, but there's a lot of other teams that had a lot of other injuries too. Okay, so nobody uses it for an excuse. And to his credit, Jonathan Gannon has never used it as an excuse. He's never used it as an excuse. And I do credit him for that. And I like those guys. I don't want to, I mean, this is their livelihood. And people, you hate to see good people lose their jobs, but it happens. This is the profession you chose. If it's time to move on, it's time to move on. The record indicates you should move on. The failures indicate that you should move on. There hasn't been much success. There was a big step taken back this year. Yes, injuries are a big part of it, but they took a gigantic step back. You could absolutely justify moving on, but not my decision, not yours. It's Michael Bidwell's. I will always say, how much does Michael care about winning? I just question it. How much will he go all in? How much does he care about winning? There were guys hired in that cycle that have done very well. Okay? A guy in Denver winning a lot of football games right now. He's got a division. The guy in Houston's been to playoffs 3 years in a row. So there are guys that were hired in that cycle that are having success. The Cardinals are not. You can't expect the fans to pay good money for the product if the product is garbage all the time. There has to be more of a commitment to win from ownership because there's a long history of losing with the Arizona Cardinals. And if it's going to stop, it's going to stop because the owner is finally committed. All right, we'll tell you what's on tonight. We'll talk a little more Suns basketball as they get set for the Cavs tomorrow. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. As we step into 2026, I want to help you start the year with comfort and confidence. And there's no annual promotion better than our 50% off new AC units. Half off a reliable, high-efficient system your family can depend on. Don't wait for temperatures to rise and schedules to fill up. Upgrade now while savings are at their best. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's Kellen Olson filling in for Dave Burns. Gambo's still here. We'll see you out until 6 o'clock. But first, what's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. No local games in action. If you're a college football fan, you've got some bowl games tonight going on right now on ESPN mid-third quarter. Lawrence Fighting Illini taking on Tennessee. Illinois is up 17-14 right now in Nashville. And then later on tonight on ESPN as well, USC, number 16 in the country, taking on TCU of the Big 12 in the Alamo Dome for the Valero Alamo Bowl. Some NBA action tonight as well, headlined by Pistons-Lakers will be on NBC at 8:30.
Go Pistons, right? I mean, start to look at the Lakers without Austin Reeves, and let's see some losses pile up for the Lakers. I think the Suns might have a chance of passing them in the standings.
Got your fun Danny Ainge revenge game here. Jazz hosting the Celtics as well. That'll be one to watch on League Pass. And then the battle of the mid between the Kings and the Clippers, who aren't looking so mid lately. Kawhi Leonard starting to figure out some things as well. That's a 9 o'clock start.
Final episode ever for Stranger Things comes out tomorrow, I think, right? Tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Do you guys
evening
watch
it'll
Stranger
come out.
Things?
I have. I'm all caught up.
You're all caught up?
I'm all caught up.
Last episode was a little weird.
It was a little weird.
It was a little weird. I didn't like some of the segments, but
fan base is not happy. The
What's that?
online, the fan base is not happy with the show.
Yeah, I didn't
upset.
like some of the directions that they went in.
Yeah.
But outside of that, there's also I really liked it when it was just the regular world and the upside down world, and now they've created all this stuff.
There's like a wormhole, and it's
like a
just
wormhole,
and
there's
like these monsters, but there's those monsters. Now here's the military, which is a different kind of monster.
Yeah,
it's a lot of monsters.
I was really good with you've got
Lauren
this
not
world,
caught up looks completely confused, which we're confused too.
And I almost feel like they're trying to create a spin-off because 50% of the show is about this 10-year-old girl named Holly, more so than it is about the regular cast. So much of the show is about this 10-year-old girl named Holly.
Yeah, because there's the upside down, there's the regular world, and then there's the world where the monster is keeping all the kids right now. There's all these different places and all these different plot lines.
In their mind. It's in the mind.
They're in his mind. They're prisoners of Vecna's mind. Yeah, I don't think Lauren's going to be tuning in after hearing all this summary.
My son's 16, and it is the iconic show of his childhood. It's the iconic show of his child. There are movies and shows that I relate to. Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Jaws, TV shows for Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, Three's Company, MASH. I had my iconic shows that I remembered and movies that I remembered.
You always wanted to see how they ended. For me, the two big ones were Lost, which I'm one of the few who actually liked the ending, and then Game of Thrones, which obviously did not end well. Lauren, what were the ones for you growing up where the show kind of ended? Didn't really have one? Didn't really have one.
Game of Thrones was fantastic. You didn't like the ending to Game of Thrones?
I thought the ending was okay. It was just a big drop in quality. I think everyone thinks it's garbage and terrible and trash, and I understand where they're coming from. But that's more because the first 7 seasons are a masterpiece.
So good.
They're unbelievable.
So good.
Lauren also not a Game of Thrones fan.
Stranger Things is the iconic show of my kid's childhood is Stranger Things. And with it coming to an end, I almost think they're trying to create a spinoff or two because so much of the news of this season is based on this 10-year-old that wasn't in any of the other seasons.
What's the other one that the girlies are going crazy for on Amazon? The Summer I Turned Pretty? Is that what it's called?
Huh?
That was called?
That's over the summer. You're a few months behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not
Sorry.
caught up.
You're not in touch with the
I'm not caught up to
girlies.
speed on the girlies and what they're buzzing about. There's some spin-off for that though that's already happened. That's what they do with all these shows, right? Some movies coming out. She doesn't know either. Oh, my goodness. No one knows what's going on with the girlies on the Burns and
Lauren
Gambo
goes home
show.
and watches college basketball. What's on tonight? She's whatever the college basketball game.
Well, that's
on.
what
You nailed it, Gambo. He's
Exactly.
totally right.
He's
She'd
totally
rather
on it.
watch a college basketball game than a regular TV show.
Yeah, I think there's a Nebraska game or something that's the spread's 18, but she'll be locked in. She'll be locked in. She's got to do some scouting for her Illini. She's got to look ahead. Yeah, you've got Nebraska hosting New Hampshire at 7 on the Big Ten Network.
There you go. I do recommend The Last Frontier on Apple. It was so good. Such a good show.
I'd watch it to hear that song again. Love that song.
Yeah, it's a good song, right?
Gets me in that Red Dead Redemption mood. That
Classical Gas. 1968. It's always been on my Spotify. Love the song. Not a single word in the song. Just a high upbeat. Da, 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 da.
Ride into a new town I've never been to before. Horizon behind me. Oh, yeah. Horseback.
Yeah.
It's got that vibe.
And my wife is always like, so in The Last Frontier, this is the main song to the show. And I'm like, I want to play the song for you. And when we were first dating, I could play all old music for her, and she would always listen to it because I think she was trying to win me over. And now she doesn't care about any of my songs. I'm like, hey, can you want to listen to this Peter, Paul, and Mary song? It's really good. It's Leaving on a Jet. And she would listen to it. Oh, I really like it. I play all this old music, and she would always listen to it and told me she liked it. And now she tells me she hates it all. So I think she lied to me all those years about the song. But anyway, when The Last Frontier comes on, the Classical Gas is about 35, 45 seconds as they show all the previews and everything. And there's always a, do you want to skip the recap? And and she always wants me to skip the recap to save what, 45 seconds? Who cares? Let me listen to my song. I want to listen to the song. I don't want to skip the recap. So she kind of gets mad at me because I never want to skip the recap. Like, you're saving 45 seconds.
I like
what
skipping.
Are we doing here?
I like skipping the recap because sometimes it spoils what's coming. Like, it reminds you of this obscure thing from 6 episodes ago, and you're like, well, that character's clearly going to come back and surprise us.
Yeah. Let me get your thoughts on the Cavs game tomorrow. I want to finish with this.
Sure.
Cavs coming off a good win against the Spurs. Donovan Mitchell having a good year. You've got Jared Allen. You've got the Jordan not return. Give me some of your thoughts on this game. This will be in this 5-game stretch that they're playing. This was the one game you kind of looked at and said, okay, it's a winnable game, but it's also a game I wouldn't be surprised if they lost this basketball game.
Cleveland's been one of the biggest underachievers of the year. They're 18-16, but they were expected to repeat in terms of their regular season dominance over the Eastern Conference. And the East was in such a weird spot coming into the year with what happened with Jason Tatum and some of the other developments for these other teams, where you looked around and you're like, who's the best team here? Like, is it going to randomly be Orlando? Is this a year where Philly starts to figure some things out? Could Boston? They're 19-12. They've got some stuff. The Knicks, of course, the Pistons and the Knicks have been the two most consistent teams right now. I think the main problem for Cleveland has been everyone else but Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is once again playing at a first-team All-NBA level. We keep waiting, Gambo, for the breakout year for Evan Mobley, and we just keep waiting and waiting for him to be a superstar.
He's a good player.
He's good.
He's a good
player. But he could clearly be one of the best players in the world, and we're still waiting for that breakout from him. Darius Garland coming back from injury. They're still without Max Strus. They've got some pieces coming back.
And then Lonzo Ball. They're playing for Lonzo Ball to try to get him back up to get. And they made that trade for was it DeAndre Hunter? They made the trade for last year to try to see him to get over the hump. There's a lot of talent there. They've got the size with Jared Allen and with Mobley. It'll be a